Are they coming to us, or is he just going to talk?
He's just, they're going to go after them first. This isn't a bad spot, though, because we can cut back very quickly.
Yeah.
And we can at least keep
nice
an eye
and
on
high.
what's...
I mean, pretty pictures.
Yep, that's a good one.
There's nothing coming out of this. It's actually nice. The contrast is a little better on this.
Yeah, the contrast is amazing.
Hey friends, it's another First Alert night. In fact, we're expecting quite a bit of activity. That's why we have the entire First Alert team engaged in tracking things. Doppler Dave here with you. Get on camera here.
There we go. Tanner Brammer in studio as well.
All right. Tanner's been handling a lot of the on-air stuff for the time being. We've got units out in the field. We have Kevin Sully is out. He's kind of holding the north side. We got Sheldon down a little further down to the south as storms just kind of get going. So Tanner's going to prepare for a TV bulletin.
Yeah.
So when he gets that going, we'll pull that in for you also. We'll go out and look at, see what our intercept crews have for the time being. But I just wanted to kind of give you a quick rundown on what's happening. We'll start off here. Look at that line, the kind of boundary working across the central part of the area. That's going to be a key factor. I'm going to back it up here a little bit. We do have a tornado watch in effect on this First Alert day. Remember, First Alert, we reserve those for particularly dangerous situations. But this is, what, the sixth? This is,
Yep.
This is day 6 in a row that we've had severe weather in some parts of the area. So that's why we're on it. And it's another night that's really potentially little more robust and hazardous than the last couple of nights. We have, as I mentioned, a tornado watch in effect right now. Shot from Amarillo, that's up towards Channing. We'll take a look and see what Kevin's got up there in just a few moments. But to let you know, here's our tornado watch area. Includes most of the area. If you're in New Mexico, you're off the hook tonight. It's been rough out there earlier this week. But for the Texas and Oklahoma panhandles, almost every county except that far eastern stack, and that's going to be Lipscomb, Hemphill, Wheeler, and Collingsworth counties, not under a watch right now. Amarillo is, and this goes until 11 p.m. We don't have any warnings out there right now, but we do have quite a few storms. You see some up to the north. We'll just kind of take a tour around the area right now. Here's a look at some of the storms just to the north into Colorado. Coming on down the line here a little bit. There's the storm that we could see from Hartley. I'll take a quick peek at what Kevin is sending back there around Chan.
Which do you say?
I say Colorado.
Yeah. This is... here. And you can see on this radar, I'll be able to really show you that boundary. And I'm going to zoom in on Amarillo. So again, it's poised right there across the central part of the city. So it's going to be kind of interesting to see what happens. Is the boundary back across a good part of the city before the storms get here? We don't really know just yet. So that's something we're going to kind of take you know, at least watch carefully. Let's take a look at some tower cams across the area. Here's look from Amarillo. That's the Hartley activity we can see off to the northwest. Also, as we take a look from Lake Meredith, you're going to see some bubbly looking clouds. So it's definitely bubbling across the area. And I mentioned Texas County. I'm going to see if I can kind of turn this around a little bit, see what's going on up there in Guyman. Let's see, I might have to go presets, I believe. Move the camera a little bit. Maybe not. Oh, I'll do it this way. There we go. Okay, here come the bubbly clouds in Texas County. You see the rain shaft right there. So we'll definitely keep an eye on that. Here we go, scanning around. A little delay there. If you're up around Guyman, storms beginning to fire there in Texas County. So I'm going to show you that also as we get back to this other radar screen that I've been toying around with. And I'll bring you up here to the north. There we go. This is what we can see from Guyman. It's actually just to the west of Goodwell. Put a little motion on that. These are drifting to the northeast, getting a little stronger. So we're going to have to watch out around Highway 54, Goodwell to Guyman. Texoma looks like they're staying just to the north. But these are the guys, notice that they're popping up on the east side of that boundary. So that's where we have a little more moisture, energy. They're going to lift up that way. So stay tuned for more on that. Let's bring you down the line. There's our Channing storm that we could see. Again, it's kind of peaked. Kevin was looking at that. I can actually show you what Kevin's looking at.
He's on our show.
Yes, sir, Dave. Absolutely. We're looking at the storm, as you said, near Channing, and it has peaked. And a couple of things that we've observed is, number one, we look at the cloud bases and the height above the ground, and these are pretty high.
Ideally, what you want to see for a storm to have the ability to strengthen is for the cloud bases to come down, which is an indication that it is tapping the moisture near the surface or becoming surface-based, as we say, and that's not happening here. So eventually, the updraft is getting choked off, but what we've watched on the bottom, on the base, even though it's still high, is sort of raggedy, a little bit of rain coming out of it. There's very little coming out of it, and so we were just commenting maybe near Channing, we get a little bit of gusty winds as that cold air comes out of that storm cell and comes back down, and we're seeing the evidence of that. You can kind of see it right over the highway now. Kind of the dark area that is a little bit soft and raggedy looking, that's the downdraft. And so maybe the wind picks up just a tiny bit, certainly not to severe levels, but the National Weather Service did put out what they call a special weather statement, which is a level below a severe thunderstorm warning. And so that's basically what we're seeing around Channing right now, is that storm cell collapsing or weakening. And so we thought we'd watch it for a minute, kind of see the pictures of the base, and I think what we're going to do is double back to Tascosa and then come back east, because we're watching the other cells that are near Vega, Interstate 40. I think they're all going to have the same problem here in the short term, but that will put us in a position, if any of these can become surface-based and strengthen, to watch them a little more closely, especially around the immediate Amarillo area, Dave.
Good deal. All right, thanks, Kevin. We got Tanner. Tanner's coming on TV, so he's going to give us an update.
Stand by.
Well, good evening to everybody out there. Tanner Brammer here, giving one more update before we come on for the 5:30 news. Starting to see some storm development here in the Texas Panhandle. One storm we've been watching a little bit here over the past 30 minutes. It does look like it's de-intensifying a little bit, kind of getting squashed by something we call the cap, but still Channing picking up on some moderate showers. It does look like the rain's only going to last for you guys maybe for about 5 to 10 minutes before it kind of moves along Highway 354. Hartley, it does look like it's going to move to the south of you guys, but Dumas, if this storm does hold together, which may be looking a little bit unlikely, it's de-intensifying a little bit in intensity. It would hit you guys here in about 20 to 30 minutes. Watching some more storm development, you can see a lot of small cells just to the west of Amarillo, kind of along I-40 toward Vega, also down toward Hereford as well, trying to make their way into Canyon. I want to point something out on radar here. Notice this green line. This is not precipitation. This is our radar picking up on a boundary. Once these storms hit this boundary, it is, all hands on deck with those storms. They could intensify very, very rapidly. And since that boundary is right over Amarillo, we are watching these storms very closely to potentially become damaging, so we're going to keep a close eye on this. We'll have another look coming up on the news at 5:30, but one more time, a tornado watch has been issued for everybody highlighted in yellow here until 11 o'clock tonight. Doppler Dave and I are in studio. Kevin Selly and Sheldon Brashears are out live chasing, so we have full coverage for the rest of this evening. Keep tuned into News Channel 10 as we will provide frequent updates for the rest of the night.
Very good. All right. Sorry, my microphone got on some of that there also, but I'll try to do better. Good job there, Tanner, watching things out. Did want to come back and point out that we have storms down across the southwestern part of the area. Right there between Hereford and Dimmitt, we have a pretty healthy storm, and that's where Sheldon is out, kind of checking things out. So, Sheldon, stand by. Give us an update on where you are and what you're seeing and how you're going to tackle that guy. Go ahead.
All right, Dave. Yeah, hey, thanks. So right now we're sitting here in Tulia. We're just off I-27. Latest measurement I took out here, I got my little hand weather instrument. I took a measurement with it, and I measured 95 degrees over a 66-degree dew point. So, I mean, in terms of a severe weather perspective, I mean, the atmosphere is really, really primed. But the big thing we're seeing out here and what we're seeing on radar is a lot of storms are popping up just past this boundary and then quickly dying down. And so the question mark is, I mean, obviously the moisture and everything is there. The conditions that they need are there, but is there enough what we call forcing in place to really start to push that air up, and can it break what we call the cap? So if it can break the cap, that's when we're going to start to see these stronger thunderstorms start to form. But right now, we're not seeing a ton of storms that have really been able to really break that cap and really maintain. We saw one pop up near Muleshoe. It's already fizzled out. We're watching this one, what your camera's pointed at right there. Is this kind of is around, that's kind of pointed down towards, that's kind of almost straight west, northwest towards, right around Friona right now. And what you see is you kind of see these robust clouds kind of building up. They kind of bubble. They look, you know, kind of have that really kind of hard almost look to them. And now they're kind of fizzling out on the top side. That really indicates that the cap is sort of winning so far. But like I said, I mean, measurements taken out here. We're in Tulia. We're watching west. If these storms can break that cap, that's when we're really going to start to see that rapid development there. And that's when we're going to start to see severe thunderstorms start to form. But still waiting to see if any of these storms actually can, because that's a key factor. Is while all the conditions can be right, if they can't break the cap, it's all for nothing. So we're going to continue to watch. Got a few little scattered little cells that have kind of started to pop around. But so far out here in Tulia, it's just warm and unusually muggy for a Texas Panhandle spring/summer day out here. So try not to sweat too much, but really keeping an eye on things from out here just south of Amarillo.
Let's bring it in here on this radar, and I'll show you that boundary going right across Amarillo. It looks like it's right around downtown and heading to the west. So close call. If it keeps going to the west, it's going to put most of the city at least in a zone that some of that rapid development might take place. We do have a tornado watch in effect. I'm going to bump us back to that here real quick. And this includes most of the area except for a few counties in the east. Anywhere you see yellow, that's a tornado watch until 11. When we have a tornado watch, it means conditions are there for rotating storms, not just hail producers or downburst producers or even flooding, but we get a tornado watch, that means we got wind shear in the atmosphere that can make a storm rotate. And that's what we call a supercell storm, and those are the ones that often produce tornadoes. So that's one thing that we're kind of watching right now. We haven't had any tornadoes yet. We do have some heavy storms north of us, just up there north of Boise City in Colorado. So that's outside of our viewing area. There's the storm that Kevin is watching around Channing. You can see that it's at times heavy little cell as far as maybe some quick little downpours in there. But it doesn't look like it's really taken off. And keep in mind, though, it's back to the west of that boundary. So that makes a lot of sense. Down just north of I-40, north of Vega and Adrian and Wildorado, we have a few blips. Those are the closest ones to Amarillo right now. We have a little guy down around Umbarger. These are not really busting loose and producing severe weather yet. But with that boundary approaching, we're going to watch that carefully. And then, let's see, further down to the south, once we get out, let's see, past Demet and Hereford, a little stronger storm right there. So that's the one that kind of Sheldon's keeping an eye on. Take a look at his video. So Sheldon, right now we're looking at the picture that you're sending back. I know that you're pretty much in Tulia.
Guys, make sure to share
Looking
out.
back to the west.
Yes, sir.
So what's your plan? You're gonna let that kind of come at you, see what happens?
Yeah, I mean, really, our thing right now, Dave, is we're really just watching a lot of these storms. I mean, we don't want to really commit too far west on any of these just yet, because so far a lot of them have kind of had a solid track record of they pop and then fizzle, pop and then fizzle. So it's really hard to kind of commit to one without actually seeing it maintained just yet. So right now, just kind of waiting things out here in Tulia. Gonna wait and see which one of these storms actually starts to maintain.
Okay, thank you, Sheldon. We're going to take a quick peek over, see what Kevin's got up. Hey, Kevin, we're looking at your video. what's the latest up there around Channing?
We're heading west. I'm sorry, back east from Channing, back toward Amarillo, toward Bishop Hills, and the cells that you're seeing on our camera are the ones that are just south of the highway. They're trying, just like the others have, but the bases once again are too high. They can't seem to tap this moisture-rich air down below, which is in the mid-60s. So we get an updraft, and then they just get choked off. But I think we might have some interesting pictures for the 5:30 news. We're just coming across the Potter County line right now, and we're going to pass, we're on 1061, just coming into Potter County, the west side of Potter County. So each of these, they rise, they produce some good reflectivities, moderate reflectivities for a few minutes. Very little is falling out of them, and they just can't sustain the updrafts, Dave.
Okay, yeah, well, like you said, things may change in a hurry. We're about to get the good old boundary interactions that we've been anticipating. It does look like we're getting a little stronger down between Hereford and Dimmitt. Okay, so we're going to come back to Sheldon.
What was I about to look at?
Sheldon, looks like we're getting a little stronger there on radar, and that's what I've got up here. I'm going to kind of zoom in on that a little bit. Looks like we're coming across Highway 385 between Hereford and Dimmitt. Looks like from your perspective there, you at least got a pretty crisp updraft tower. What are you seeing?
Yeah, Dave, that's right. Got a pretty strong updraft so far. I mean, this is definitely our most stout one right now that we're keeping a very close eye on. Right now, it's basically just there in between. It's on 385, basically right between Hereford and Dimmitt, currently, or right there just west of the highway. So easily our most impressive updraft of the day so far. So this might be possibly the one that we really start to watch for with increasing activity. So like I said, still kind of setting up shop here in Tulia, kind of playing just the waiting game right now. But yeah, easily that cell just north of Dimmitt is easily our most robust one of the day so far. HRRR is kind of showing things not really firing until they collide.
Okay, thanks, Sheldon. Here's a shot from Amarillo. We're looking out around that Channing storm. What I'm going to do is we're going to take a peek back down towards the Dimmitt area. That'll be that boy there. So we can kind of see the updraft from Amarillo, not close to the city, but you kind of see what we're dealing with there. And don't forget, we also have a tornado watch. If you're just figuring this out, hopefully your phone went off. If you got the NewsChannel 10 phone app, NewsChannel 10 First Alert weather app, if we get a tornado watch, it will give you a notice. In fact, when I was in the studio here with Tanner earlier, we were talking about, hey, you know, they're about to issue a tornado watch. And he said, yeah, your phone just went off and told us that. So sometimes it'll definitely be the first notice you get is that we have, you'll hear a notification telling you that there's an alert. And then if we get any kind of warnings, it will certainly do that as well. But right now we don't have any warnings, either severe or tornado warning. But we're early in the ball game. This watch goes until 11 p.m. It includes almost all of our area, excluding New Mexico. If you're in New Mexico, you don't have to worry about severe weather tonight. So just rest easy. We've had some rough storms out in New Mexico. We don't have to worry about that. If you live in the far eastern part of the area, right now you're not included in the watch. Sometimes they get extended a little bit if these storms hang in there or track east a little further. We'll have to kind of keep an eye on that. Let's tour the radar. Again, if you look at, well, the broad picture, we got some strong storms north of us, a few popping up around Guyman. There's the boundary from about Dumas to Amarillo to Tulia. Some early blips off to the west of that boundary, but so far they have not produced severe weather. They've been kind of temporary, little pulse storms, we call them. The strongest one is going to be down to the south, and we'll tour that. If you're around, let's see, I'm going to reset this. There's the storms that are going up around Guyman. And we can see them when we go to our tower cams. If you live in Guyman, let's see. Yeah, there you go. You know, you got some rain falling out of that dark base. So it's a fairly heavy storm. And that's going to be down to the southwest of Guyman, probably just to the north of Goodwell. And not producing severe weather right now. So that's good. But something to watch. It will be a lightning threat. If if you're around Guyman, Goodwell, those areas, lightning risk there. We'll tour down the line here. This is what Kevin has been watching around Channing and now just to the south of Dumas, but just not really impressive, not long lasting. But we keep reminding folks they still have that boundary to cross here in a few minutes, so we might be getting some more robust development or stronger updrafts. We're just kind of waiting to see what that happens, when that happens. Here's Amarillo. It's going to be a close call. We got little bubbles trying to go out to the west around Wildorado and Umbarger as that boundary slowly comes back to the west. Now, if it continues to do that, it's going to put more of the city at risk for some of the stronger storms, but anything could happen. Just know that we are all over it. We're watching that like a hawk. I mean, if that happens, we're going to let you know. There's the boundary, look kind of closer up. So it's passed down. I'd say the boundary now is at about Georgia Street and coming west. So something to watch. Further down to the south, really one of the stronger storms is going to be down there to the north of Dimmitt. And we're kind of watching to see what's going to happen there. And Sheldon is in a position to just kind of watch and see what happens. I'll show you what they're looking at there.
A lot of sit on the back side of that boundary. On the east side,
Sheldon, we're on you again to just kind of look at that storm. We got the strongest one. I'm gonna put radar there next to your stream. So that's north of Dimmitt, south of Hereford, moving to the northeast. Any update there, Sheldon? I know you're seeing it from a distance, but what are your thoughts there?
Right. We're gonna see what it's made of. It's flattening. Yeah. So hanging with us, Dave. Yeah. So I mean, still just waiting to see. I mean, personally, I'm waiting to see if these things can break the cap on this, because still seeing. I mean, this one, is easily our most robust one of the day, but you can kind of make out where it's flattening out on the top of it. So this is about to tell the tale here. You'll see this one right here, and then further off towards the south, we're seeing a new updraft kind of go up here as well. That you can kind of make out some areas that are starting to see it kind of flatten out on the top side of it. So right there where it's starting to flatten out a little bit, that's what's about to tell us the tale if it's going to break the cap or not. So you've got this robust updraft, but can it maintain? So far, this one south of Hereford, just north of Dimmitt, seems to really be our best shot at it. But the big question mark right now is, what does it do if it breaks the cap, and then what's it going to do when it hits this boundary that's just to our east? So still trying to really watch on that, because some models indicate, the boundary obviously can be a really good forcing mechanism, but on the back side of that boundary, things seem to be a little stable from this morning's activity. So if it crosses over the boundary, can it maintain then in a very stable environment, if that environment is as stable as it looks to be? So a lot of curious things that we're going to be watching. Latest radar scans do show that updraft falling right now. Look at these latest scans right here. It seemed to be forming a little bit of a hail core, but it does appear to be trending down just a little bit.
Okay, I've got you on. We have standby on that, Kevin. We'll be basically taking Sheldon, letting him kick to you, and then back to Tanner. I'll let Tanner give you some details there. Sheldon, while we're on your storm here, here's the radar. If you look at our stream, and I'm circling Hereford, and I'm circling Dimmitt, so it's right in between. It's close to Easter. Easter would be right about in there, and it's moving kind of east-northeast. Folks out around Happy need to just kind of monitor like we are. Again, the key factor, we've got that boundary that continues to kind of slowly come back to the west. And these storms, or these towers, these updrafts, have not met up with that yet. So that's going to be the magic hour, I think, when that happens. And, anything can happen there. Keep in mind that Canyon will be kind of in that vicinity. Amarillo is going to be in that vicinity. So I'm drawing that right now. Here's the Amarillo city area and Canyon. That boundary is smack dab through there. I said probably around Georgia Street, but it's still creeping back to the west a little bit. That makes us a little bit nervous. But just know that, man, we have anticipated this. We're watching it very carefully. Up to the north, just south of Dumas, we got a little blip there. Kevin, we're on radar, just kind of doing a tour. And I'm noticing just south of Dumas, I'm going to circle that here on the radar. There's Dumas. Just south of there, looks like we got a little attempt, a little closer to the boundary. So are you noticing anything different or same story? Kevin, I'm sorry.
Sorry, Dave, we got disconnected. Go ahead.
Slate ball. So we're in that spot.
Boy, that's the $64,000 question at this moment, Dave. We're watching a different updraft, and so the next question is the boundary that I'm
So
sure
many
you've been
things.
talking about that's sort of in between Sunray and Amarillo. The dew points on the east side of that boundary are pretty high, so we're going to find out here in the next 30 to 45 minutes or less if these updrafts can tap into that moisture or whether the atmosphere is a little bit more stable thanks to thunderstorms that went right down the Texas-Oklahoma border early this morning on
I'll
the
help 'em
6
too.
to 8 or 8:30, 9 o'clock time frame.
Okie dokie, thanks, Kevin. I'm going to come back to radar here. Kind of the wide shot there. And you see, I mean, it's so obvious that the green boundary now, Stratford to Dumas to Amarillo and pretty much I-27. What? Okay, yeah. Thank you. Good call there, Kyle. So, you know, we're gearing up. News is coming up at 5:30. You guys going to be on time? Or? Yeah, you think?
Let's look.
2 days around 16, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just know we got news coming up, I think 5:30. Anyway, so when that happens, Tanner will be coming on with a complete weather update for you. But we don't know exactly what time.
We're just trying to figure out if we're in time.
So what I'm doing here is, okay. Stand by, I got a lot of things going on. But if you're joining us, remember, we're going to do continuous information here on this stream. You can find it on Facebook. You can find it on YouTube or other platforms. That means you can be watching from anywhere you go. If you're heading out to the dinner, if you're heading out to the park or doing something around town, just keep us on social media. We'll have this continuous stream. When Tanner comes on TV, well, we'll bring him on. If we happen to get into a situation that's really dangerous and we need to be on constantly on TV, we'll still be able to see that here. That's the beauty of the system. I mean, you can catch us multiple ways, and if you need weather information, we are not hard to find. It is a first alert day. That means we think it's going to be kind of dangerous in some areas, kind of like the last several. This is our sixth first alert evening in a row, 6 in a row. Of course, the last part of May, the early part of June, that's not a big surprise, really. That's the peak of our storm season. And, things are usually pretty active. Just so happens that these last 6 evenings are definitely active. From Amarillo right now, we're seeing a few storms off in the distance. Nothing really approaching the city as far as intensity. And then we get to our tornado watch. This goes until 11 p.m. Basically all of our area. It's early in the ball game. I mean, here it is 5:22, and this is set to go until 11. So, I mean, this is just the preliminary part. Got that. No warnings right now, no tornadoes, no severe thunderstorm warnings yet, but let's take a look at what we do have and do a little tour. Storms, the only severe storms we have are just outside of our area, north of, Elkhart, Kansas. So even our Kansas counties don't have a warning right now. It's close. We'll bring you down a little bit. And we do have that storm there around Guyman, and that's the one that I've been looking at as far as tower cams are concerned. So let's take a look at Guyman right now. If you're in Guyman, this is what you can see. You still got that heavy rain shaft. Hasn't moved too much, not moving very rapidly. You see the base of the storm. So, we got eyes on that. Fortunately, Not really going gangbusters just yet. Back to radar here. If you're around Guyman, watch out for the lightning threat. That's going to be a risk that we're concerned about. Bring you down to the south, and we're watching development just south of Dumas and around Channing. It just has not really organized yet. That one storm there south of Dumas getting closer to the boundary. It's the closest one to the boundary. So we're going to kind of let it be the guinea pig and see what happens when we get those boundary interactions. Here's Amarillo. Again, we're starting to see action out to the west. It's just not organized yet. It is on the less intense side of the boundary, though, and the boundary continues to work its way slowly back to us. So right now around Wildorado, a few little blips there. Umbarger. Boundary continues to make its way back to the west, probably around Western Street now, or maybe even Bell Street. So most of the city starting to get that moisture work in here. Further down to the south, well, you see the red colors popping up. That's
Mic check,
Hereford
hello,
to
hello.
Dimmitt.
1, 2, 3, mic check, hello, hello.
And I need to back up and put get a new sector there. This is the storm that Sheldon has been watching. I'll come in and save this now. Yeah, so that has now pushed a little further east from Hereford, a little east from Easter. So Umbarger to Nazareth. That's going to be kind of the zone that they're kind of watching. We'll see what it looks like as we go to
Yeah, Dave, nothing really too nothing too dramatic changing just yet. I mean, you can still see it kind of flattening out there at the top of it, but right now just kind of watching the trends. It's still kind of maintaining, which is about the most promising thing we've seen so far in terms of development. We're starting to pick up a few lightning strikes in it, as well as it's working nearly straight kind of east, maybe a little northeast as well. Going to be interesting to see what it does when it does collide with that boundary that you were just talking about, as it's kind of retreating to the east into Amarillo right now. So still here in Tulia, still watching this storm. Starting to pick up a few lightning strikes, starting to see maybe a little bit of kind of waiting to see, you know, see what, I mean, starting to see some lightning, starting to see a little bit of strengthening signs. So signals are starting to be there.
Very good. Looks like the precip just north of Dimmitt might have picked up there a little bit. Maybe some small hail in that. So no warning yet, but it's gotten a little stronger. Sheldon, are you guys still positioned in Tulia?
Yeah, still positioned here in Tulia. Just still same position we've been in, just kind of watching.
Okay, well, we're certainly getting closer to the boundary. I'm going to zoom out a little bit, show folks what we're talking about. The boundary now has gotten over to about Happy, real close to Happy, I-27, still off to the east of Tulia. So what Sheldon is doing is waiting for this storm to kind of get over closer to that boundary, or see if something else develops. But that's the strongest storm we have so far, and it's closer to that boundary, something that we'll watch pretty carefully. All right, I'm going to take it here for a second, just kind of do radar here. A lot of folks in Amarillo wondering what's going on here. So let me make sure you can see. Here's Amarillo. This is that boundary that we're talking about, and it has come back to about, I'd say, about Bell Street now, and working its way to the west. We have this, area of storms developing out to the west. So we're kind of waiting to see if something is going to become dominant. It does look like our chance of rain in the city is getting a little bit better as that approaches. Let's take a look at a tower cam and see what we're seeing from downtown, and I'll kind of push it over there a little bit. So now we need to be looking out to the west. Okay. Skies are darkening there over the Santa Fe building as storm approaches. So we'll have eyes all over this for sure as that gets a little closer to Amarillo. And I'll also check and see where Kevin is. He might be getting down a little closer to us. In fact, let's do that now. Stand by, Kevin. Kevin, just wanted to check, see where you are and kind of what your plan is.
Hey, Dave. Yeah, we're still in between Amarillo and Channing. We've paused for a moment on 1061, Caleb? Yeah, 1061. We've paused. What you're looking at here is we're looking back behind us to the north. We got a pretty good shot of that storm just south of Dumas, which, as you've observed, is the one closest to that boundary. And it is going up fast. We're watching this tower rise, and you can see that right in the center of your screen, that sort of hard cauliflower area. It's actually got two little updrafts to it, and the back one, or the one on the left, if you're looking at radar, is a little higher. That's the taller one right there. So it is still rising, and it's interacting with that boundary right now. The big question is, what's it going to do on the other side of the boundary? The dew points are certainly high enough. They're running in the 60s, which is plenty of moisture to fuel that storm. But we also had some stabilizing factors for the eastern portions of the Panhandle based on the thunderstorms that we had earlier today. So we just thought we'd pause and go for the news here when Tanner gets on and give you some pictures, and then start heading back closer to Amarillo, Bishop Hills first, and closer to Amarillo. And that way we'll be able to intercept the storms that are coming up toward Wildorado and Bushland and west of Amarillo to the southwest. And since that seems to be the area of most activity. But right now they're all having trouble. We've been watching all of these updrafts. As I mentioned a few minutes ago, the cloud bases are still very, very high, so they're having some trouble tapping the real good surface moisture, and then they just can't maintain themselves. They do rise, and then they're coming back down. That's why we haven't seen them strengthen. They just kind of pop up and weaken a little bit. That's our pattern, but we're all waiting on those cells to hit that boundary, and that's still, well, for Dumas, that's happening right now, and that's probably 30 minutes away for just west of Amarillo, Dave.
Yeah, thanks, Kevin. And here's what that looks like on radar. We are intensifying down to the southwest of Amarillo. It looks like just south of Bushland. In fact, let me kick it over to a radar map that you're probably more used to seeing. There we go. That's the one that we use on air. And you can see just that. It's a pretty quick intensification south of Wildorado, and it is aimed towards Amarillo. So we're just going to wait and see if that intensifies or not. Right now, I would say it's basically just some moderate rain, some lightning for sure, and some gusty winds. So that's going to be coming up, approaching Bushland and I-40. And it's, you know, it's going to make contact if it holds with that boundary, which is almost all the way back through Amarillo. So it's going to make it interesting. That's why we're watching this carefully. Again, if we take a look at our tower cam and see what we got, this is what it looks like from Amarillo, and it's you know, getting a little darker out that way. I'm going to tweak that around a little bit. Okay, so this is what would be approaching from the southwest, and it doesn't look all that ominous, but you know, things change in a hurry, and especially on a volatile day like today. That's why it's so good to have our intercept crews out and keeping a close watch on that. So here's what we are looking at close to Amarillo. That's why it's darkening out to the west. No warning yet for a severe thunderstorm or tornado. Just know that we are under a tornado watch. If you're waiting on TV, it looks like Tanner will be on in a few minutes. We're kind of waiting for a golf tourney to wrap up, and then we'll have our regular newscast coming up. But what I like about this continuous stream here is that you can be watching anywhere, any place. All you need is our Facebook page. You can get on my Facebook page. You want Doppler Dave Oliver, KFDA. Watch along. Obviously, I'm busy not doing anything else, so we just stream to my page also. NewsChannel 10, Facebook, YouTube. If you'd rather watch YouTube, we're live on that. But we'll go in and out of our storm interceptors. Sheldon and Kevin are out in the field. Tanner and I are just watching things on radar here. That way we're going to be able to track every storm out there and let you know what's happening. So stand by on that. I'm gonna bring it to a different radar. That way we can move around. And the most important feature we've got is this boundary right here that's been working its way back to the west. And earlier it looked like, well, it might stay just east of Amarillo. It's not. It's coming back to the west, and I think it's going to be a factor. So that's why we're watching our storms back to the southwest. So Tanner, while you're waiting, you want to check Slack, see if we got any chatter on stuff going on here. So we do have storms developing just west of Amarillo. We got them developing just south of Dumas, or just off to the east of Dumas. Let's take a look at that. Here's Dumas. Oh, whoop, too far. Yeah, okay. So yeah, just south of Highway 152. Storms picking up. They're the first ones to hit that boundary, it looks like. These storms around approaching Guyman, a lot of lightning there. Not severe yet.
They're basically saying the same thing we are, just watching that boundary very closely.
Watching and waiting, okay.
Yep.
So as I zoom out a little bit, you know, I don't want to, oh, wow. West of Happy, it's picking up. That's the one that Sheldon's going to be on. Some of our models have been pretty insistent that we're going to have storms develop around Amarillo and around Tulia that become the most severe and track off to the east. We may be seeing that starting to develop. If you live in the north, we're going to certainly watch that. If you're in Dumas right now, this activity is firing. It's going to stay off your east, but I'd be watching out towards Stinnett and Sunray if those storms get a little closer. Definitely picking up now southwest of Amarillo, and again, a little bit of concern. No warnings right now, but intensifying pretty steadily. Mainly moderate rainfall, and that's, let me bring you back to this radar image. So south of Wildorado, south of Bushland, that's where we have the heaviest cell near Amarillo. So far it's it's sub-severe. Remember, for a storm to become severe, it either has to have hail the size of quarters, that's about an inch, or straight line winds that are 58 miles per hour or higher. What we have in this storm probably is just heavy rain, pea-size hail, and not too much wind. But it's also picking up if we go a little further down to the south. So I'm going to take you down to this next storm. Stay with me. Okay. Did I miss that? Bear with me just a second here. Oh. Yeah, there we go. So this is the storm that's cruising between Umbarger and Nazareth. That's where Sheldon is. Sheldon, we're going to see if you're still in the same spot or if you're moving north now.
Well, Dave, right now, yeah, just currently holding. Okay, yeah, Dave. So currently holding serve right now.
Cellular characteristic.
So currently holding serve right here, just here in Tulia, keeping our options open right now on if we can go north if we need to, or if we need to go east instead to kind of keep a close eye on things. So still holding here in Tulia, but now as this thing is currently approaching Happy right now, I think our best thing right here is, if anything, maybe move north just a little bit, but we want to keep our options east open right now. I wanted to see what you think of that, Dave, if you think staying here or moving east or north is the best option here. But right now, still holding serve here in Tulia. What do you think?
What are you thinking?
I'm looking at the road network.
Let me repeat this. So I forgot to unmute my mic for our listeners. I'm going to recommend that you kind of drift north. It looks like the bulk of that storm is going to shift over probably just south of Happy and intercept the boundary there. So that'll be one to watch.
We can shoot east further north. So I think let's go north a little bit on I-27 to get a better look at the base of this thing.
What's that?
I think let's go north a little bit, see if we can get a better look at the base of this thing. Closer to Happy, because we still have enough options that can take us east.
Yeah.
Out of there. Do that?
I can do whatever, yeah.
Yeah, let's go north.
Okay, yeah. I'm going to show folks on radar what we're talking about. So Sheldon has been down positioned around Tulia with several road options to go if he needs to. What we're finding out is this storm that's becoming dominant, looks like, and probably almost severe. It wouldn't surprise me to get a warning here pretty soon. Is directed a little more over towards Happy. So I think Sheldon is repositioning and going to head up. Okay, in fact, I just got confirmation from Sheldon, he's going to go on up and get on the south end of that. If you live in Happy, it looks like your threat of rain, lightning, and maybe even hail is increasing. This may be developing north towards Canyon. We're going to keep an eye on that. So Sheldon will be monitoring. Just keep an eye on that for us. I'm going to bring us up for Amarillo, and storms are getting closer. I'm going to change radars here again. This is the one that you usually see on TV. This is the one that Tanner will be using when, Kevin, stand by. I got a quick update here for Amarillo, then I'm going to come to you. We've got heavy storm just south of Wildorado and Bushland that continues to, pick up a little bit in intensity. It looks like, let's see. Let me put a little direction on that. Yeah, it's this guy. The boundary pretty much back to Sauncey Road now as this thing moves towards Amarillo. So just know that we're watching this carefully. We don't know exactly what's going to happen, but it is coming towards Amarillo. Now let's go to the north, and that's where Kevin is located. He's been watching our storms up to the north. So, Kevin, what's on your mind up there?
Dave, we lost connection. Do you have us?
Yeah, he's on you.
Yes, sir. We're on you right now. What's on your mind up there?
Okay. Yeah, we're showing you that storm that came by Dumas and is now crossing the boundary. The tops flattened out. They were rising pretty good. They flattened out a little bit, and there's a new updraft there right in the center of your screen. My guess is that one's maybe going to give up, but this is instructive because now we're getting a sense of what's happening when these cells cross over that boundary. So this is the moment we'll be watching over the next 10 to 15 to 20 minutes. But again, to the right of the center of your picture, that's the original updraft, which is now weakened a little bit and flattening, which may account for the sort of broadening on the reflectivity that you're seeing on radar. But more toward the center of the screen, that's a new updraft. We'll be watching that one to see if it can keep going up, indicating that that cell is strengthening, or if it's going to level out and flatten out and give up and weaken like the previous one, Dave.
Yeah, thanks, Kevin. Interesting to see it. It looks like you get a little uptick right there as it crosses the boundary. So now we're kind of wondering, is that same thing going to happen down here at Amarillo? Because there is the boundary, and it's back out around Sauncey, and we've got this moderate storm. I'm sorry. There we go. I'm sorry, I was off radar. So just to backtrack a little bit, this boundary now pretty much back to the west side of Amarillo, and it's right about Sauncey, maybe coming into Helium. At the same time, we've got these storms that are getting close. So we're about to see that interaction over Amarillo. If you're in Amarillo, it's time to be thinking about getting everybody indoors, getting ready for some possibly heavy weather, maybe severe weather. We don't know right now. We do know that, the storms are coming on into the city. Right now, we don't have a warning on that storm for Amarillo. But we also have this guy down here. It's going to be coming over close to Happy. It's the strongest one we have on the map right now. And occasionally, it looks like we're getting some hail in there. I'd estimate dimes or maybe a nickel or so. Remember, we've got to get up to quarter size if that's going to be a severe thunderstorm. We'll see. Don't worry, we've got Sheldon and Alex down there keeping a close watch on that. In fact, I believe they're probably right about in here watching that. So we got eyes all over that if it does anything crazy. If you're in Canyon, we got just a little bit of moderate activity back to your west, but it's coming your way as well as that boundary. So we'll probably get an uptick of activity about the time that happens. So we're just kind of watching and waiting. And I'll remind folks that we do have a tornado watch in effect. So rotating storms are expected. We just haven't seen it yet, but not all the players have come together yet. That's about to happen, it looks like, as the boundary does. For Amarillo, again, storms knocking on our door. Right now, the rain and lightning as that gets up closer to I-40. I'll take a look at tower cam and okay, it's getting a little darker there as that storm gets a little closer. So if nothing else, our lightning threat is about to go up as that storm gets a little closer. Coming back to radar here. Some good timing, just to let you know, Tanner's standing by, just kind of waiting for that golf tourney to wrap up. Looks like we're coming to the news here pretty quick. When that happens, I'm going to kick it over to him. Are you sending it out to the field in first look?
I'm going to have them behind me, but not sending it out to them until main hit.
Very good. So Tanner's planning his strategy. Okay, listen, my News Channel 10 First Alert weather app just told me that lightning was detected near my location. So here we go. Lightning is going to be a threat as this approaches Amarillo. So, you know, being the weekend and all the activities out there in early summertime, all that, we need to get folks in out of that lightning, with or without a warning. I mean, we may get a warning in here, I don't know. But, okay, yeah, we're getting verification of a lot of lightning nearby. Keep in mind that this big blow up you see east of Dumas, Kevin Selly's all over that to watch to see if we get any rotation. Tanner and I are watching this carefully coming into Amarillo. And then down to the south, this big boy back to the west is Happy. We got Sheldon and Alex out here watching that very carefully. So far, we're not getting warnings. So, but what we've been advertising and talking about is storms are just now coming to this boundary that will likely change the ball game. I think we're about just on the cusp right now of a transition to a lot of warnings and severe weather, and with a tornado watch in effect. Let me get back to that here. Yeah, this is our tornado watch. So it's basically all of us. I do think the further west you go, the more quiet it's going to be. So Highway 385 back to the west, probably less active. But anywhere east of that, that's where we have the threat of heavy storms. All right. Tanner's about up with us here, so let's stand by for a report from him.
Well, good evening. Welcome into the weekend edition. I'm meteorologist Tanner Brammer. One more first alert day that we have to get through in the Texas Panhandle. What you're seeing right here behind me is feed from both of our chasers. We have both Kevin Selly and Sheldon Brashears live out in our Storm Chaser Atlas vehicles. We'll get a more detailed update from them coming up here later in the show. But for now, we're going to take a quick tour here through satellite and radar, watching kind of a couple of pop-up storms kind of in the central part of the Texas Panhandle, a couple of which are approaching Amarillo as of right now. We're watching these guys kind of with some heavy rain, maybe some penny to nickel-sized hail at best, but they are not severe warned as of right now. But I do want to point something out. Our radar is picking up a little bit of a boundary. For those of you that have been watching on our social medias, you've heard Dave talk about it a few times. This boundary right along here, when these storms cross that boundary, that's when we're going to see that risk for severe weather really start to go up. And we are also under a tornado watch. For everybody highlighted in yellow here, probably here over the next 2 or 3 hours is going to be the peak of the severe activity here in the Texas Panhandle. Once more time, under first alert here for the rest of the day. I'll have a more detailed look at radar, what we can expect for the rest of the evening, and we're going to check in with Kevin and Sheldon coming up later in the show. But for now, I'll send things back over to Cindy Batzloff at the news desk.
All right, thanks, Tanner. A Portales man has been sentenced to 19
All right, good job there, Tanner. Let's take it down to Sheldon on that storm that's down by Happy.
Yeah, Dave, can you
Sheldon,
hear me right now?
yeah, we're on you. What's happening down your way?
Yeah, so we're currently on, is it 1424? Yeah, we're on 1424. We're just to the west of I-27 right now, heading up from the south. So we're heading north right now towards the base of it, trying to get a better look at it. But basically, we're just going to go up north of 1424 here. Like I said, maybe just a few miles west of I-27 to kind of see what it does as it intersects with that boundary. Any input on our decision on that? What direction to head from here?
Okay, Sheldon, exactly where are you?
We're on 1424, just north of Highway 86. We're just to the west of Tulia right now. Currently heading north on 1424, just west of I-27.
Okay, I'm showing folks where you are, right about in there, heading north. Severe? Okay, thank you, Tanner. We just got word that the Weather Service in Amarillo is going to issue a severe thunderstorm warning. Okay, I'm gonna change over to a different setup here.
TxDOT wants you to be aware of some upcoming roadwork that could impact your commute. Throughout the week, you can expect various deliveries on
Okay, so we are getting a severe thunderstorm warning on this storm. It's basically over Bushland right now. Let's take a look at the tower camera out there. Let's see. Okay, it is raining at Bushland. Okay. In fact, it's raining pretty heavily there at Bushland. We'll be watching for hail. As far as Amarillo is concerned, staying just out to our west there.
Well, some storms moving through the area as of right now. We'll take a full tour through radar. We'll check in with Kevin and Sheldon, see what they're seeing, and plus I'll talk about what we can expect for the rest of the night tonight, all coming up after the commercial break.
Okay, so again, this is what we're watching west of Amarillo. I'm going to. This is our tower cam from the station. Let's see what we can get here.
Okay.
Hey Dave.
Yeah.
Do Kevin and Sheldon have a plan for
Well, let's just let them know here. Kevin and Sheldon. You going to Sheldon first?
Yeah.
Okay, Tanner's just making his plans. He's going to send to you first, Sheldon. Please kick to Kevin, and then Kevin kick back to Tanner, please.
We have 5 minutes 15 total for that.
That is perfect. You cool if I close out the show?
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
All right.
So you'll just close out in this one.
Kevin, did you copy that?
I think it was the other one.
Okay.
Where are you at, Scotty?
Okay, downtown.
Open the maps.
Okay,
Sir.
let's get over here. Okay.
No more break, no more.
Okay, we're about to hear from Tanner. He's going to do a complete weather update for you, but I just want to point out that we're getting a severe thunderstorm warning there around Bushland, and it will include probably the west side of Amarillo and Bishop Hills, those areas.
45 and break.
See if that's showing up here. Zoom out a little bit.
All I see is the weather statement on it.
Okay.
They said they're still working on the severe warning.
Okay. Okay, so once again, we're tracking a lot of stuff. We will let Tanner give us the complete update. Just know that we're standing by. If you're in Amarillo, we got a storm on the west side out towards Bushland. We got a big heavy storm down by Happy right now, and then some up by Dumas. So we got about three big storms that we're tracking right now. They're getting stronger. We're about to have a lot of severe weather now for the rest of the evening. Tornado watch is in effect. Yeah, Sheldon, go ahead.
And now, NewsChannel 10's first alert forecast with meteorologist Tanner Bremer.
All right, another first alert day here in the Texas Panhandle due to the threat of some
Stand by,
severe weather
Sheldon.
moving through from now until about 8 or 9 o'clock later tonight. This is what we're seeing in the region right now. Lots of cells starting to pop up across the central part of the Texas Panhandle. We'll take a full tour through radar here in a minute, but we do have both of our chasers, Kevin Selly and Sheldon Brashears, out live in the field right now. I'm going to go ahead and send things out to them. First, I'm going to send things out to Sheldon. Sheldon, can you tell us exactly where you are and what you're seeing right now?
Yeah, that's right, Tanner. So we're currently on Farmer Market Road 1424 here.
Got our warning.
West of I-27. We're just west of I-27, kind of probably northwest of Chile, just a little ways. We're looking at this one storm on radar. Doesn't appear on radar to possibly have a solid enough hail coordinate. We're seeing a lot of lightning and thunder with it as well. Not currently severe warned though, but we are monitoring that storm. As you can kind of see a live look at the base of it right now. A lot of rain dumping out of it.
Severe storm just now hitting the boundary, so anything can happen.
On one as well, so I'll send things over to Kevin.
All right, Sheldon, thanks very much. We are on the 335 loop, the west side, just south of Tascosa.
Oh,
and
good.
The thunderstorm has just gone severe, the severe thunderstorm warning.
Good. That's where I want them.
What you're looking at on the right-hand side of your screen is sort of an elevated shelf cloud that is the leading edge of the cell, and then toward the center and let's say to the left now, that's the downdraft that is the rain. You probably saw a little cloud dry or air in-cloud lightning strike there. But we've got some heavy rain and the potential for some hail. That's why they've issued the warning. It is moving east-northeastward in between Amarillo and Bishop Hills. So we're just on the edge of it. We're going to continue to watch it. The cloud bases are pretty high, so I don't really see any kind of a tornado threat right now, but some strong gusty wind threat will certainly surround this storm as some of this rain and hail starts to come down. Winds will probably gust in some spots to 40 miles per hour. We're just starting to get some very, very large raindrops here as well. So we're going to watch that and then maybe get on the back side of it and see if anything happens there as it continues to move east-northeastward toward 287, just north of Amarillo. Let's go back to Tanner.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And again, we do have both chasers out live in the field. They will give frequent updates both on our Facebook page, our YouTube page, and our News Channel 10 website as well. But let's go back to radar. Let's take a tour through the region. As of right now, this Amarillo storm has just now been severe warned for some half-dollar sized hail and some 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Bushland just picked up on the heaviest of the rain. You heard me earlier talk about that boundary. You can see that boundary kind of being picked up by this green line right here. Once these storms pass those boundaries, they will likely intensify very quickly. So Amarillo, this is the time to take cover. You don't want to be outside in half-dollar sized hail. That can be a little bit damaging, along with some 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Along the south, nothing severe warned as of right now, but a strong storm moving into Happy right now. You guys will also likely pick up on some gusty winds and maybe some increasing hail size as well. Now, a second severe warning. This is moving right into Stinnett, also warned for some maybe quarter to half-dollar sized hail, along with some 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. This will probably be the trend as these storms cross that boundary, and I'm going to point that out right along here. In fact, that Happy storm I just mentioned has just now been severe warned. But see this green line going down the Texas Panhandle? Once those storms cross over that boundary, they're likely going to intensify very quickly, maybe picking up in hail size, picking up in wind gust, and maybe seeing the tornado potential slightly increase, which is why a tornado watch has been issued for everybody highlighted in yellow until 11 o'clock tonight. Now, here's a look at dew points as of right now, well into the 60s. That means there's a lot of moisture in the air, a lot of instability for these storms to work with here over the next couple of hours. This is at about 7 o'clock here in about an hour or two. You notice the bright pinks and bright whites on this map here. That's indicating some very large hail, some very heavy rain, and the possibility of a tornado or two. These storms are going to race across the east here over the next few hours. By about 9 or 10 o'clock, they'll be in the far southeastern part of the area. By midnight, they'll be out of the area. That's going to set up for a drier night and a much nicer day for tomorrow. But slight risk issued for the Storm Prediction Center for much of the area. Like I said, we're talking about some 70 to 75-mile-an-hour wind gusts, the potential for maybe some tennis ball-sized hail, along with the potential for 1 or 2 tornadoes. But our next weather maker is quieter weather finally on the way. Going into tomorrow, we'll see a lot of sunshine to go around. 94 degrees for a high. As long as we can get through today, I think we'll be in the clear here for the next several days. If you're wanting to go to the pool here over the next few days, you're definitely going to be good to go. Highs well into the 90s through the day on Wednesday, but we may see a more active setup return to the area going into Thursday, the end of the week, and into next weekend. But we're going to see highs stay pretty steady in the 90s. So as things are looking right now, we may see another severe chance return during the end of the week and into next weekend. But once again, for the rest of today, we are under first alert. Doppler Dave and I are in studio giving continuous coverage on this. Kevin and Sheldon are out live in the Storm Chaser vehicle. So tune into our Facebook, our News Channel 10 Facebook page, our new YouTube page, and NewsChannel10.com. We'll give you frequent updates throughout the rest of the night. Stay safe out there.
All right.
I don't think I breathed once.
Tanner, we're on here. Kevin, we're going to come to you since that thing's coming into Amarillo. Tell us what you're getting up that way. Go ahead, Kevin.
Yes, sir, Dave. We are under the severe thunderstorm warned storm, and we're waiting now on what looks to be a pretty good hail core that is right over I-40 just to our southwest. But what you're looking at right now, and I'll just kind of pan around this storm, is the leading edge of the heavy rain and the, I guess we're going to call the elevated shelf cloud. This storm has just hit this boundary that you guys have been talking about here, and we've all been waiting on, and it looks like This one, and I'll show you the one in Dumas in just a second, but this one and both that one are taking advantage of this boundary for some updraft, for some lift that will keep them going. How far will they keep going will be yet to see, but on this particular one, let me come back down just a little bit. Again, hitting this boundary, you can kind of see some low scud clouds coming out of the base of that cloud. Those are the softer ones right underneath that hard edge there. Because we've hit that boundary, there's a little bit of swirling going on, there's a little bit of condensation going on. It's kind of pretty looking, but it's not particularly threatening to us just yet. Now, you can also see the rain shaft in the middle of the screen as well. Let's go a little bit further looking west. The rain gets a little heavier. There's a pretty good rain shaft right there, and there's probably some hail in that as well. We think that'll probably move just over us or just to the west of us, maybe to the northwest of us. Again, we're kind of near the 335 loop, the west side of it, and Tascosa Road. So I think anywhere there, and that would also probably include Bishop Hills eastward, then you should prepare for some heavy rain, and there may be a little bit of hail in there as well. Haven't seen too much evidence of strong gusty winds or downburst winds here, but that is certainly the potential for that exists as well. Let me come back around looking to the north just to give you an idea as you guys talk about the storm that went past Dumas. That's it right there. That one has hit the boundary and did, as I said, take advantage of it. It's kind of spreading out now. It's sort of getting its own little anvil there. And that one looks like it has strengthened a little bit as well with regard to some very heavy rain, some hail possibilities as well. We see no evidence of any kind of rotation. The cloud bases are very high. They're way too high at this point to cause any kind of, other than maybe just a little fun, but no tornado threat here on this particular cell. So we're going to stay at our position and watch this sort of hail core and the heavy rain core come over us, and we'll come back and report to you in just a couple of minutes, Dave.
Okay, Kevin, I'm gonna stay on your shot and radar right now. You see that streaming out. It looks like the hail would be around Hope Road and then out to about Arnott Road on I-40. It's coming northeast. Folks around Bishop Hills getting into some very heavy rain right now, maybe some small hail. For Amarillo, folks need to know that we are under a severe thunderstorm warning. We got Kevin out there just watching that thing like a hawk. We don't have any rotating areas or tornadoes right now, but there's going to be plenty of rain. There's going to be a lot of lightning. We're going to watch the track on this. Right now it's kind of to the east-northeast, which is going to take it across the northwest side of Amarillo, up and down the loop. I think out towards Wildcat
Storms
Bluff.
moving through the area this evening. We'll have a full update coming up tonight on the news at 10.
Probably the Woodlands, coming around the north side of the loop there, getting out close to Western Street.
We good?
Brick Plant up that way, Rolling Hills, but also rain spreading into
severe weather moving through the area this
Amarillo.
evening. We'll see improving conditions going into
and,
tonight
you know,
and for
right
the
now it
next
looks
few
like the
days,
west side
but
will
may see
probably
more
take the
active weather
brunt.
return late in the work week. I'll have a full look at your forecast coming up
Further
tonight on
southwest
the
you
news
go,
at 10.
probably a little less than that. So there's one severe thunderstorm that we're tracking. Let me show you this on this radar here, and you'll see just kind of blowing up as we expected when that storm hit the boundary. It's just kind of going crazy, and there's more down to the south also that may get up towards the south side of Amarillo. Let me back this up a little bit. And okay, good. Well, I'm on that. You see the storm coming into Canyon. It's going to get a warning for severe activity also. So we're starting to see a lot of warnings right now. Take you up to the north there. Just north of Fritch and Stinnett. Yeah, we're getting the hail potential is really starting to pick up. So here's the storm up to the north of Guyman, which is less intense.
South side of Amarillo and north parts of Canyon in that warning.
Okay. As we drop down to the south, if you're in Dumas, storms are okay off to your east. But if you're at Stinnett, maybe even down towards the north end of the lake, Bugby, those areas, that's a severe thunderstorm with very heavy rain and hail there as well. Amarillo, you see the storms, but a big one coming in south of Canyon also. So we're going to be watching that. Here's the first storm in Amarillo. Notice the bulk of that staying around I-40 and or maybe 34th and heading to the north. So the northwest side of Amarillo catching most of that. The hail, I think, would be out probably around, like I said, Hope, Arnott Roads, and now into Bishop Hills. So we'll check on that. You know, Kevin is out there. So I'm going to see what he's got the latest, since that's the heaviest coming into Amarillo. Then we'll go down and take a look at the storm close to Canyon.
Hey, Dave.
Kevin, go ahead. What you got there, buddy?
Yes, sir. We're right under that severe warn storm. There's some heavy rain right now. We think we're about 6 miles to the northeast of what might be the hail core, the highest reflectivity. We've stated our location on the West Loop 335, just south of Tascosa Road. Once again, the cloud bases are very high, so I don't see any tornado threat at this point, and I really don't see anything other rotation-wise. We've got, again, some high shelf cloud-looking features. There's some swirly scud that are here and there. We got some rain shafts, and again, we're just kind of waiting on this hail core. I really think most of this reflectivity at this point, Dave, is aloft as opposed to making it out of the storm, which is good news because that cuts down on the hail threat at this point in time. But I do see a couple little shafts that might be a few hailstones that could be pea size, maybe up to dime size, a couple of hailstones. We haven't gotten underneath one of those yet, but again, we're just to the northeast of the heaviest part of that cell, that warn cell, and we're waiting on it to come through to this location. We can give you a report there, Dave.
Okay, I'm going to stay on your picture for a minute and kind of show radar, Kevin.
Yeah, we'll pan around. This is looking west. That's the heaviest rain shaft right now. Let's go back, and now we'll look to the northwest. You can kind of see a little bit of the cloud base there. There's another lowering right there, but not rotating by any stretch. We'll come further around. You can actually see through, as we mentioned a few minutes ago, to the storm that went south of Dumas. That's that one well off to our north. But since we've got the time, we'll just pan around and see what other features we can find here. This is coming back looking east now from our location. And then back toward the southeast, that would be closer toward Amarillo. I don't think we can see the city from here. Now we'll go back looking south. Again, this is the new part of the 335 loop. We're right near the Wilderness Center there.
Okay.
Coming back around now to the southwest. And then we'll get back into our rain shaft, and I'm sure there is some hail there. We are perfectly positioned at this point.
Kevin, I'm gonna point out where it may be hailing, and one would be around Bishop Hills, lifting to the north from Bishop Hills. The other would be on I-40, and that's going to be out around Hope to Arnott. That's lifting to the north. You folks in Bishop Hills are going to get another round. Most of Amarillo just getting rain right now, like Kevin is. Here is the loop. So that's loop 335 there. So most of about the west half of Amarillo from downtown, just getting some rain right now and lightning. But there is more coming in from the southwest. We have this guy coming up from Umbarger. It is kind of tracking towards the southwest side of Amarillo. Canyon, it looks like you're just getting some moderate rainfall with lightning right now. We have severe thunderstorm warnings all over the Amarillo area and down into Canyon also. We'll come back to Amarillo. Just know that we don't have any tornadoes or anything. Here's the other storm down by Happy. I'm going to draw Happy. That's right here. And Sheldon, stand by. We're going to come to you for a report.
Like an HP.
Okay, Sheldon, what are you looking at there down by Happy?
Looks like there's your developing inflow.
Yeah, Dave, right now we're looking just to the northwest into this storm right now. Just a few miles southwest of Happy currently. What you're looking at there is the base of this severe storm. Currently warned for 1.5-inch sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour gusts. And based on what we're seeing right now, just from looking out the window at it, is some very, very heavy rain as well. So if you're in the Happy area, you're starting to see some of that heavier rain and probably got some of that hail heading your direction as well. Then, of course, I-27 and to the north, as well as Highway 87 towards Canyon are probably going to be seeing some of that, the nastier bit of the hail. If you're not seeing it right now, you're going to be seeing it probably any minute now. So I would be certainly getting prepared for that if you're in the Happy, and then kind of Highway 87 between Happy and Canyon. Right now, should be bearing down for that here pretty soon.
Very good. Okay, thank you, Sheldon. What I'm going to do now is we're going to show you these storms. There's the storms around Amarillo right now. Just know that when I take a look at all these tower cameras, we don't have any tornado warnings for the metro area. Mainly rain, some hail out around Bishop Hills, some hail around Hope, some more coming up southwest of, say, Grayhawk and Highland Springs and Heritage Hills. You know, we're going to watch that. But let me show you some tower cameras as we look around. It is raining here at News Channel 10. This is on the north side, but we're not getting hailed or anything. This is downtown. So storms are just now coming on into the downtown area. Here's a good shot. Okay, let's see. Kevin's reporting some pea-sized hail now. That's going to be back out there from that storm. And then let's see what we got. There's Bushland just kind of getting rained on right now, Lake Meredith. So as we take a look, Amarillo is mainly getting rain right now. We come back to our radar and we'll get you caught up on a lot of storms out there. We're starting to get a lot of warnings as we kind of expected, because the storms have definitely crossed that boundary that we've been talking about. So as I start in the northern part of the area, there's Guyman, not too bad. Just north of Groover, not too bad. Lifting off to the northeast. We'll watch and see if those intensify, but right now those are below severe intensity. It changes a lot when we come down the line a little bit. So what we got now, Kevin, go ahead.
Right now, we've had a few pea-sized hailstones. It's heavy rain. Most of this appears to be aloft at this point. We're going to let it sit for just a couple of minutes and then it's going to get on the back side of it. But I think that we're, again, mostly aloft, pea-sized hail right underneath that highest reflectivity core, right on the 35 loop just south of Tascosa Road. That'll move past us here in the next 5 or 10 minutes. But this hail core, and again, it's mostly pea-sized at this moment, is going to go right up the northwest corner of 335, then follow 335, and then meet 287, about where the TV station is. You folks might get it there, and north of Amarillo, and then continue on up 287, go east of the highway as well.
Thank you, Kevin. What you're seeing now is the radar that you're used to seeing on TV. And you can see that northwest corner that Kevin is talking about. That's heavy rain and pea-sized hail. So if you're, let's say, up at the Woodlands, if you're at Westcliff, Quail Creek, if you're up towards, say, Rolling Hills, Brick Plant Road, also Eagle Tree, we're looking at mainly heavy rain and smaller size hail. Notice down to the southwest, though, this is a new severe thunderstorm warning. If you have the News Channel 10 phone app, your phone's about to tell you. That's the First Alert app, News Channel 10 First Alert app. That purple splotch you see that's coming in, that might have some larger hail. That's a new severe thunderstorm warning for the south side of Amarillo. That's going to work up pretty rapidly towards Grayhawk. It's going to work up over towards maybe Highland Springs. It's going to come over towards Randall High School. If you're at Hillside Terrace out that way, if you're at the Greenways, it's going to be kind of a close call. This is mainly working its way off to the east-northeast, so I think it's going to skim the south loop there. Remember, Kevin is out watching this. We're watching on radar. We don't see signs of strong rotation. Even though it is a tornado watch, we don't have any tornado warning. So there's no tornadic activity in Amarillo or Canyon right now, but there are pockets of hail. Let me point that out again. I'm going to include River Road High School, Pleasant Valley. When the storm was out just north of Bushland, we had some hail that was about dime size, so we kind of expected that. Now that's pushed over into northwest Amarillo. Kevin's under that, and if there's any more hail, he's going to let us know. But I'm going to drop us south here just a little bit, and we're going to take a look at the storm around Happy. That's severe also, and we got Sheldon watching that very carefully.
Maybe on 146.
Sheldon, we're on your feed right now. It looks like you're really getting close to that core. Tell us where you are and what folks can expect.
You
you.
Yeah, Dave, right now we are just straight south of Happy right now. This is looking up I-27. So far, we're just seeing some real big raindrops. We're just seeing the rain just starting at our location. But based on what we're seeing on radar, seeing some pretty sizable hail in some places here. Probably, I would say, at least pea-sized. Looks like the heaviest hail core is currently passing over I-27 in between Canyon and Happy right now. Happy probably just seeing some smaller hail currently. Probably nothing really all that concerning. But now it's crossing over that boundary that you've been talking about. We're really going to be curious to see what this storm does as it crosses over that boundary. But this is looking north towards Happy right now. A little bit of lightning, a little bit of thunder. Probably seeing some small hail moving through Happy right now, with larger hail on 87 and I-27 just to the north of Happy. Probably the heaviest bit of the hail core. Let's measure this out here. Looks to be about, I'd say about 6-7 miles north of Happy right now, generally tracking east. So that heaviest bit of hail shouldn't be passing over Happy, but it is passing in between Canyon and Happy here currently.
Thank you, Sheldon and Kevin. I'm going to show just all of these storms near us, where you guys are and what we're seeing. So we just heard from Sheldon. He's down around Happy. We're looking at some heavy rain and small hail coming into Happy. We're looking at hail core just north of Happy, between there and Canyon, maybe up close to Cemetery Road that way. And probably we're talking about dimes or nickels in there. The Weather Service did put a severe thunderstorm warning on there. That means we could have up to quarter-size hail. Also, when we get up here, this is north of Canyon. If you're in Canyon, you kind of got split there. You got some moderate rain for a little while, but the severe storms are either going south of you or north of you. So again, let me draw Circle Canyon right here. Here is the city of Canyon. Here is the city of Happy. And then here is Amarillo. I'll kind of draw loop 335 there. So what Kevin has reported so far is some pea-size hail out here on the northwest side. So good news. And the radar kind of corroborates that, or that's what we would expect. A very heavy rain getting up towards Rolling Hills here at News Channel 10. Tanner's happy about his rain gauge, I think. And River Road High School, probably some small hail, heavy rain. Back for the city of Amarillo, it continues to develop on the southwest side of my rain gauge, I'll point out, is doing pretty well also. But that's mainly heavy rain. We're going to wait and see if that intensifies any. The other area that I think that might see a little hail would be right here. It's weakened a little bit, but that's the one that's getting up close to Randall High School, Grayhawk, those areas. Maybe heading out towards City View, the South Loop, Pheasant Run, those areas. Lake Tanglewood, Timber Creek, Palisades catching some heavy rain, but it looks like after some brief pea-sized hail, things are getting better. City of Canyon, again, right there where I just drew, kind of in a weak area. Severe storm north of you, severe storm south. None of these storms, by the way, producing anything that we would think would be tornadic or rotating. Some good news there. Tanner's standing by to go on TV. While we wait on that, I'm going to kind of do a complete tour of the area once again, and we'll look at the radar that you're kind of used to seeing on TV. It'll have our warnings on there. So let me back that up a little bit. And I need to remind folks that we have a tornado watch in effect. Now, what has changed here is all the orange boxes. Those are all severe thunderstorm warnings. We don't have any tornado warnings yet. We're still early in the ballgame. We just crossed that boundary. We're going to get new updrafts. We're going to get new storm activity, and the conditions are in there for rotating storms. We just haven't seen it yet. Remember, we have all of our eyes out there. You've heard from Kevin, you've heard from Sheldon. Kevin is out with Caleb, doing a great job navigating around Amarillo. We got Sheldon down with Alex, very experienced storm chasers and drivers. They're going to get to the spots that are severe and the most intense, and they're going to send us video so we know what's going on. Just here in the studio, we got all of our resources allocated to track every storm out there. And that's what we're going to do. So let's start off in the northern part of the area. Severe storms, it does include just the far northwest corner there of Morton County, but north of Elkhart. We're not going to spend a lot of time on that. If that builds south for you folks in Elkhart, we'll be on that. Guyman, notice you had a quick burst. Things are dying down. North of Groover, things are dying down a little bit.
Here's a severe storm that popped up just north of Dumas, one of the first storms to cross that boundary, and it's very heavy rain off to the east of Dumas, Highway 152. Downpour and maybe quarter-size hail. If you're in Stinnett, it's going to come on in. Folks in Stinnett, probably just on the edge of the rain. Lightning threat is going to be big, and we'll just kind of follow. Looks like that hail core is back due north of Fritch. If you're in Fritch right now, things are staying to your north. If you're in Borger right now, it's staying to your north, but we could see that build south. So, just be on standby if you're Fritch and Borger for severe weather. We're about to see Tanner come in. I'm just going to continue this radar tour. Notice Amarillo just covered up. Okay, here comes Tanner. Stand by.
Well, good evening. Tanner Brammer here popping in. Want to bring you an update on the rapid intensification of a few storms here in the Texas Panhandle right now affecting Amarillo. A lot of clusters of warnings. You can see a cluster of 4 warnings going right down Interstate 27 up into the city. So we'll break these down one by one here. This warning that I'm pointing at right here, this has been warned for some 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and maybe up to some quarter to half-dollar-sized hail moving into the city right now. Western half of the city, you're already seeing that rain and wind pick up. Eastern half of the city, you're going to see that pick up here within the next 5 minutes. You don't want to catch yourself outside in this, okay? So you want to get inside as soon as possible. Now, Lake Tanglewood, you're also going to pick up on that heavy rain. This specific severe warning issued for slightly smaller sized hail, about quarter-sized hail, but also 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Now, let's talk about Canyon for a little bit. It looks like the most of the severe activity is actually going around you guys. You've got one storm to the south and one storm to the north. So Canyon, you guys are looking pretty good in the way of any severe activity as of right now. Now, Happy, you guys are picking up on some very heavy rain right now. This has also been warned for up to some half-dollar, maybe possibly ping pong ball sized hail. Now, we haven't gotten any official reports of hail that big. We have gotten an official report here in Amarillo of some nickel sized hail. Like I said, you do not want to catch yourself outside in that. So anybody in Amarillo, anybody in Canyon, even though Canyon's not really seeing a high severe threat, still want to get inside. Same goes for Happy. Same goes for people in Stinnett as well as Pringle as well as Sanford. This has also been warned for up to some quarter-sized hail as well as some 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Stinnett, you're going to pick up on that heavy rain here very soon. This specific severe thunderstorm warning has been issued until 7 o'clock, along with the cluster of storms making their way through Amarillo and Canyon right now. So we do expect the severe threat to continue here for the rest of the night. Good news is right now we're not seeing any tornado warnings or any tornadic development. Now that could possibly change here going through the course of the rest of the evening. That's why tornado watch has been issued for everybody highlighted in yellow until 11 o'clock tonight. So we will be streaming on our Facebook page at News Channel 10, on YouTube, on our website newschannel10.com. So stay tuned as we will provide frequent updates through the rest of the night. But for now, we'll go ahead and log off. You guys stay safe and stay tuned.
All right, good job there, Tanner, keeping us posted on everything. No tornadoes out there, even though we have a tornado watch. Kevin has been in the middle of the storm west Amarillo. Let's see what the latest is with him, what he's showing us.
Yeah, Dave, this is looking westbound, but we're heading east. We've just gotten up on 40. We thought what we would do is go east on 40. Pardon me. We'll be just south of Amarillo here in a minute or two. We've gotten off at Western Avenue, but just to pan around, we're just kind of getting heavy rain. We're not even seeing much in the way of hail. We're kind of hunting these hail cores, but I think that's going to be the pattern for these storms, and we're getting a pretty good idea now of how they are taking advantage of that boundary that we've been talking about all afternoon. I think what we're seeing and going to continue to see is they've come across the boundary now. They took advantage of the boundary, and what I mean by that is a new updraft and has given them a little bit of a boost of energy, which is creating this heavy rain and little pockets of hail in some spots. But I don't think that they can strengthen further than that. There's plenty of moisture in the atmosphere as far as the low-level dew points to create heavy rain and some hail, but as far as further intensification, I don't think we're seeing that at this particular moment, nor do I think that we will over the next probably 30 to 45 minutes or an hour. But what we thought we'd do is go east of town, see if we can intercept the storms that are coming up from the Canyon area, and see what those will do when they get by the airport and when they get by Groom and places like that. Again, we'll see if there's enough energy to have them lift there. But right now, it's just heavy rain around downtown Amarillo, and there may be some small pockets of hail in a couple of spots, Dave.
All right, thanks, Kevin. We got Sheldon down around Happy, and a big old storm down that way. Maybe some hail crossing I-27. Sheldon, what you got there?
North if we get a chance. Yeah, Dave, so currently we're moving east down 2698. We're now east of I-27. Just working to kind of get some better eyes on this storm. Try to get a better view of it. We're going to move north just a little bit here. Just trying to get a better look at the base of this thing.
Nice.
As it's possibly trying to split on us a little bit right now, so keeping a very close eye on it here currently.
Sheldon, where are you in relation to Happy?
Right now we are, let's see, let me make sure I get this right. We're currently about 6 miles southwest of Happy on 2698. Just south.
Okay, I'm going to show where you are here on the radar. So that would put Sheldon about right here, looking towards Happy. So it looks like there's probably some hail there north of Happy, but that's a pretty impressive looking base. Looks like it might be organizing a little bit.
Best position to be is, I don't. If we go too far east. Say that again, Dave?
I'm just kind of marveling at the base of the storm that you're showing, and I'm showing on the radar here where you guys are. You're about right in here, looking into Happy. So if you're in Happy, it looks like it's probably hailing on you right now. That looks like a pretty impressive precipitation core there. What do you think, Sheldon? I know you're not right in the city of Happy, but would you recommend folks get away from windows?
Do it on a dirt road.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's the thing is, I mean, you're seeing that big, large kind of part of that hail core pass over Happy right now. So, I mean, definitely wouldn't want to be near windows for sure in case there is some large hail. I did see 2 reports of some, let's see right here, of 1-inch hail, so that's the size of a quarter. I mean, obviously that can't be, you know, there can be much more destructive hail, but quarter-sized hail is still nothing to sneeze at for sure. So if you're down around Happy, for sure, you're seeing some large hail starting to fall there in town, and of course some very heavy downpours as well that were definitely going to be causing some limited visibility, and then adding in the large hail would definitely not want to be out and about. And that one thing you can kind of see here is you kind of maybe make it out on our feet a little bit. You can see all this dust getting pulled into the storm. So this means this storm has a strong inflow. Strong inflow means that this is a strengthening storm. So I'm going to be watching for some rapid intensification as it's passing over the top of this boundary, but all that dust you see being pulled into it is certainly a sign that this storm could be strengthening right now.
Okay, Sheldon, we're going to stay on you just for a minute because that's pretty impressive looking storm structure. And, you know, I think we might see some of the storms down your way continue to intensify. If we're going to get any structure of supercells, it's probably where it's going to happen. What I'm going to do now is do a radar tour. And a lot of other things going on, and we don't just want to focus on 1 or 2 storms because we got a million of them out there already. It's going to be a busy evening. And once again, if you're joining us for coverage, we really get a lot of satisfaction out of doing this. We're just going to feed out continuous information during the duration of this event. We got intercept crews out that we can get visuals from, like we have been doing. You know, Tanner will be going on TV every now and then to give TV updates. So if you don't want to be tuned in, you know, continuously, just kick back, watch News Channel 10, and we'll be on every, 20, 30 minutes, something like that. However, if you do want to follow along and know what's coming at your hometown, we're going to cover it continuously on Facebook and on YouTube and our social platforms. And you can do that at your leisure. You know, you can have a laptop going off in the distance while you do things. If you're driving around town, you can have us on your phone. So just know that we're watching every storm out there. Kevin is checking in. He wants to say something. So, Kevin, tell us what you got.
Yes, sir, Dave. We're right at 40 and 27 right now. It's pretty heavy rain. The visibility is not too bad, but there's a lot of moisture in the atmosphere, and our driver Caleb has just observed he can really feel the resistance on the road because it is ponding even on the highway, which is designed to run off quickly. It's got kind of a crown on it, but this water's coming down and staying pretty thick on the roadway, so we do want to make that point to people. If you see this heavy rain coming your direction on radar and you're thinking about going out, let's not do that. Let's wait for this to move by and even give it a few minutes after so the runoff can get down, because the driving is really, really difficult. The visibility, again, for the rain is not too bad, but we're getting a lot of spray from the cars, which reduces a little bit visibility as well, and reduces your ability to see the heavier water areas on the road that might cause hydroplaning for you, Dave.
Good deal, Kevin. It's always good to have an eye out there in the metro area or the city area when we have severe weather, because we're looking at radar and it looks like we're seeing a lot of heavy rain, maybe some pea-sized hail mixed in, but it sure is nice to have you out there confirming that, and most importantly, that we don't have any tornadoes. So stand by. Sheldon's down there watching the storm in Happy that's producing some hail. I'm going to get to that. So let me do another rundown and remind folks that there is a tornado watch almost area-wide, but we don't have any tornado warnings at this time. So I'm going to show you some storms that we are watching, and again, not seeing any tornadoes, no warnings right now. I got to load up here. All those orange boxes, those are all severe thunderstorm warnings. There's the first one. I mentioned Kansas and our folks in Elkhart. We did get a warning up there in Morton County. It looks like it's staying north of Elkhart. I just want to let you know that we got an eye on that. Should we get any development down to the south, we'll let you know. We've also been monitoring Guyman. Things are looking a lot better there. Groover moving away and dissipating. But we pick up our first severe storm in the northern part of the area. Not a very fast mover. It is east of Dumas. If you're in Dumas, you're in the clear. But if you're in Stinnett, well, the rain making it in there. It looks like there's maybe a little hail north of Fritch. And same story for our friends in Fritch and Borger. It looks like the heavy part of that is going to stay off to your north. And mainly just a hail threat and some lightning. Look at all that. All of those yellow boxes, looks like checkerboard squares there. Those are all severe thunderstorm warnings right here in Potter, Randall County, also getting over towards Carson County, Armstrong County. The good news for Amarillo is the worst has taken place. We continue to get heavy rain. There's going to be some lightning, but the heavier storms now pushed off to the east. I'll come in a little bit closer. That's just good old, solid, heavy rain for Amarillo. There still might be a couple of pea-sized stones. I'm going to take a look at some tower cams here. Let's see what we got downtown. I bet it's wet. It is. It's raining. I don't see hail bouncing there, so I think it's just good old heavy rain. And let's take a look at, a shot we have from NewsChannel 10. That's some heavy rain right there on the southwest side of town. Bushland should be clearing up a little bit, it looks like. And this, while we're at it, we've been watching from Lake Meredith, and while we're there, I'm going to pan this around. We could take a look at, where are we? Okay, here's Lake Meredith. I bet we can find a pretty big storm if we look to the north. Oh, look at that. That's pretty nice. There's the base of the storm that's north of Lake Meredith right now. A little shelf on it. Not really seeing any turbulence that would concern me too much.
Do you think I can take that shot during the next one?
Yeah, you can. Tanner just noticed that, going, hey, I want that on my TV cut in. So yeah, I'll just come around. Here we go to the north side, and that's where the heavier rain is. Past Bugby, past Fritch, past Sanford. Lake kind of has a nice emerald green look to it today.
Some pretty footage, Sheldon.
Okay, so yeah, that's a pretty cool shot on Lake Meredith. If the lake looks to be in the clear there. I'm going to come back and get back to the radar.
Hey, Dave.
Yeah.
Look at Mike's last message. It's good looking footage, Sheldon. Lubbock's on.
Kevin, go ahead.
Wanted to just check in and get your thoughts on the Stinnett storm now. We're near the airport on 40. If we continue eastbound or even pick up 287, I think we're just going to be in this heavy rain. So we're kind of noodling around going to that northern storm since there's some inbound reflectivities on it now. What are your thoughts?
Okay. Are you talking about 136? We got a somewhat of a nice base up there north of the lake. Oh, gosh. Okay. Kevin, hold your thoughts there. We're getting some pretty cool images coming in from Sheldon.
Let's go out here in a little bit. Take some wind measurements.
Do it now. I don't know where the preset
Sheldon,
is.
that looks impressive. You want to tell us what you got? That's inflow.
We may have to move. We're going to lose visibility.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Sheldon, you got a copy?
What are you thinking in terms of where we should move?
Okay, so
This
we're looking
inflow's
at
unbelievable.
Sheldon's shot. That looks pretty impressive there.
I almost feel like just
Sheldon, go
dropping
ahead.
back
Okay.
east,
All right.
a couple miles and then,
Get out of this dust.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm with you.
He may be out of
Yeah,
the
because our
vehicle
visibility
taking a
on the
picture.
storm is good. But
Hey,
we're
Sheldon.
getting sandblasted out here for sure. So we're gonna retreat east just a little bit. But I mean, look at that. I mean,
Sand in my mouth.
yeah, Kyle, I can hear you. I can hear you, Kyle. Okay, yep. So seeing this lowering right here, we're just straight south east of Happy right now. We're actually getting ready to reposition and move back towards the east just a little bit. As you can see, we're getting covered up with some pretty solid dust there as the storm is seeing some very strong inflow. Strong inflow in a storm means a strengthening storm. So as you can kind of see the structure that it's taking on right now. Not necessarily seeing any strong indicators of rotation, but definitely this storm is doing what it can to strengthen right now. So we're really going to be keeping an eye on this as we're looking to head back towards 2698 and head off towards the east right now, just kind of get ourselves in hopefully a better position to kind of keep an eye on this storm.
Okay, Sheldon, I'm going to stay on your shot because it's pretty cool looking. But and also got on the radar there on the same part of your the split screen there. You see that radar? That's the precipitation part of the storm. Can't help but notice that weak area in there. I think it got a really strong updraft, and Sheldon mentioned a lot of inflow. So the wind, what the wind is doing is shooting in like this and feeding the storm. That's what we call inflow wind. And that's the dust you see.
The radar is
That's the dust you see. So, hey, not rotating real strongly yet that we can tell, but we're definitely going to watch that. I'm going to flip my radar over to what we call velocity.
It's still, I mean, it's not trying.
Okay, I'm going to, let's see. Stand by, Tanner's coming on. Call for the tower.
Well, good evening to everybody out there. Tanner Bremer here with another update on what we're seeing with some rapidly intensifying storms across the region. We're going to take a full tour throughout radar right here. Amarillo, we've been picking up on some heavy rain here over the past 20 minutes. The good news is it looks like we're on the tail end of this cluster of storms. You can see the western side of the city, places over toward Bell Street, over toward Coulter Street and Sauncey Street. You guys are probably in the clear of severe activity here for the rest of the evening. But the eastern side of the city, you guys will continue to see some heavy rain, maybe up to some nickel to quarter-sized hail within the storm. You see this cluster of warnings here, all severe warned for up to some quarter-sized, maybe half-dollar sized hail. You can see a little bit more zoomed in here. North side of the city, southeast side of the city, you guys are still seeing heavy rain, but western side, I think we're done here for the day. We'll go a little bit farther southward here at Lake Tanglewood. Same case as Amarillo on the downward trend of that rain. Canyon, you guys are good as well. Happy, you guys just saw some sizable hail move through your city, but here's the thing, you guys are now on the downward trend as well. These storms will continue to race off toward the east. Now, Wayside, you guys have just picked up on some of those showers, probably picked up on some 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts as well. You are also under a severe thunderstorm warning for some 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and radar indicated half-dollar sized hail. Now, let's go to the more north storms, kind of watching here. This storm right here, kind of over open land right now. But if it does keep that track, it might move into Borger, move into Skellytown right now. Now, this most northern storm that is severe warned, this is one that we're eyeing very closely, maybe some potential broad rotation. There's no tornado warning on it right now, but we are keeping a close eye on it, keeping a close eye on velocity. Stinnett, you guys have just picked up here on that heaviest of the rain, but just to the southwest of Stinnett, this is kind of the area that we are watching for some potential broad rotation. Sanford, you guys would potentially be in the path of that potential rotation, but again, no tornado warning on it right now. Do you want to make that clear? One more zoomed out view of what we're seeing across the area. Cluster storms making their way through the central part of the Texas Panhandle, moving eastward. A lot of these severe warnings are issued for some 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and up to some potentially half-dollar sized hail. we're going to come back and you can see a live shot right there of a base of a cloud. This is kind of near Lake Meredith. Very excellent storm structures here. That's what we're seeing really all across the Texas Panhandle. We also have Sheldon Brashears and Kevin Selly out live as well. So tune into our Facebook page or our YouTube page or NewsChannel10.com as you can see their continuous stream of some excellent pictures. They are on this. We'll continue to be on this here for the rest of the night, continuing to cut in during commercial breaks and streaming on our social media. But for now, we'll let you get back to programming. You guys have a safe and great rest of your Sunday night. Okay.
All right, that's Tanner coming off TV. A couple of things going on. I want to point out we got rain continuing in Amarillo. We've got this big old storm here east of Happy, and that's well, I need to be on radar to show you that. So we got Amarillo. You see that I drew a circle around it. Just getting heavy rain. But this guy off to the east of Happy is a pretty big beast down that way. Sheldon's watching that. It's got some pretty cool pictures. I've also got a cool picture up around Lake Meredith that I'll show you here in a minute. But right now, let's send it over to Sheldon. What are you showing us there, Sheldon?
07 is
The one kind of, yeah.
2301.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying, yeah. 2301. I mean, this thing is tracking pretty solidly to the east. I mean, how fast?
What's the one at Alton doing?
This one is currently moving east at 15. All right, thank you, Kyle. All right.
Go back.
Okay, hold on. Let's see. So it's past the boundary there because they just expanded that severe thunderstorm warning to the. I don't know if that's probably Lubbock office that issued that. Or no, that's still.
No, that's some lightning out of the Momanis, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because this
hey,
is kind of
Sheldon, can you catch us? If you hear us, go ahead and jump in with an update. I'm just going to show people the Momatis clouds on the north edge of your storm. And let's come back. I'm going to show you something pretty interesting over at Lake Meredith, looking north. That's the base of a storm. Got kind of a little bit of scud action on the south, on the bottom side of it. A little bit of a lowering there, but nothing too bad. And then we got a storm in the north. Kevin, stand by. We're going to get the latest from you up there.
10-4, Dave, thanks very much. Yeah, we were in that heavy rain. We didn't get much more than some pea-size hail. We're just coming past the airport right now, heading toward Panhandle in order to then cut north toward Borger. We want to be able to see that storm cell that is near Stinnett. It's not rotating, but it is starting to show some signs that maybe it wants to, and there's little activity just to the south of it. So the inflow that's feeding that storm is not interrupted. So that's going to be the storm of choice with regard to visuals, some potential rotation. There's a pretty good hail core in there as well, just northwest of Sanford, just west-southwest of Stinnett. It is moving extremely slowly. So let's say north of Fritch. You don't want to travel north of Fritch or northwest out of Sanford because that rain is going to be heavier than you've seen with some hail in it. But what we've seen on the roadways as far as that heavy rain and this very moisture-laden atmosphere is that we are going to see extremely heavy rain and extremely difficult driving conditions. So right now, again, we've just come past the northeastern side of the airport. We're heading toward Panhandle in order to cut north toward Borger and intercept the storm that is just west of Stinnett, Dave.
Thank you, Kevin. I'm going to show that on radar. And man, this is probably the most likely candidate for large hail that we've had today. And I've been mentioning where it is. I'm going to show you the storm on the tower cam because it's pretty impressive. Here's what we're looking at up there, just north of the lake. That's the base of the storm. And you know, if there were to be any kind of rotation or funnel or tornadic activity, we're going to see it here. So we've got a beautiful line of sight in there, and then Kevin's heading up that way to kind of watch it from the weather atlas or intercept group.
This moving this way, that moving that way.
There we are. I'm gonna look at. We'll come back to this I want to show you what this looks like on our radar. There it is. Okay, so let me get you oriented. Amarillo would be down here. So we got Fritch, we got Borger, we got Sanford. And Sanford is where our camera is. Thank you. You stay on it there, Kyle. So we're looking back from that camera right about in there. And it looks like it's just on the north end of the lake. Now, let me change the radar. We're going to put it into a velocity mode. This is where we look for any kind of rotation, and it does look like we may be starting to see at least some rotation right there in that same area. So this is going to be one that we need to watch pretty carefully, and well, that's what we're doing. Let me come back and show you what that looks like on our tower camera. This is beautiful storm. So interests along the north end of the lake. We got the base of the storm there. If it's going to produce anything, this is right where it's going to be. The storm not moving very rapidly. If you're over at Stinnett, I'm going to come back to radar just momentarily. We'll just kind of go back and forth watching that storm. Again, I'm going to get you caught up here. We got Borger, Sanford, and Fritch, so it's kind of staying north of there. But over here, we have Stinnett. So we're seeing a lot of the rain and the lightning feeding over to Stinnett. The hail, which looks like is pretty prolific, and Weather Service says maybe, did you say baseballs on that, Tanner?
Yep.
Possibly baseball. Wow. Which is not good because it's not moving too fast. So if you're north of Sanford, mainly ranch land and sparsely populated. But, you know, if you're in there, you're getting hammered by hail. We can pretty well promise you that. And probably some of the biggest hail. Checking what some of our chasers are sending back.
Still seeing gust to 60 out of the Weather Service.
Hey, Tanner?
Yeah.
Check with Doug Black, see where that's coming from.
Is he texting the chat?
He's got a, looks like a funnel cloud there. And also, do you want to look on this computer and find Doug on YouTube? Okay, thanks. All right. Kevin, if you're monitoring, the storm you're targeting is looking pretty impressive now. We have it on Lake Meredith's tower camera, which I'm going to go back and forth to. Here's the storm just on the north side of the lake. Yeah, Kevin, go ahead.
Yeah, it was a split decision to either go to Fritch or Borger, so we're trying to skate to where the puck is, even though that very slow-moving storm is going to take its time. But I think by the time we get to Panhandle and hook north, we'll be in a good position to see it.
Okay. Good. Well, we'll be waiting for that. We're developing a little bit of a hook and a little bit of velocity there, north end of the lake. Okay, that's all right. Here, let's see. Do you have, let's see. I'll send a message.
I don't see him on Facebook or YouTube.
Okay. Well, we'll get back with him. Okay, I better do a quick tour. Just know that we're monitoring some of these big old storms here. I'm going to come back to our regular radar for air. That's looking a lot better for Amarillo. It's still raining at the airport. I need access, Kyle, if you don't mind, to this keypad. This is Scotty?
What you got? Yeah.
Let's find out where he is. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to back up the line here a little bit. We'll go up to that storm. Just know we're watching storms in the north, but they're much less intense, and we're not going to spend a lot of time on them unless they really intensify. So if you're at Elkhart, it looks like you're in the clear. Guyman, things are looking a lot better for you. Groover, Spearman, you're in the clear. There's the big old supercell we got now, and it's north of Fritch and Borger. That's a big one, isn't it? A lot of rain heading out towards Stinnett, a lot of lightning. And just on the last couple of frames there, it looks like some of the precipitation is building south closer to Sanford and Borger. So we're going to watch that. Just know that Kevin is watching that carefully, and we got a wall cloud, don't we?
He's the happy.
On the storm, he's in happy, okay. So let's see, let's check slack over there too.
Yeah.
We got a wall cloud now. Right there, north side of the lake, north of Sanford, kind of northwest of Sanford. That's the bottom part of the storm. There's that scud on the right side going up.
Not really saying much, Dave.
Okay. Well, we're going to keep an eye on this guy. It's the strongest storm we have, and looks like probably a prolific hail producer north of Sanford and west of Stinnett. If we look at that on radar, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. There we go. So I'm going to get our pinpoints there again. Here's Fritch, well north of Fritch. Sanford, you're kind of cutting it close on the rain and hail. In fact, it might be building south a little bit towards Sanford and Bugby. Borger, it's still a little ways out. For Stinnett, which is right here, just getting some continuous rain, lightning. But I'm going to have to flip that back over to what we call velocity.
Weather Service is watching this and that storm pretty close.
Yeah, okay, we're
Doors any they're going to come out with a tornado.
starting to see a little bit of rotation right in here. So if you're around Sanford and Fritch and Stinnett and Borger, we're watching this pretty carefully. And the good thing is we got a beautiful shot of it when we take a look at that camera from this is from Sanford, actually. Sanford Yake. And should we get a warning or we get a tornado, we're going to go on TV with it and kind of stay for a while. It's good to see we've got something on the surface back across the lake. You see this?
Yeah. Pan that way.
I don't think we need to zoom yet, but we might have. Could be a number of things. It could be a vortex. It could be smoke from lightning. I don't know yet. Yeah, something on the surface there we're watching, and I really don't know what that is. Yeah, feel free to zoom in if you want, Kyle. Let's go ahead and see what we got up there because it's in an interesting spot. Okay, let's see.
Maybe fire from a lightning strike.
Yeah, we could, that's what it looks like. We may have smoke from a lightning-initiated fire.
Okay, well, focus for me.
So that, that's another one of the hazards that we face. Takes a little while to focus the baby, so we will. If you're watching our streams and our coverage here, we haven't had tornadoes yet, but things are just now really starting to bust loose. Okay, there we go. So that's smoke. It appears to be smoke. We'll just kind of keep an eye on that, see what it does. Doesn't look like a rotation or anything.
Looks like the hail force weakening a little bit.
It does look like the hail might be coming down, which is good news if you're in Hutchinson County, north of Sanford, or back to the west of Stinnett. Okay.
Yeah, maybe a little lightning fire.
Yeah, something happened there northwest of the lake. We'll keep an eye on that. Zooming out, storm that we're watching carefully. If you're in Borger, it's back to your northwest, just on the north side of the lake. It looks like the structure picking up a little bit. If you come on off to the east a little more, Kyle, back to the right, I think we'll find the hail core back in there. Okay, there's the Sanford water tower. Still okay. A little more to the right.
More tower.
Yeah, there's the tower. Okay. Well, back behind that is where we have the rain and hail. Okay, we're going to continue to monitor that. Let me come back out and do a tour for everybody. Okay, so here's the radar. kind of the wide shot. That boundary still making slow progress back to the west.
1.25 inch hail, 6 south-southwest of Amarillo.
Okay. So we have a few severe thunderstorms taking place. What all do you want?
Okay.
Tanner's about to go on TV.
I'll call for that shot again. And I'll be sure to call
shot?
it for it this
Okay.
time, yeah. Bringing you another update on the storm coverage around the Texas Panhandle. We've been zoning in on Amarillo here for a good portion of the evening, but I want to show you a live shot. This is over Lake Meredith. This is a storm that we have been very closely watching here over the past 10 to 15 minutes, watching some broad rotation here over that storm. It's trying its best to tighten, but the good news is they have not officially issued a tornado warning just yet. That is the good news, but we are watching this shot. Luckily, we do have this camera right here that you're seeing on the screen. We're keeping a very close eye on it. Let's go back to satellite and radar here, going to show you kind of where the storm is and where it's heading. Sanford, if any rotation does continue to develop and tighten up, you guys would likely be potentially in the path of that. Keyword potentially. Again, there is no tornado warning on it right now, but we are watching it very closely. So stay tuned to News Channel 10. We will keep you guys updated throughout the rest of the evening. Kind of want to show you what we're zoning in on. This is something called our storm relative velocity map here. When you see this green notched up against the red, that's two different wind directions kind of getting wrapped into each other. You see that little area of gray in between them. That's very good news. That means the rotation is still a little bit broad, but if we see those colors tighten up a little bit, that's when we start to get worried. That's when the National Weather Service might issue a tornado warning. Again, no tornado warning on that storm right now or anywhere else in the Texas Panhandle. Amarillo, I think we're in the clear of any severe activity here, mainly for the rest of the night. Some of the eastern parts of the city still may be picking up on some showers here and there, but as you can see, most of the city is now out of a severe thunderstorm warning. So give it about maybe 10 to 15 minutes, then I can 100% say you're good to go for the rest of the night. But just to the east, Conway, Panhandle, you guys are just now going to pick up here on those gusty winds and heavy rain, potentially some sizable hail. We just got a report of some quarter-sized hail from this same storm in Amarillo. That's what the severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for. So again, Conway, Panhandle, eventually up toward White Deer, you could pick up on that sizable hail here within the next 15 to 20 minutes. Now, Wayside, it does look like the good news is this storm is weakening a little bit, but still could see maybe up to some quarter-sized hail. That is radar indicated. But in reality, maybe up to some penny, maybe at best nickel-sized hail. But again, Wayside, you are just now picking up on the heaviest of that rain. Happy, you guys are on the downward trend. That is the good news. We are continuing to keep track of the storms moving through the Texas Panhandle. That boundary we've been talking about, those storms are now across that boundary. So we'll continue to see these become a little bit more severe here over the next hour or so. But one more time, no tornado warnings in the area right now. We are watching this northernmost storm for any potential rotation. Right now, fairly broad, but not really all that tight. We are going to continue to keep a close eye on things. We are streaming on our News Channel 10 Facebook page as well as YouTube and NewsChannel10.com. We will continue to cut in during commercial breaks, and we will cut into programming if necessary, if anything major develops. So stay tuned, stay safe, and have a great rest of your Sunday.
All right, Tanner coming off the weather wall. You notice behind me those two screens, we're monitoring both Sheldon Brashears and Alex Ricart. They're down by Happy, that's the one on the left. Yeah, good job there, Tanner. The one on my opposite shoulder, okay, how do I do that? Yeah. That's going to be Kevin and Caleb. They're heading up to the storm we just looked at there from the Lake Meredith camera. Let's go ahead and get the latest from Sheldon. We haven't checked in with him. This is a storm down east of Happy. It's a pretty sizable storm, pretty scenic also. Take it away, Sheldon, give me an update.
Yeah, Dave, I mean, you're right on the nose with that. It is very scenic. That is for sure. Got just kind of a broad, very broad rotation with this system right now. Nothing really too significant. Here recently, it looked like the hail core was kind of weakening a little bit, but recent scans on radar do show it possibly re-strengthening ever so slightly. We're currently still southwest of Happy right now. Good news is, for those of you in Happy, you do appear to be in the clear as this storm's continuing to track off towards the east right now. So we're watching this broad rotation, as you can see right there, just that rain dumping out the middle of it. We're continuing to monitor for any more significant rotation. Not seeing it currently right now, but as you can see, a very scenic storm here, very just southwest of Happy. Still some very strong inflow on this storm as well, so not really showing any signs of slowing down. Just general broad rotation here currently on this bit of the cell that you're looking at.
Okay, very good. What I've done here, Sheldon, I've kind of drawn a circle. I'll do it again. This is Happy, right here. Tulia is going to be down here. Canyon is going to be way up here. So this storm is now moving east of Happy. And that's going to be, you know, the road leading out to what's the Cedar Canyon, I'm sorry. And I believe, let me get a close up here on this. Probably going to be a little turbulence in there. Anyway, okay, Cedar Canyon, Cedar Glen, Hidden Falls, those areas, that's where we're going to watch this storm. And, you know, if you live in Wayside, need to be watching this. Mainly heavy rain and some pockets of hail in there. Not really seeing signs of rotation there. So Sheldon will continue to monitor that. Pretty shot, no doubt. Pretty shot. And in fact, he's out of the vehicle going for a photo. You see him? So that's a good sign. That means they're not having to bug out or anything. So good job there, Sheldon. Watch out for the rattlesnakes there on the edge. Okay, let's come back in. Where am I? Okay, let's take a look at some other storms here. So there's Happy. Very heavy rain off to the east of Happy. I'm going to just kind of come up the line a little bit now for Canyon, Lake Tanglewood, and Amarillo. Things winding down rapidly. Looks like a little bit of rain left over at around Highland Park and the airport. Those areas, pretty heavy rain and maybe some small hail, but that's going to be lifting off to the east. Amarillo came away kind of unscathed. We had a little bit of hail here and there, but it does not, I don't think it's a real damaging hailstorm. Now, up to the north, here we go. We pick up this guy. This is severe. And notice this, we got Fritch, Borger, and Sanford, so still pretty well behaved. We still have a very strong storm. It's still raining a lot up around Stinnett. The hail core weakening a little bit there, but still formidable. I'm looking back. Okay, oh, Kevin's got a pretty cool shot of the updraft. Kevin, we're on you now. Looks like a pretty neat updraft you got there.
Yes, sir. We're coming just now out of Panhandle, heading north toward Borger. Reflectivities, as I'm sure you said, have coming down a little bit, but it sure is a pretty storm right now. That's the updraft, those sort of cauliflower-looking clouds. But the reflectivity's coming back down. The suggestions of rotation, let's call it, on the velocity product, also not looking as threatening. Right. So that is real good news as this thing sort of inches its way towards Stinnett.
Oh, see, here's the problem.
So still heavy rain. There's probably
emergency management
hail potential in that. And that heavy rain, boy, I got to really emphasize any of these storms again today, as we've been talking about. That rain coming down on the roadways, you do not want to be driving in that because it ponds up and sits there pretty quickly, and the hydroplaning potential increases quite dramatically as you get into that heavy rain. So we obviously want to stay away from that. But this is our cell of choice here on the
go to downtown
side of the Interstate 40 corridor, the northern half of the Panhandle.
You pan around towards
Again, the trend on radar, and Dave can talk about it a little bit more detailed, is down. There's still some gusty winds. There's still some inbounds and outbounds, but they're not showing tight rotation. So since that, oh, we're getting some dust too. Let's see if we can, let me get in on that. That's outflow in the wind farm right there. So as these things start to come down, which we said this is just doing, it's like a big blob of cold air, a big blob of jelly. If you drop that big blob of jelly on the floor, what's it going to do? It's going to go splat, and it's going to spread out. And that's what's happening here inside the wind farm. You can see the dust being picked up on the outflow of that storm. So we're watching it. We're heading toward it. Some pretty pictures. No threat right now. We'll
somebody give me a frame grab of that.
Dave.
Would you grab that?
Okay, thank you, Kevin. I'm going to come back now. We got a little interesting activity just on the east side of Amarillo. First of all, I got a pretty little rainbow, but the whitish stuff you see there, that's nickel to quarter size hail that's been falling out around Highland Park and the airport, and also getting a little rotation out that way. So we're going to watch that very carefully. Let me come back, show you this on radar. So this is pretty interesting. So I'm going to draw loop 335. Comes right about in there. And the hole, that black dot, that's where the airport is. So Highway 60 heading out. We've had nickel to quarter hail that way, but some indications of a little rotation as this thing kind of hooks around a little bit right there on the far northeast side of Amarillo. So we're watching this carefully. Take a look at the velocity, and yeah, we got, you know, it's kind of hard right over the radar, but we're going to keep an eye on that and see what happens. For most of Amarillo, though, I think things are looking a lot better, but, you know, we got to watch it all the way through. If you're out at Pantex, City of Panhandle, Pantex, what we got, Conway out here, I-40 East, 287 East down to about Washburn. We need to watch that area for some rain, some hail, and that is just a gorgeous shot on our tower cam. Let's take a look at this again. So yeah, about where you see the rainbow and the whitish stuff, that's very heavy rain and some hail that's out near the airport. And then you see the storm cloud, which looks pretty impressive. It's a strong one. It is severe. We have a severe thunderstorm warning on it. It should be slowly propagating out to the east. You know, heavy rain starting to cover up Pantex. I would discourage travel east on either Highway 60, I-40, or 287 at this time. Very heavy rain. Just would not be fun. Hail and a lot of lightning, some gusty winds, and Weather Service reporting, hey, they're watching a little bit of rotational loft. I don't see anything in there, you know, from this vantage point that has me too alarmed, but we'll continue to closely monitor this. Things can happen and change in a hurry, so we'll do that. Where's the golf ball coming from? From Pantex? Or
3373.
okay. As I said, there's going to be some hail. We've had some reported out there, not too far from Pantex, and certainly between Highway 60 and I-40. Okay, catching, which I forgot, I was not on radar when I did that. Okay, so here we go. I was mentioning this is where we could see the heaviest precipitation from about the airport, Highland Park. IBP out that way to just north. Pullman Road goes through about right in there, I believe. Yeah, and then let's see, here's I-40 going out a little further. Okay, I got Sheldon. We're going to go down and take a look at his storm. So he's been on this guy east of Happy. You see Happy right there. There's a storm. Okay, Sheldon, you want to give us a report there?
Yeah, sure thing, Dave. So still southwest of Happy, right where we were earlier, but latest scans of radar do show some possible strengthening rotation. I mean, obviously not enough that we're seeing, you know, a significant tornado threat right now, but probably the most significant rotation we've seen out of this storm yet. So still keeping a very close eye on it right now. This is looking up towards kind of the northwest, towards Happy right now. Got a very, very heavy hail, kind of wind and hail core as that core is re-strengthened as well. Probably some very sizable hail inside of that core, so we're going to stay out of that. But watching this kind of back corner right here for that developing rotation to see what this storm does out here. Still southeast of Happy. Oh, dang it. Stay put.
Okay, scenic looking storm there, Sheldon. And if you're in Happy, let me draw where that is, right here. The storm now finally moving away from you. We had reports of hail in Happy a little while ago. And again, if you're out towards Wayside, Cedar Canyon, Cedar Glen, those areas, Hidden Falls, going to be pretty heavy rain, and there's likely going to be some hail.
There we go.
Looks like the hail might be just south of you, but something we'll need to monitor. Zoom out a little bit.
Didn't say anything in the chat.
So that's going right down the county line. So this is the Randall, Swisher County line, and then Randall Armstrong County line, and then Briscoe County here. So it's kind of going right down the county line with mainly hail. Sheldon is watching it very carefully. If should there be any kind of rotation, he's going to be all over that. So coming up the north, I tell you what, it's probably about time for an extensive radar tour. Kyle, I'll need to crowd you just a minute here. So, okay, so there's the severe storm Wow, look at that hook north of Fritch. Okay, let's come back to the tower camera. Yeah, north of Fritch. Any chatter on that?
No.
Okay.
Still watching. Good rotation. Mainly
Okay. All right, a little bit of concern there north of Fritch because that looks like a pretty well-defined hook echo. And when we look at that on the tower camera, you know, it's I'm glad we can see right in there because, man, that has me a little bit concerned. I'm gonna look at our velocity. Can't argue that now. This red and green, just northwest of Fritch. Be right about in there. Feel free, Kyle, from pan a little left and right just to make sure we've got everything covered because we might need to go a little further back to the left. We're going to just kind of tour around while we're on the camera. So obviously you see the Sanford-Yake area. Yes, this is what I want to see. Okay, I think, hang on, stay right there. This is the area that I'm kind of,
Okay.
I definitely, see that notch right in there?
Yes, sir.
That's our area of rotation. If we want to come back left just a little to check the edge of that cloud base. Other way, yeah. Okay. We're just, okay, monitoring that cloud base. I think we kind of had it there. So there's the lake, and yeah, that's the area there. We're kind of okay. Some indications of rotation on this guy. Just in fact, I see that curling right there. That'll be where we watch. That's a good zone. You know, Kevin's getting a little closer there. Let's kind of see where he's located. Let me get back to what am I doing? Okay. Kevin, if you're monitoring, we're interested in our storm up there just north of Sanford. So I know you're trying to get in there. Where are you now?
Oh, Kevin, he's up on you. Just getting for an update.
Okay. Dave, we had some communication issues. Dropped.
I know you're getting a little closer to the storm. We're looking at it on radar. So where are you located?
We are coming just south of Borger and looking northwest at this one storm just north of Sanford. Beautiful storm. The structure on it is just wonderful. There's not much coming out of the base despite the reflectivity, which has been the pattern of these. We'll get into the 60 plus dBZs, that purple that I'm sure you're radar. And the ground truth is not necessarily verifying with hail there, which is good because we don't want that hail to come down and hurt things and hit things. But we're still heading toward Borger.
Okay.
We've got a pretty good eye on this storm. It is beautiful, but it is not really causing too many problems other than some heavy rain.
It's not real rapid yet. Okay, Kevin, thank you. I'm going to show this on radar now, or I'm just going to zero in on it. And here's what we're seeing. You know, we do have somewhat of a hook echo. Yeah, we're seeing, you know, some turbulence on the base of that. They're going to go tour warn? Yep. Okay. Here's the deal. We're about to get a tornado warning for what we're talking about. So Tanner's about to go on, and he'll be talking about things on the air. I'm going to need to change radars in a minute here. I'll probably come and just kind of okay, tornado warning. Just got the tornado warning.
Let's go.
Let's go, let's go.
It's okay. And remember, you'll have Kevin, you'll have the tower cams.
Okay. All right, want to bring you an update on the storms moving
guys,
through the
we're in a
area right
tornado
now.
warning.
We said we'd pop in during programming if any major development has occurred. We have now seen that. We have a tornado warning issued for this Stinnett storm kind of right here. Sanford, we're watching this area right here. See that little bit of a hook right there? That's a little bit of tight rotation that is just now starting to develop. So Stanford, you are now under a tornado warning as well
Yeah, what do you got?
as everybody in Fritch. Okay, we want to
Okay.
get this information
We got
out
a
to as
tornado.
many people as possible. We got a tornado forming right now. Let's go to our shot and put it on air. As of right now, we can see something dropping. So there you go, right on your screen. You can see it forming out of the cloud. This is over Sanford, over Fritch as well. So anybody in Sanford and Fritch, this is the time to go under your safety protocols as of right now. We're going to get Doppler Dave joining us on air as of right now as well. Both of us on screen. I'll let him kind of take over.
Okay.
But yeah, you can see a tornado warning dropping. I'm going to send things over to Dave here in a little bit. Yeah. Let's try and get us on screen and the tornado here at the same time. So Dave's going to join me here on coverage. Again, you can see that funnel starting to drop as of right now.
Okay.
Dave, what are we seeing?
Okay, first of all, folks in Sanford, we need to watch this. We actually have, we can see on the tower cam the tornado. Let's go ahead and stay on that as much as we can. And we're working on me being in front of the tornado. Okay, what I'm seeing, I'm just seeing radar in me, so, okay.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay, so here's radar. Let folks in Fritch know that it's probably going to stay to your north there. It's around Sanford that we're a little bit concerned. If you're in Borger, it's have to kind of wait and see what that goes. But we've had at least a brief funnel touchdown. We saw that. Let's go to that again, Kyle. And this is from our Lake Meredith camera. We saw a brief tornado there. Mm-hmm. What we see now is kind of the remnants. We still see some dust. But it's still rotating, and I still see somewhat of a funnel there, just right dead center. So we did have a real scenic-looking small tornado briefly. Was not down for very long, but did touch down. We could see that.
Yeah, very quick lasting. Can we go back to radar one more time? Want to kind of review what we're seeing. We want to look at reflectivity first. We're going to go ahead and look at velocity here in a second. But this is kind of really the main thing that we look for when looking just at reflectivity, like you're seeing on the screen here. See that little notch right along there, just to the west of Sanford? That's that rotation starting to tighten up. So we're going to look at velocity right here, and you can see right there that red notch right up against that green. That's that very tight rotation that has developed, that has prompted that tornado warning. Let's try and bring up that live shot one more time of our Lake Meredith camera. Very quick lasting tornado. We saw it drop down for maybe less than a minute, but as you can see on your screen there, it has really starting to broaden up a little bit. Still rotating though, so it is still tornado warned, still rotating. It did drop down for less than a minute, but conditions are looking for a lot of rotation right now. Again, this is kind of near Sanford, kind of Lake Meredith. That is tornado warned. Still see the rotation there on your screen. We'll go ahead and stay on this shot for a little bit. You can see a little bit of some maybe dust or something getting picked up by that potential area of rotation. As you can see, there you go. You see something developing right now. You see it dropping down here. Look at the top of that cloud. That is potential. That is a very skinny looking tornado starting to drop as of right now. Okay. Let's go back to radar just for a second. Nope, never mind. We're going to go back to radars. This is the area we're talking about. Now, let's go back to the live shot. All right?
Okay, Tanner,
Okay.
I'm just going to let folks know that, you know, it's north of Sanford, actually back to the west of Sanford there. Tanner, if you can get the Lake Meredith into your max, we can get in front of it. But this is a live tornado, folks. This is from our Lake Meredith camera. It's just to the north of Lake Meredith. It's the second time that we've seen a tornado reaching down out of that. So not moving very rapidly. Notice we don't have a lot of you know, east to west or left to right movement here. And you see the water tower there. It's kind of near the Sanford Yake. What do you got?
Caleb's got it.
Yeah, we do want to take a look at that. And let's let Kevin tell us what you got and where you are, Kevin. We see the funnel, and we're going to go back and forth to the tower camera there, but tell us what you're observing from your location.
Yes, sir, Dave. We've got this funnel that keeps coming and going. I can't tell if it's on the ground right now. I think that it has lifted back up again, but we placed this thing about 3 miles due west of Stanford. Let me look again. Sanford, I'm sorry. Yeah, and it is cycling. The funnel comes down. It is wider at the top now. We're not close enough to see any dust, but we do see the funnel reaching, coming back up, reaching down, coming back up. I think it's only reached the ground and become a tornado as opposed to a funnel cloud a couple of times, but we've got a pretty good shot of it. We've stopped here at a
Kevin, we got a shot from the tower camera, and we see the dust there. That means the column of air that makes the tornado is all the way down to the ground. That's debris right there. So, you know, often in a tornado, this is just condensation of moisture. Sometimes that funnel gets down to the ground. Sometimes it doesn't, but the rotating column of air is what constitutes the tornado. So there you see it. Let's get radar real quick so we can tell people exactly where this is. So we're looking north from Lake Meredith. If you're around Borger, it's not close. If you're at Fritch, it's pretty far to the north. It's really closer to Sanford and Bugby. So here we go. Here's Sanford. The tornado is just back to your northwest there. So if you live in Sanford, you know, I know we can see it very plainly, and you'll know how close it's getting, but you know, be prepared to get into your safe place there. Again, there's Sanford. Tornado warning, primarily for parts of Hutchinson County, northeast of Fritch, back to the west of Borger, but it's right about in there, Sanford. So let's take a look at it from our tower camera up there. And it's a very scenic little tornado. Fortunately, not blasting into any of our cities. Can we get that up? There we go. You know, it's kind of a ropey tornado, but you do see it's in contact with the ground. That's going to be off to the, looks like just northwest of Sanford. Kind of a ropey guy, capable of doing some damage. It just doesn't look like a real big powerhouse tornado. But, you know, certainly we're going to watch this because earlier is a little bit larger. Tornadoes do tend to kind of cycle up and down, and we just don't know about that. But right now we do have a tornado warning. We're going to stay on as long as we have a tornado and a tornado warning, mainly for folks there north of, say, Sanford. Tanner, be sure to give me the latest reports you have coming in. We also have Kevin getting a little closer to that. But so far,
got National Weather Service saying getting another touchdown now with the northern storm, so maybe two of them. I'm not sure if this is the same one or a different one.
Okay, I'm seeing, looks like a new funnel develop out of this guy. So if you notice, like right in here, that looks like we have a little more funnel activity. The first looks like actually there's what's left of that one funnel. That was actually the second tornado that touched down just to the north of the lake. So let's bring back radar real quick so we just really pinpoint where that is. And be ready to zoom in for me there, Tanner, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Okay. And also let's stop the motion on that. And we'll just put it into, this is where the storm is exactly right now. So there we go. There's Sanford. Sanford, you're definitely closer to the tornado, which has been back, I think, back to your northwest by a couple of miles, you know, across the dam and then off to the northwest a little bit. Definitely concerned about some hail there, but obviously we've had a couple of small tornado touchdowns. If you're at Electric City, it's well off to your west. Borger, I'm not too concerned right now unless the storm starts to gain some momentum. If you're at Fritch, I'm sure you've been able to see that tornado very plainly, but it's off to your north. So it's nearly around the Sanford area. Those are the folks that we need to be ready to get into shelter, and in case, you know, the tornado gets larger and becomes more powerful. Latest imagery, can we pull up the camera there once again?
Yes.
Kevin, I know you're out there. Be on standby. We're going to talk to you here pretty soon as you get in closer for some visuals. But so far, the best vantage point that we have had has been from our tower camera. Okay, Kevin is reporting in now, so let's go to him real quick.
We do not see a funnel from our perspective right now, but we can clearly see the rotating mesocyclone there. So we're going to try and get a little closer, seeing us from our perspective. We don't see anything coming out of it right now, but we'll get underneath that as soon as we can, maybe here in the next 10 minutes or so, Dave.
Very good. Okay, Kevin Selly, we saw his stream getting into that storm. Here is the base of what has produced a couple of tornadoes that have touched down. In fact, the dust you see there, that's what's left from the debris cloud from the second tornado touchdown. So right now we're still looking at the storm base, and you know, it's still very active. We still have rotation And we still have a tornado warning for Hutchinson County and just to the north of Sanford. At this moment, not seeing a tornado on the ground, but you do see that it wasn't long ago that it dissipated, and we could easily get some other activity. So you see this little clear slot in there. Sometimes that indicates our rotation, and that's the area that we're going to watch. Again, as far as perspective and landmarks, you kind of see the edge of the lake right there. That's the north edge of the lake. Sanford would be back on this side, and then we're looking back to the northwest of Sanford, a couple miles. So kind of near the dam area on the north side and east side of Lake Meredith. That's where we've had the tornadic activity. Fortunately, right now, nothing is on the ground ripping across the countryside, but that doesn't mean that we're not going to cycle up and get another one. So that's what our team is doing.
Dave Sheldon's monitoring some rotation on his storm.
Okay, now, since it's so active, we have other storms going on. Remember, we've got that southern storm down around Happy. Sheldon's down that way, so let's bring him up, take a look at his storm, and see what's going on. Sheldon, what's the latest with your storm?
Yeah, Dave, so currently we're nearly just kind of the west-south or east-southeast of Happy right now, seeing some strengthening rotation on the storm. As you can see from our feed, we're looking up towards the north right now. On radar, we're seeing some rotation, and here in just the past 5 minutes or so, we've seen this storm kind of transition from horizontal to vertical rotation. So we're going to be watching for the potential of anything to possibly be dropping here, looking for the possibility of dust on the ground, as you can kind of make out some of that vertical rotation right now. Seeing it here in person, very sharp rotation right now. Going to be watching it very closely. We're just to the southeast of Happy right now. Seeing some strengthening vertical rotation here. Radar signatures are signifying strengthening rotation here as well. Keeping an eye on a couple little bits of these kind of what we call scud clouds here for rotation as well, to see if anything does try to put down a tornado.
Keep an eye right there.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. That's Sheldon. That's the southern storm that's starting to rotate a little bit. That's going to be, Wayside, Cedar Canyon, those areas east of Happy. But right now, here's the storm that has produced a couple of small tornadoes. I don't think they were particularly destructive. Looks like they touched down, stirred up a lot of dust there off to the north of the lake, and then kind of quickly dissipated. They didn't last very long, but they were definite tornadoes and pretty spectacular to see. And still looking back to the northwest of Sanford. Let's check some velocity there, Tanner, when you get the chance. And by the way, off to the Amarillo, we're looking pretty good. It's this area right here, around and northwest of Sanford. Looks like the rotation weakening a little bit. That's good. So if we put the 2 and 2 together there, we don't have a tornado on the ground, nothing visible right now, and the rotation weakening a little bit. That's good news for folks around Sanford. But still a storm that's going to bear watching, because there's a supercell. Sometimes they cycle up and down. Sometimes the rotation kind of fluctuates and intensifies. We drop tornadoes, and then we get another one down the road. So hasn't been moving too much. But if you're around Fritch, Sanford, Bugby, over towards Borger, Electric City, and Stinnett, something that we need to continue to watch. Now, let's get down to that southern storm that Sheldon just reported on. This is the one that dropped some hail over Happy. It's pushed off to the east. This one's moving a little better, but south of Wayside, we have another kind of like Hook Echo, and sometimes that indicates rotation. We're going to stop the progress there, and we'll go ahead and check velocity on that also to see what the wind looks like. Here's Wayside. Okay, looks like we have kind of a broad rotation there, and that's where Sheldon is. Let's see if we can pull him up. Sheldon, if you're standing by, I know you're watching that very carefully, and we have some indications of rotation on that. What's it looking like visibly, and exactly where are you up, down?
Yeah, Dave, so right now we are just a few miles out. We're way east of Happy right now. Looking at seeing it in person for sure. There's a lot of movement up in these clouds so far. Seeing, like you were saying, broad rotation right now. We haven't seen it just completely try to tornado out just yet, but clouds are really moving around at a very rapid pace right now. So this is a system that's currently trying to, as we're seeing some rotation signatures on radar, but currently not seeing a touchdown right now. Seeing a lot of what we call scud clouds. Those are kind of some of those messy, kind of mean-looking clouds that you see kind of hanging out the bottom of it right here. But still, for the most part, not seeing it tornado out just yet, but it is certainly got a lot of broad rotation, and you can really see the clouds moving around inside. We're actually going to head east here in just a moment, try to get a better position on this to kind of give you guys a better visual of it all.
Very good. Okay, so now we got two rotating storms that we're really closely watching. Now, got a textbook example of a rotating updraft from Kevin Selly. Kevin, looks like kind of a barber pole there. Tell us what you got.
Dave, we got this cell near Sanford, and we're about to turn and lose it for just a second as we get on 136 heading westbound. It'll come back into the picture. What we have observed is a couple of really tiny little tight funnels try and come just really only a few feet out of the base, and they can't really maintain themselves. But we can see the rotation in the overall cell, which again, we're waiting on some traffic, so let me get back to show you.
Yeah, we're good.
There it is now. Okay, so you can see the base, and we keep getting these little funnels out of it, and that's where the tornado came earlier, but we obviously don't have any kind of a funnel cloud right now. Really not much of a wall cloud either, unless you include the entire cell. So we're watching that very closely. We are heading toward it. We're going to try and get under it and give you some funnels from that perspective, Dave.
Very good. Okay, that was just a really vivid example of a rotating updraft, supercell updraft we call it. That's the one that has produced a couple of small tornadoes. We got to see them there from the tower cam from the lake. So just to get you oriented again, this is where Kevin is. That's where that rotating updraft was, pretty much over Sanford. This is what we call a little hook echo. That's rain that kind of gets caught up around that rotation and starts to do the little fish hook thing. But good news is, from all of our visual perspectives right now, at this time, we don't have tornadic activity. But with it rotating over Sanford, we're going to stick around and cover this red polygon you see right here. That's the tornado warning for the Sanford area heading off to the east. So it doesn't quite get to Borger, and it does not include Fritch. Up towards Stinnett, doesn't quite get there. So it's kind of the rural part there of Hutchinson County, mainly up to the north of Sanford. I'm peering over at monitors every now and then to see what the storms look like. But I really wanted to get you caught up on radar so you know exactly where this is. If you're in Fritch, you're just not really in danger. Electric City, rain, hail, and if this thing moves east, we'll have to watch out for maybe some kind of rotation or tornadic activity. Borger, the same thing. Right now, you're just kind of on the edge of the rain. The rotation is back to your northwest around Sanford. And remember, that's about where the dam is on Lake Meredith. The tornado warning there, that goes until 7:45. Since we have an obvious rotating storm and we have had tornado touchdowns and there is a tornado warning, we're going to continue just continuous information so you know what's going on. What's up, Boots?
Got a report of some debris about 2 miles north of the lake dam in that storm.
Okay, very good. As we saw that, we just had a kind of a delayed report of debris in the air a couple miles north of the dam, just like we saw right there. This storm has not moved very much. Tanner, you want to give me some velocity on that? I just want to kind of check. We're going to look and see what the rotation looks like. And we still have that. And again, that's kind of right over Sanford. That's where Kevin's video of that, sometimes we call it a barber pole, just kind of a spiral-looking storm base. So I want to get the latest on that. Kevin, you got a good vantage point to look at that rotating storm. We do have a tornado warning, but what are you seeing underneath it?
We're just about to make a turn towards Sanford. We're still seeing just occasional, very brief lowerings, but you can see the structure on this thing is fantastic, as you've been talking about. But just little pinhole funnels, little super tight. They last less than a minute, and then they come back in. But we have obviously seen it produce a tornado, so we're going to stay on it and see if it tries to wrap back up again. We're blocked a little bit by the trees, but I think we may see another little lowering just right of center. There's a little bit of rain trying to come out of it now as well. We're going to take this turn here on 1319, Caleb. Okay. We're going to turn north off 136 onto 1319 now. I think we might get a really nice view of this storm as well, but still no funnel, no tornado with this storm right now. Let's stay with it for just a minute as we come around the corner here, and I will try and keep it in frame for you. Yeah, you can see a little bit of a downdraft or downrain with a little rain coming out of the right-hand side, but no funnels right now, Dave.
Okay, Kevin, great. Good to have you right there. Again, we have had a couple of tornado touchdowns just north of the dam, at Lake Meredith. Now, here's the southern storm. This is the one that Sheldon is on, and the within the last 15, 20 minutes starting to hook south of Wayside, really closer to Vigo Park. And we're a little concerned about this one. Severe thunderstorm warning at this time, but not a tornado warning. But let's get the latest from Sheldon. Okay, right now he's having some trouble out there. Remember the sometimes cell reception out there north of Lake McKenzie is a little difficult. So we're keeping an eye on that. So we really have two rotating storms that we're watching. This will be the southern one. Here's Lake McKenzie, Vigo Park, and Wayside. So Wayside, you're in the rain. I think the hail is probably south of there. We're keeping a close watch on Vigo Park. But while we're on radar, you know, there's other storms going on. So let's do a tour. I'm gonna let Tanner just kind of zoom out a little bit. Good news for Amarillo, we've cleared. This storm right here weakening a little bit as it heads on out towards Conway on I-40. It's still severe, warned. We still might have some nickel quarter hail there coming into Conway, right there at Highway 207, north of Claude and south of Panhandle. So if you're in Groom, White Deer, we do have storms coming your way, but these are not quite as intense. They don't have quite the rotating structure that the other storms do. So let's continue up to the north, and we'll take a look at the storm. Here's the one that has really had our attention. Notice how that guy kind of spins around there, kind of spins north of Sanford, has still not moved too much. This is the one that produced what I saw. I saw two tornadoes touch down, kind of thin, ropey tornadoes, but pretty scenic, and they did stir up debris on the surface, mainly north of Sanford, north of the lake, north of the dam there. Not really at the community. Stinnett, things are getting a little better. Looks like the rain and hail coming south. Borger now, looks like the rain and the hail starting to shift down towards you, and we're still watching the rotating updraft. Fritch, it has conveniently stayed up to your north, and you're not dealing with severe weather. But the red box here indicates the tornado warning continues. And so as long as we have that, we're going to kind of follow this and let you know if we get any additional tornadic activity. Sanford, I think the rotation starting to shift a little bit off to the east. I'm going to check with Kevin on that. Kevin, we're a little concerned about the community of Sanford and rotation and how those are related. Does it look like the rotation is moving east of Sanford?
Does it look like the rotation's moving east, Kevin?
Stand by, Dave. Let me check. We're kind of see if a new rotation. No, it's stationary. Well, maybe. Well, I would call it redeveloping east on just the northeast side of Sanford, but exceptionally slow forward motion. In fact, this whole structure is now getting really soft. I think it's giving up. Yeah, I think it's giving up. I cannot hear you, Dave, but I don't see any new rotation possible in this right now. It is definitely weakening as far as the overall rotation of this feature that we're looking at. Could it reorganize? Yes, but is there any threat as far as tornado to Sanford right now? I would say no. We'll still keep watching it, but the softening of this is conducive to weakening or less tornado threat, Dave.
Good deal, Kevin. Thank you for that. That's why we have our intercept teams out there. They can tell us a lot. You know, we're looking at that on radar. We still have a hook there. We still have a rotating updraft, but it's good to know Kevin and his experience with storms indicating that it looks like the rotation is being disrupted a little bit. And as far as imminence of a tornado, I think the threat of that is going down. That being said, we're still going to keep a hawk eye on this thing. For folks in Borger, I still think you got a pretty good chance of very heavy rain, and there still could be some quarter to golf ball size hail in that as that comes down towards Borger. So good news as far as tornadoes, but it's still a formidable storm, something we need to watch. Tanner, is there anything north of that we need to be looking at? We're going to zoom out a little bit. Yeah, and we kind of expected this. The models that we use that kind of project out how storms are going to behave showed the northern part of the area kind of dying down, and then things are going to be down to our south. So this may end up being our northernmost storm for the next couple of hours, and then we'll build down to the south. If you're Canadian, we're keeping an eye on that as that comes on off to the east. Miami also. So we're down to, looks like, 3 storms. but one tornado warning, and that's why we're staying on with our continuous coverage. We are all over this stuff. I mean, as you can tell, we got tower cameras pointed in there. We got our intercept crews right in there so we know what's going on. We got reports from the public, got our radars. I mean, we are just, everything we have as a first alert team, we're throwing at this. And we anticipated this with a tornado watch that went into effect. Had some early severe storms. They crossed a boundary, and now we're much more likely to rotate as we've seen. So these are 3 severe thunderstorm warnings. Amarillo now in the clear. If you have plans in Amarillo, I think you're good. Just go about those. But it's off to the east now with really some slow-moving storms. That happens sometimes when they start to rotate, is they kind of plant sometimes right where they are, rotate for a little while, and then move off to the east. That's what's happening in Hutchinson County. And you see the city of Borger, but that's not where the worst part is. So let's zoom in now. We'll come down the line, and we'll take a look. Borger, you're going to get rain and hail. That looks like a pretty sure thing. It's happening right now. If you're up at Stinnett, I think you've already been through the worst. The heavy rain, the hail pushing down to the south. Sanford, when this thing moves off just a little bit more, I think things will improve rapidly. Right now, you're still in the rain, still right on that hook part. That's where the rain is going around that rotation. The latest, I'm looking over at our tower camera there from the lake. I don't see wall clouds or funnels or anything. That's good. We'll continue to move that off to the east, and hopefully that rotation is going to disrupt for good. But I have to tell you, as it moves off to the east, conditions are still pretty favorable for more rotations, and it is a strong storm. So as that moves out towards Borger, Skellytown, we'll need to really keep a close watch on that. Okay, let's come on down to the south now. Tanner will get you caught up again. Things look real good for Amarillo. They're really looking good down I-40. Things are kind of breaking down a little bit. Storms around Conway and over towards Groom, just north of Goodnight. These are not really nearly as organized. They don't have the rotating structures. They're not really looking like they're dropping even all that much hail. So things moving east from Amarillo for the time being, we're in pretty good shape there. But that southern storm, and stand by Sheldon, we'll get a report from you. You can see right off the bat that, okay, here we go again. There's that little hook on the back edge. So that's around Vigo Park, north of Lake McKenzie, and south of Wayside. Sheldon, if you're picking us up, I know you're right in there watching that. Any good signs of rotation there?
So we could also
just passed through Vigo Park here, trying to get my cameras reoriented here. Seeing some very winds really picking up, some very close lightning strikes. A lot of very quick moving clouds right now, as it does appear that we are under a very sharp bit of rotation right now. As you can kind of see how fast these clouds are moving right now. As you can see, these clouds are really moving on. This is looking west towards Vigo Park, kind of underneath what appears to be a storm that's kind of forming up a hook, kind of like y'all were mentioning earlier with that storm up around the Sanford Fritch area. So seeing these rotating clouds right now. Not seeing any funnels form up just yet, but the winds are... Oh, wait. Is that dust kicking up over there? Hold on. Do we have dust kicking up?
We may have a tornado.
Hold on just a second. Let me zoom in here. That's confirmed.
Here, I would pull off over here.
We're getting... It might just...
pull off over here since traffic...
It might just be some dust getting kicked up from some straight line winds, but
There's
certainly...
a lot of people coming through.
Certainly seeing a little bit of dust getting kicked up on the ground.
North.
Right now. So... Possibly seeing a lot of movement in these clouds. Okay, so just a little bit of dust on the ground, not necessarily a confirming of a tornado touchdown, but still warrants watching. As you can see, these clouds are really doing a lot of moving here as of right now, as we're under some deeply strengthening rotation. We need to get south.
She's asking. She lives 6 miles up the road.
Okay, well, tell her we need to keep moving south here. We need to get out from under this.
Okay, thanks.
Right.
I'm showing you where Sheldon is, and that looks pretty close to some tornadic activity. But here's Lake McKenzie. It's north of there, right in there, that green versus red. That shows that we have wind going different directions and rotating there. So here's Lake McKenzie again. It's the same, just to your north there, and moving off to the east. But anyone around Vigo Park needs to probably be in shelter, and that's going to move on off to the east. Looks like across Briscoe County. Sheldon is obviously reporting a rotation down there. Watching a little dust kicking up. They couldn't really confirm a tornado, but something that they're watching carefully. Getting some hail. Can we go to reflectivity, please? Oh yeah, here we go. So Sheldon's right in here, and he's watching this hook around Vigo Park as it moves off the east. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning there. We're wondering if we might get a tornado warning. Down here, we'll need to kick over to Lubbock chat and see what they got. But that's definitely some hail there, just to the north of Lake McKenzie. Again, Vigo Park, you're kind of ground zero. Do we still have Sheldon's video? Because are they repositioning? No, okay. Sheldon, we're going to come back to you because
Potential for an inflow notch unless it's something else.
aiming to get more organized, and I know you got a good shot.
Yeah, Dave, so right now we're on 207. I mean, if you're looking at the velocity signatures, I'm sure you've been showing those on radar. We're underneath it right now, and so not seeing a touchdown right now, but what we are doing is our absolute best to get out from underneath of it. So one, to get a better image of it, and two, just obviously get ourselves out of danger as well, but seeing a lot of motion with it. There was talking to a concerned viewer, definitely trying to head south down 287. We're seeing some very close lightning. And we're trying to head south on 207 right now. We got one hailstone that hit us. Didn't get a good look at the size of it. But right now, just trying to get ourselves out from underneath this strongest bit of rotation. I'm actually going to pan this camera up a little bit, maybe give you a little bit of a perspective as to how things are looking where we're at. It's very, very sharp movement in these clouds right now. Like I said, we saw some dust get kicked up. Now, that doesn't necessarily say that there definitely was a tornado. We don't know that for sure. That could be straight line winds that kicked that up a little bit. But certainly seeing just a lot of motion, so it could have pushed some strong straight line winds out. It could have been a temporary tornadic touchdown. We don't know that for sure. We never saw a condensed funnel or anything of that sort. But still, definitely seeing the possibility of tornadic formation in this type of storm, as there's a lot of rotation in it right now. And like you said, it is certainly picking up rotation. And does seem to be getting its act together, as it does look like it's forming up a pretty solid hook echo here currently.
Try to stop.
If you feel like we're close enough out from underneath it, I think so.
I can't see.
Sheldon again, Sheldon right there around Vigo Park. Man got this rotating storm, but fortunately, he's right there to see, and he could tell us that there's not a tornado at this time. So that's our southern storm. Let's come back up to the northern one. And just to refresh your memory, this is a storm that did produce a couple of tornadoes just to the north of the dam at Lake Meredith, north of Sanford. We haven't had damage at Sanford or anything like that. We saw 2 brief touchdowns, pretty spectacular looking, kicked up some dirt there, but they just didn't last very long. And now that storm is pushed off to the east. Rain and hail still around Borger and between Borger and Stinnett, right there around the river. But things are looking better at Sanford. Now, this tornado warning set to expire at 7:45, so that's coming up. I don't think that's going to be reissued. I want to go to Kevin because he's been watching the bottom of that storm and the rotating updraft. As the tornado warning expires, Kevin, I wanted to get a last ground truth from you and see what you're seeing up that way.
Yeah, Dave, that one is done. What you are looking at in the center of your picture there, that was the rotating part of that storm. That's where we did see the tornado come out. So that will be allowed to expire. It is done. What we're doing is going back to the southwest now. We're going to go to Borger and then head north and try and get to that line there. We've seen a couple of little inflow notches on that line, and that's kind of what started this one that created the tornado a little while ago. So we'll get back closer to that line north of Borger here in the next 10-15 minutes and watch that to see if we get any new inflow notches, any rotation there, Dave. But the tornado warning storm is done.
I think we're close to tornado in a southern storm. So here it is. There's the hook. There's Lake McKenzie. There's Vigo Park. Sheldon is down there watching. Sheldon, looking kind of ominous on your stream there. You want to walk us through it?
Yeah, that's right, Dave. So currently on 207, this is looking up towards kind of the northwest right now. Yes, definitely ominous looking. That rotation certainly seems to be getting it back together. The storm is doing what we call kind of a right turn. It might signify some deepening rotation that's really kind of pulling that storm down a little bit. What we're looking at right there, can't quite guarantee that that's a funnel. It is definitely a lowering. That is for sure. But looking kind of scanning around, this is looking off towards kind of the northeast. This is looking back up towards the northwest a little bit. If you're looking at what we're seeing around right now, that's certainly our most organized bit right there, and would also line up with what we're seeing on radar. So if this storm were to drop a tornado, I would say it'd be somewhere right here in this vicinity. So we're going to be watching it very closely. Currently on Highway 207. We're currently just southwest of Vigo Park as of right now. Very deep rotation, strong winds, probably some large hail inside of this as well.
You know, it looks pretty serious on your picture there. Are you noticing any motion on that lowered area? Do you think we're funneling there? What's going on?
I'm not quite convinced that it's funneling right now, Dave. I'll zoom in on it a little bit. It's kind of what we would call pretty messy here as of right now. I'll zoom in a little bit, give you a closer look. We're seeing a lot of motion. The clouds are being pulled up into the storm. They're falling out. We're seeing horizontal rotation in some places, a little bit of vertical rotation in others. But you'll see right here, zoomed in on it, it's really not that impressive. You're seeing just kind of this messy kind of look to it, which certainly doesn't indicate that it's a tightening rotation. So that's on that particular part of the storm. Like I said, I'll kind of give you another pan around because rotation certainly signifies that this storm could certainly try to do it at any point. But you'll see no discernible funnels looking around any other direction, but we've certainly seen a lot of very close lightning, and we have seen a little bit of hail in this storm as well, as we are just to the south of that sharpest of the Hook Echo right now. I would assume that if it is going to tornado, it's somewhere in this area, but right now I don't know if I would call that a full-blown funnel just yet until it gives me some better signs that it's showing strong tightening rotation.
Very good. Okay, well, here's the storm that Sheldon is on, and again, you see this rotation that has us concerned, kind of excited, or at least kind of serious right now. Lake McKenzie, it's up to your north 5 or 6 miles, and it's just keep in mind, Sheldon is right there watching it like a hawk. If we get a tornado, it's probably going to be east of 207 and kind of a rural terrain out that way. No communities, definitely some ranch land. If we do get a tornado, we're going to watch that. Now, from what I understand, the tornado warning up north expired. So let's come back out to a kind of a wider radar shot there, Tanner. And I don't know, I hesitate to get off. I was about to say we're probably going to go back to programming and everything, but I hesitate to do that now with that Hook Echo off to the east of Tulia, off to the east of Silverton around Lake McKenzie. So we're going to stay on a little bit longer, especially with Sheldon in there and his feed. But let's go back up to the north and let you know that things are looking a lot better for the storm around Borger. This is the one that did produce the tornadoes. I mean, it was the real deal. They were pretty cool looking tornadoes. Fortunately, looked like they're pretty rural. Kicked up dust, didn't last real long, and I don't think they were real damaging tornadoes. At least we haven't heard of. We heard of some debris in the air, and we could see that from our vantage point. I'm listening to Sheldon right now. He's headed to Silverton. We'll check back with him here in a few minutes. Borger, things are looking a little better. You're still on the edge, but the intensity's come down a little bit. So mainly just have heavy rain. So that's going to be cruising down just to the north of 152 there. If it's Scullytown, we'll keep an eye on that. And then that's pretty much broken Canadian River breaks up that way. We'll continue to watch that. But things are looking much, much better. And the tornado warning expired at 7:45. So let's bring it on down to the south, and we'll just take them one by one. We still have storm activity just south of I-40, mainly around Claude, heading out towards Goodnight. That's just heavy rain right now. Obviously, that's not a compact rotating storm yet, so that's good news. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning there, and that's going to be for parts of Carson and Armstrong counties heading on off the east. Raining north of Howardwick on I-40. But let's come on down to the south, the other storm there, and you can see what we're talking about, kind of a textbook Hook Echo right there. Rain and hail, pretty much east of Vigo Park, the rotation east of Vigo Park, and north of Lake McKenzie. So, Tanner, you want to stop the motion on that and then go to velocity. We'll check on the exact location of our mesocyclone. That's picked up a little bit. That rotation has picked up a little bit, so that's a stronger rotation. Sheldon, I know you're standing by watching that, and earlier it's looked like we've been pretty close to some kind of tornado formation. What are we seeing now?
On 207, we're going to head for the 86 junction to head towards Silverton.
Okay, as expected, sometimes you get out in those spotty areas and the cell coverage drops off. But here's Silverton. So this thing is moving east and looks like it's moving away from Lake McKenzie and staying to the north of Silverton. Okay, so Sheldon's still checking in on us here. No tornado right now, but we'll continue to watch that. So what I think we can do now is we're going to go back to programming and just know, standing by, we are ready to get back on and give you continuous information. While we do that, we will continue our stream on Facebook, on the YouTube, our social platforms. So if you want to follow along here, we'll continue to feed out information. If we get into more tornado warnings, I'm back on TV, and we're back on until they play out or they get discontinued. So that's what we'll do right now. Thank you for joining us. It's going to be a long night tracking storms. It is the first alert night. We're standing by to be back on News Channel 10, but continue to follow us on Facebook and YouTube. Be safe. Okay.
All right. Well, to everybody watching on social media, wow, what a turn of events here. Saw a couple touchdowns. Saw a couple confirmed tornadoes drop kind of to the north of Lake Meredith there. Thank you to Doppler Dave for getting on and giving us continuous coverage of that. Like he was talking about, in case you're just now tuning in, no tornado warnings in the area right now. They let that tornado warning expire over this area. In fact, I'll kind of show you what they're talking about here. Switch to velocity real quick. Yeah, I mean, nothing impressive there. Rotation has very rapidly weakened. So as of right now, not really worried about any tight rotation, no tornado warning, but we're still going to continue to watch that storm in case it redevelops. Now, this is the storm Sheldon's on right now. As you can see, different wind directions notched right up against each other. We're keeping a very close eye on the Lubbock National Weather Service chat in case anything does develop, in case they do any issue any tornado warnings for that. But as of right now, just a severe warning for some golf ball sized hail and some 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So keeping a very, very close eye on that one. Again, watching that rotation right within there. You can see the green notched right up against the red there. It's that rotation maybe possibly becoming a little bit tighter. But the other storms, not really worried about any rotation. Again, no tornado warnings in the area right now, so that is the good news. I'll go back to reflectivity here. So this is that same storm that Sheldon's on right now. You saw Dave talk about it a good bit. There's that classic hook echo right there. That's that potential wrap-up of some different wind directions. One storm we haven't really talked about a lot. This is technically out of our DMA, but still in our weather viewing area. This is maybe down toward Floydada a little bit, but not quite as damaging. Maybe some $half sized hail, along with some 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So that's one we'll watch as well.
Oh, really?
What do we got?
We're just talking about strategy.
Okay. Still this severe warning right here for some, I mean, I'd be surprised if there was any hail in it, maybe some pea to marble-sized hail and some 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. That's the storm that I think we're least worried about right now. But still keeping an eye on this one. This is the one that was tornado warned, but the National Weather Service expired that officially 10 minutes ago, and I'll show you the rotation, or the quote-unquote lack of rotation one more time. There you go. As you can see, not really anything impressive there. But we do have Sheldon on that. Is he back?
No,
oh, he is not.
No signal yet.
Okay. A little bit of some spotty signal from Sheldon. Kevin's on the... He's on the Silverton storm, right? Yeah. Okay. So yeah, still keeping a very close eye on that. In fact, let's try and get caught up on some comments here on Facebook. Pulling up our live feed right now. I'm sure a lot of people having questions. Okay, so a lot of people wondering what the tornadic situation is with that border storm. There were 2 confirmed tornadoes about, what would you say, Dave, about 30, 45 minutes ago?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, it was a while ago, at least 30 minutes ago. In fact, I'll go and pull it back up. The tornado warning for that specific storm, Zoe, tornado warning has officially expired. Very, very broad rotation, if any. You can see on the velocity map here, so no tornado warning for that storm right now. How can I look at all the comments?
Tanner,
Yeah.
we will have some really cool images on the 10 o'clock news.
Yes, absolutely. Tune into the news tonight at 10. We'll be talking a lot about what we've seen develop over the past 30 to 45 minutes, and in case anything else does develop as well.
There's a
Oh, wow.
cool shot. And, you know, we had them on live, but we'll come back. We'll have some
Gosh,
tornado warning coming for Briscoe County. So
Is that this one?
It is.
Okay.
And
all right, so tornado warning coming for this storm. This is the same one Sheldon's on. Do we have his feed, or?
okay.
We don't have his feed. We don't have any tower cams for there, do we?
No.
Dang, okay. So we're gonna pretty heavily rely on radar for this upcoming tornado warning, so stand by. Doppler Dave's probably gonna come out, go on the wall. Again, this is for a different storm. This isn't for the same storm over Borger. This is a storm down towards Swisher and Briscoe County, a little bit to the north of Silverton, so stand by. You're gonna see him pop up here momentarily.
Okay, listen, when we get into it, this is Rowdy Cogsdale. He's with the Silverton Fire Department.
Okay.
He can give us a zoom if somebody will contact him.
Okay, gotcha.
So, where's Kyle? Where is everybody? Hey, we're back
Getting
at
the
it.
team back
Tornadoes.
together.
Let's go. We need Kyle.
Yeah.
Kyle.
Let's do it.
Okay. Okay. They got a tornado. Let's go.
All right.
Okay. All right. Tornado warning now for Briscoe County.
Roll the intro, roll the intro.
Okay. Here we go. Okay. Okay. Another tornado, folks. It's this guy off to the east of Lake McKenzie. That's a tornado warning now, Briscoe County. Here's Silverton. Let's take a look at Sheldon's feed. Sheldon, stand by. I know you got a tornado you want to show us.
Yes, Dave, if you can see right there, you can see the dust being kicked up on the ground. This is currently, we are just south of Lake McKenzie. This is looking off towards the southeast here as of right now. So it's looking southeast, right in the center of that rotation. You can see that small funnel. You can see dust being kicked up on the ground right now. So it's very hard to kind of make out. You can kind of see it's not very well backlit. There was definitely some dust being kicked up on the ground. So there was at least a brief confirmed touchdown. And as you can still see, you can make out a funnel right there. This is looking southeast as of right now, down towards kind of Silverton. It does look like the tornado warning does not include Silverton right now, but we did certainly have a brief touchdown here just to the southeast of Lake McKenzie. Just southeast of Lake McKenzie. Does look like that funnel's kind of roping out a little bit right now, but we certainly did have a weak touchdown there for just a moment.
We're watching this very carefully. There's the hook echo. If you're at Lake McKenzie, good news. It's kind of moved off to the east there. If you're in Silverton, it doesn't look all that dire. Storm up to the north also, heading on off the east. But we're going to keep it on Sheldon. Sheldon, you got a
rotation's retightening.
How far away do you think that was?
Sheldon, walk us through what you got there.
I mean, right now, Dave, looks like it's about 2 miles to our southeast right now. As you can see that funnel, or northeast rather, yes. Yeah, that's looking to our northeast right now. That is going to be to the southeast of Lake McKenzie. You can see that funnel condensing right now, trying to reach down to the ground. So that is a funnel there, touching down. That's another tornado. It's re-strengthening, getting ready to touch down if it's not already on the ground. So that does appear to be a tornado there. This is just going to be to the southeast of Lake McKenzie.
Ooh, look at.
That's us looking to our northeast right now. We are just to the south of it on 207 right now. Looks like that funnel may be weakening again. It keeps re-strengthening.
It's still
there. Yep, you can see it condensing to the ground right now. We're keeping a close eye on it. You can see it moving fairly rapidly. It looks like a fairly weak tornado currently.
Okay, well, Sheldon, while you're down there, anything out ahead of that you see? Got any farmhouses or anything? I know it's kind of rural, but we always want to let our ranch families and our rural people know what's going on. What do you see out there?
Yeah, absolutely, Dave. I mean, very rural out here, but there are a few ranch houses. There's actually just a ranch house just in front of us here right now. So, I mean, definitely, this is one of those things. If you can see our stream and you're kind of in just to the probably north of Silverton right now, you want to be taking cover. You want to be enacting that safety plan because we are seeing a well-defined tornado here on the ground. This is just to straight north of Silverton. Let me get you an actual measurement now. The thickest part of rotation, probably where we are at, you can see it's right now about 5 miles north of Silverton right now.
Okay, well, we're just staying on your beautiful feed there, folks. This is a live tornado. First alert day, we've got the News Channel 10 team out there. I believe it's the 4th tornado that we've had on for you today. We had a couple north of Sanford, but this is probably one of the larger ones that we've seen so far. And Sheldon is down there estimating that tornado on the ground about 5 miles north of Silverton. Now, according to radar, Sheldon, it looks like that's pretty much going from west to east and will safely stay north of Silverton. Do you want to corroborate that?
Yeah, Dave, I mean, right now it certainly looks like, I mean, if it is taking a southeasterly turn, it's a very weak southeasterly turn, so if it does miss Silverton, it'll just miss Silverton to the northeast of town right there, but this tornado does appear to be maintaining its strength. Right now. We're going to try and get in a better position to kind of get a better look at it here, Dave, so right along here with us as we're trying to get a better view of this tornado. It seems to be in rural open country right now, but certainly some ranchland, some farmhouses out here for sure, populated areas, so we want folks to stay safe no matter what. Yeah.
Exactly, and you know, while you do that, real quickly, I'm going to show you radar, and then we're going to go right back to that live tornado. So here's Silverton, there's Lake McKenzie. This is where the tornado is, and it's moving east. So that's staying north of Silverton. Well, we'll have to watch out down the road there, Briscoe, Kittiquay, Turkey, those areas. But right now, this tornado is very rural. And Sheldon says he doesn't really see it aimed at any homes or anything. But let's go back and let's take a look at his live video and kind of let him give us a play-by. There, so tell us again exactly where you are and where you think that tornado's headed.
Yeah, right now, Dave, so we're continuing south down 207 here, trying to get in a better position, give you guys a better look at this particular tornado. Currently, heading south, looks like this storm right now does appear to be heading more kind of just east with a slight southeasterly turn, which if it holds this track, it should miss Silverton to the northeast, but still a lot of farmhouses, a lot of rural communities up in that area. This is one of those situations you still want to be enacting that safety plan. You want to be weather aware because it looks deceiving, because if you look off towards our southwest, which I won't show you that because that's not where the tornado is right now. But the thing is about it right now is it's sunny to the southwest, so you may be in Silverton and think it looks completely fine, but if you look up to the north and northwest, there is a tornado on the ground. As you can see, some of that big structure here right now.
Very good, Sheldon. This is pretty, textbook stuff on a supercell thunderstorm. Again, you got this big sprawling radar echo with rain and hail. But supercells have rotating updrafts, just like you showed us, and that's right there now. It has made a little more progress away from Lake McKenzie, certainly, and it still looks like it's holding that west to east motion, which is going to keep that storm track north of Silverton. But any rural interests out here in Briscoe County, northeast of Silverton, need to be in shelter. No doubt that we obviously have a confirmed tornado that we've been following the last 10 minutes or so. Sheldon, we just want to continue to watch that tornado and let you kind of give us play-by-play. So, again, be sure to point out landmarks if you see them or anything out ahead of that tornado and who should be taking shelter. Sheldon?
Looks like it roped out. It's still rotating, though.
Yeah, Dave, so looking around on the structure right now, it does appear that maybe the tornado has since lifted.
Still rotating.
Yeah, still strong rotation, though. Not to say that this storm is done producing tornadoes, but it does look like that storm has temporarily lifted, at least here for the time being. So we're going to continue to try to reposition to get a better look, but it does appear that that original tornado has lifted right now. It looks like that original tornado has lifted right now, which, not to guarantee that there won't be another one, but there was at least one tornado. Could be re-strengthening to form another one.
Okay, Sheldon, we're going to let you kind of keep an eye on that. It's still a very spectacular-looking supercell rotating base, and it wouldn't take much at all to cycle up another one. On radar, I mean, it's a very classic signature. That's that fish hook you see right there. That's what we call a hook echo. That's rain and hail wrapping around the rotation. And Tanner, give me a little velocity on that. We'll check the wind field, and it's just very obvious. You see the green and the red. So remember the radar up towards Amarillo, this green, or actually I guess we're looking from Lubbock, I guess. Anyway, red going away from the radar, green towards it. So yeah, that just indicates the rotation right there, east of Lake McKenzie and north of Silverton, pretty much over, I'm going to call it rural country. But as I mentioned, if you live out here in the eastern part of Briscoe County, north of Highway 86, you need to be using your safety plan. Get everybody in, get everybody into those tornado safe areas. I'll come back out to reflectivity, and let's put it into motion this time, Tanner. And you can see a little bit of maybe a slight east-southeast motion, but safely north of Silverton And as we zoom out a little bit, let's see what other communities are in the path here. So again, you got 86 going down to Kittiquay and Turkey. Bryce, that's going to get us over to Hall County. Long way to go. You see the actual tornado warning kind of cuts off right there, well short of getting into Hall County. But I would say if you live in Turkey, Bryce, Lakeview, Memphis, this is one that you're going to need to lock on, follow our coverage, and see what's going on. We've had 2 tornadoes that we could see from Sheldon earlier, and even though it has lifted, we still have everything indicated for more tornadic activity. Let's check back in with Sheldon. I know it's been a couple minutes since that last tornado lifted. What's the latest, Sheldon? Still looks like it's rotating pretty good.
Yeah, Dave, so right now we're seeing a bunch of dust being kicked up on the ground, as well as you can see we kind of zoomed out. You can see just this broad rotation. I mean, like I said, textbook supercellular structure right now. Not seeing another tornado touchdown just yet once we pass some of these houses out here as we're approaching, currently heading east towards Silverton right now. We're going to zoom in a little bit, show you some of this dust that's being kicked up on the ground, but this appears to be maybe some straight line winds, some inflow winds. Doesn't really look to be tornadic type things happening right here, but certainly some dust being pulled up into this storm. But, like I said, this is a storm that has a history of producing tornadoes. It's getting ready to pass over the northeast side of Silverton right now. We're actually about to pull into Silverton here pretty quickly. So if you are in Silverton, you are watching this, I mean, definitely be weather aware. Does look like the current track has it going northeast of Silverton, and it does look like the rotation may be weakening a touch. That's not to say that it's done producing tornadoes, but right now, not currently a tornado on the ground, but still rotation for sure. So rotation, tornadoes, not out of the question here as of right now as we're getting ready to pass through Silverton.
Okay, Sheldon, keep an eye on that. So this is kind of the strongest, strongly rotating storm that we have right now. But I do want to zoom out. We're going to look at the other storms. We don't want to neglect other folks. I can tell you that there's a downward trend north of I-40. So it looks like from this point on, the severe storms, the potential tornadic storms, are going to be down across the southern part of the area. Somebody checking in? No, somebody was talking in my ear. I want to make sure we didn't have a tornado on the ground. Let's go up and take a look east of Borger. This is what's left of our first tornadic storm. And look at this. It has pretty much broken up into 3 cells. Looks like those are going to stay north of Skellytown. Might be kind of a close call at Pampa. Still a chance of maybe some nickel-sized hail there that will cross north of Pampa, Highway 70 there. For this one, okay. We're about to get a severe thunderstorm warning for this storm right there. It's probably going to cruise just on the north edge of Pampa and then move on off towards Highway 60. So it doesn't look like a rotating big old supercell or anything, but we might have a little hail potential moving off to the north of Pampa. Moving on down the line here a little bit, I-40, we still have scattered rain there around McLean and Allen Reed. We get back to 287, raining around Claude, raining at Goodnight. That's going to move over towards Clarendon, Howardwick, Lilia Lake Headley. That just doesn't look like that's going to organize again, so good news there. But then come on down to the south. There we go. That's the real deal there. It just kind of jumps out like a sore thumb, doesn't it? Now, we've been very fortuitous here. We need to be thankful that the tornadoes produced did not hit our communities, popped up near Vigo Park, northeast of Lake McKenzie, but has stayed well to the north of Silverton. Very good. The tornadoes that we had there were pretty rural. Now, we still have a strong rotation. If we want to stop that for a moment, Tanner, that hook right there staying well to the north of Silverton. That's rain that has wrapped around our circulation, our mesocyclone. Sheldon watching that very carefully. We do have a current tornado warning that's for Briscoe County, and that extends out, say, about 6 or 7 miles to the east of Silverton. Set to go until 8:30, so we got about 20 more minutes to watch that. That last little frame there looks a little less ominous, but still formidable. Sheldon's standing by there. He's going to give us some video images of what the storm looks like now and what he has observed since then. Sheldon, I know you saw a couple tornadoes earlier, and those have since lifted. What's our current situation there?
Yeah, Dave, still seeing some rotation right now. We're going to zoom in on it a little bit. Maybe a new funnel sharpening up right now. This is looking straight north of Silverton right now. We're just on the east side of Silverton. This could be a new funnel starting to kind of form up a little bit here. This is looking north of Silverton right now. This could be another tornado getting ready to drop. Not for sure. Still looks to be a funnel, though, that is certainly spinning right now. So this is looking just north of Spearman, our physical location. Or Silverton. Silverton. We are in Silverton. My mistake. Currently just east of Silverton, looking north at a possibly new forming funnel right now. My mistake on that.
Well, I'm watching currently there, Sheldon, and that's obviously a funnel, and looks like it's rotating pretty strongly. I think you got a tornado imminent there, so I'm just going to let you kind of give me a play-by-play. Look at your dirt off to the left.
Yes, Dave, we're seeing that dirt getting pulled into it right now, so that's a strong that this is really pulling some air into it, which is showing that rotation is really trying to strengthen up and trying to drop another tornado here.
To the right.
Oh, yep, we got another funnel up here. Yep, look at this here. We're going to pan over just a bit. Look at this. This one's a little more defined. There's a little more of a sharp funnel right there. That could be another tornado forming up. We may have multiple tornadoes taking shape here.
Okay, Sheldon, be sure to remind us where you are and where you're looking and what might be in the path out there.
Yeah, so right now, Dave, we're currently looking straight north. We are on the east side of Silverton right now on Highway 86, and we are currently looking straight north right now. This tornado does appear to be moving generally to the east, maybe even a slight southeasterly turn, which right now a lot of rural country, but there's still farmhouses out here. Yep, looks like it may be condensing to the ground. So looks like, I mean, generally some farmhouses, a lot of ranch land out here is certainly going to be in the path of this, as this funnel's really trying to take shape and try to get down to the ground. Oh, yep, we got another one. We got multiple tornadoes here, Dave, right there under that dust. Yep, there's another one. We got two.
Wow. Okay, Sheldon, again, you know, I think you're near Silverton, looking to the north there. Which direction are you seeing those guys go?
Back up.
Right now, Dave, it appears they are moving, these tornadoes are moving east-southeast right now. So this is looking north, just on the outside of Silverton. These tornadoes appear to be moving towards the east-southeast right now. More easterly than southeasterly, but generally an east-southeast movement in these tornadoes right now.
Okay, I hesitate to get off your stream. We're going to come right back. I real quickly want to show you on radar. Here's the hook. Here's Silverton. If you're in Silverton, you're in good shape. These are moving east-southeast, rural parts of Briscoe County. But as we said, if you live in the east part of Briscoe County, northeast of Silverton, be in shelter. Okay, what's the latest there, Sheldon?
Yeah, Dave, so we're keeping up with this particular funnel right here. So it looked like we had a couple forming up earlier, but this seems to be our most persistent one, still tracking towards the east.
Still there.
Still definitely present right now, but we're not convinced this one's reaching the ground, as it does appear that funnel's kind of pulling up a little bit here. But still, I mean, that tornadic threat is certainly there. We're not necessarily seeing any dust getting kicked up on the ground, but with that stout of a funnel, with that pronounced of a funnel, a touchdown is either imminent or in progress for sure. It looks like maybe that funnel lifting up just a little bit right now, but this would be if that tornado, I mean, which did briefly touch the ground earlier, that would be, oh, look, we got another one forming up right here. Look at this, just off. We just got two right here that are just dancing back and forth here. So it looks like we got another funnel coming down. So this is a tornado or a storm that just keeps putting down tornadoes, Dave. As you can see it putting down its latest funnel right now. Look at it spinning right down to the ground. You're gonna see it, and there's touchdown. Right there, there's it getting down, almost fully condensed, but I did see some dust get kicked up on the ground. Our condensation is reaching the ground. There it is. There's another kind of small tornado there reaching the ground. This is just north of Silverton. It does appear that this tornado is tracking towards the east-southeast right now, but that is another touchdown. That'd be touchdown 4 or 5 that we've seen out of this one particular storm, but that is probably the most pronounced tornado we've seen, at least on this side of Silverton. Just to remind folks, we are just outside on the east side of Spearman on Highway 86. Silverton, my mistake. Still seeing this tornado on the ground. We're seeing lots of trees out there kicking up lots of dust here, just about half a mile to a mile east of Silverton on Highway 86, looking north at a tornado that is moving east-southeast right now.
Very good, and real quickly, and that is so spectacular, I don't want to stay on this very long, but we're not moving fast. 5 or 6 miles north of Silverton, heading off to the east, we have tornadoes, and Sheldon is watching them. So, Sheldon, we're just going to stay on your video because that's where we know where it is. So, you just keep us informed, okay?
Yeah, Dave, you got it. So we're seeing almost kind of a stovepipe type shape out of this tornado. So this is probably the strongest that it's been here as of right now. I'm going to zoom out just a little bit, let you guys get a more complete picture.
More mature.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, this tornado is definitely maturing, clearly condensated all the way to the ground here right now. This is looking just north of Silverton right now. We are on Highway 86 just to the east of town. Very mature tornado right now. Very mature tornado on the ground. Could be affecting, they are in farmhouses. If you are northeast of Silverton right now, this is enacting that tornado safety plan. We want you to be weather aware. We want you to stay safe, as this is a very clearly mature tornado on the ground right now.
Okay, Sheldon, we're going to stay on your video there. I'm just looking ahead at the map, and you know, we don't have cities really popping up there, but you know, places out around Bryce, near the Hall County line. That's kind of where that tornado is headed. I'm noticing it's not just racing. I think we're getting a slow movement from west to east. Obviously, you guys aren't having to race to keep up with it or anything. Does it look like it's moving much at all from your perspective?
Right now, Dave, we're not getting a whole lot of left-right movement out of it currently, but it still may be tracking slight bit east, maybe a little bit southeast right now. But as you'll see, if you're following our video there, your stream, you'll see it's not really taking much of a left-right turn right now.
Great. And what about you know, landmarks or items in the path? Anything got you concerned there? Or is that just really, really open country?
I mean, it really looks like more open country. We've seen a lot of pasture land out this way. You'll kind of see there down just to the bottom left of the tornado, there are some trees out there. I certainly hope that there's not a farm home out there for sure, but there are a few trees at least. There's been a lot of pastures with a lot of cattle in them right now, so that's probably one of the more significant things we've seen in the path of this tornado. Right now what you're seeing is a lot of dust being pulled into it. I'm afraid we're going to get blasted by dust here in just a minute or two, but right now not really necessarily seeing any significant landmarks in the path, but definitely, you know, there's some, looks like some farm homes maybe further off towards the east. Like I said, a lot of farmland, a lot of ranch land, as the tornado is currently getting obscured by dust. So we may actually reposition a little bit here to get you guys a more clear view of this tornado.
Sheldon, we can see it pretty clearly, so I would, you know, don't deviate too much. We got a great shot of it. We can see the dust that you talked about that's kind of circulating around it. So it looks like that's kind of the dominant. Okay. When I see all that dust kicking out, it looks like the rear flank downdraft is wrapping around that. And you know, sometimes that will end the cycle of a tornado, but really, really clear there that we got the tornado. And by the way, it's safely north of Silverton. As they move a little bit, let's come back to radar here real quickly. And we still have the hook echo. There's Silverton, well north of there. Here's the Hall County line. Bryce is way up there. So as Sheldon has been reporting, it's a pretty rural tornado. Any ranch land, farmhouses, anything on the east part of Briscoe County, that's what we're concerned about. So let's get back and just kind of watch this tornado, and we're going to make sure that it's not headed towards anything that it's going to be destructive. Sheldon, what do you got now?
Yeah, Dave, so we just moved down the road just a little bit to get a more clear view. I mean, there's a lot of dust being kicked up, but we're also seeing another funnel. So we have this very mature tornado, but you'll see right here, that appears to possibly be another funnel trying to form up right now. So we're going to keep a close eye on that, as you can kind of see it coming out the bottom of that cloud. But easily, right here, very mature tornado, still on the ground, a lot of farmland, a lot of ranch land, and of course there could be some farm homes around. So if you are just generally to the northeast of Silverton, I mean, definitely be enacting that safety plan, be getting yourself to shelter, bringing those pets, animals inside, things of that sort.
Sheldon, looks like it's kind
of back down a little bit.
Yeah. Looks like it's the largest that it's been. Does it look like it's gaining some size there a little bit on you?
Yeah, I would definitely say it's getting bigger right now, Dave. I mean, looking at it right now, I mean, it's a mature, I mean, what we would call a stovepipe tornado. You can see it kicking up dust and everything there at the base of it. I would certainly say it's growing in size here right now. This is a very mature, very, very stout tornado that we are seeing on the ground currently.
And I'm still not detecting just much motion. I mean, is it almost stationary, or I know you're really close to it. Do you notice any kind of lateral movement on it?
I mean, just a little bit of lateral movement, but not very much. I mean, really what we're seeing here is just very minor left to right movement. If it is tracking a certain direction, it's heading kind of an east-southeast, but very little. I mean, right now our camera isn't moving, and you'll see that tornado not really moving with it either currently.
And from here, Sheldon, it looks like it's obviously, you know, getting a little fatter. I think the diameter is picking up. It just looks like a pretty strong tornado now.
Yeah, absolutely. Could not agree more, Dave. I mean, very strong, well-pronounced tornado right now here on the ground, but doesn't appear to be moving very close. But you will see, I'm going to try to pan this over just a little bit, see if you can kind of pick it up here a little bit. Looking up just to the bottom right of your screen, that does appear maybe to be a farm home or somebody's laying maybe some barns and things out that way. So obviously, I mean, this could be a threat to that. You can see an antenna off that direction. Don't know exactly how well that lines up with where that tornado is right now. But of course, I mean, we're going to keep an eye on that. Hopefully it doesn't do any damage there to any property or life.
Yeah, Sheldon, thank you. That's what we want you to be focused on, is any structures out ahead of it. We have told folks in the eastern part of Briscoe County to use your tornado safety plans. I think that's going to be a solid shot for a little while. Let's come to radar, and here's what we're looking at. Hasn't moved much, but here's Silverton. It has drifted off to the east a little bit. So if you're in Silverton, you're still in very good shape. Not even going to see the rain and the hail. But, you know, it's the eastern part of Briscoe County. Again, the Hall County line is right about here. Here's your highway heading on up to Bryce. Of course, 86 down towards Kittiquay and Turkey. It's staying north of there. Let's animate that, Tanner, if you don't mind, and just kind of watch and see how it moves. Yeah, kind of east-southeast. And despite the fact that that hook is not quite as well defined, the tornado is very much alive and well. So, Sheldon, just give us the latest on what you see, where it's moving, what it's doing.
Yeah, right now, Dave, I mean, really not moving a whole lot. You can see a lot of rain falling around it right now, but still, this tornado seems to be kind of holding still a little bit. We're going to continue to watch it here, but so far we have not seen really much left-right movement out of this tornado right now. That second funnel we were talking about earlier has since kind of died down a little bit, so thankfully not seeing a second development, but still very mature, very large tornado here still on the ground right now.
Sheldon, they are extending that tornado warning until 9:15, and they're going to take the warning out to about the Hall County line. So hold your shot. I promise I'm going to come right back to that because it's just so amazing. But here's the new tornado warning, and it comes right here to almost the Hall County line. It's moving a little more now, east-southeast. So, you know, folks around Turkey, I'd say we need to keep a close watch on that. Not so much Bryce, except for the rain and the hail, but a new tornado warning, same tornado, but a new warning that's going to go 9:15 out till almost the Hall County line. If you're in Silverton, you're A-OK. Let's take a look at the video that Sheldon has, and just so what's the latest from your spot there, Sheldon?
Well, Dave, right now we're just kind of watching this tornado change shapes right now, so really not seeing hardly any left-right movement out of this tornado. So we're continuing to just kind of sit here. We're going to watch it go because we've got a great view of it. Does appear to be over rural, kind of probably some ranchland, farmland right now. There is looks to be some barns at the very least, if not a farmhouse just to the east of this tornado, but doesn't appear to be right on top of it. So thankfully that's some good news there. We're going to continue to monitor to see if it does start to move that direction or not.
Fantastic. I'm just going to kind of sit here and watch your video for a minute, Sheldon, but little play-by-play. And, you know, when it comes down to tornadoes and what they're doing, where they're going, that's the most important part is who might be affected. And right now you can see that it's safely out over rural terrain. I mean, there could be some irrigation equipment or power lines or something out that way. Hard to tell from here. Sheldon's going to keep us up to date on that. But I can tell you that down the road, you know, should this storm continue its strength and everything, we'll need to kind of watch Hall County, especially down towards Turkey. I mean, it's probably, 15, 20 miles back to the northwest of Turkey. Kittiquay, we'll keep an eye on it. But I think it's probably going to stay north of Kittiquay and move into Hall County. Down the road, also, Esteline might be in the path. Yeah, I'll draw that on out there, Tanner. Yeah, let's come back real quick to the radar. You can see that, you know, should it take that southeastern path, it put it into Turkey around 921. I think it might be a little further into the north there. We're just going to say for Turkey, it's something that bears watching. You know, a lot of time between now and then, but Turkey's kind of the next major community that would be somewhere near the path of that. You know, not saying it's coming into Turkey, but that would be the next community that we watch. Right now, though, let's get back to Sheldon and see if that tornado's aimed at anything that we need to know about. Sheldon?
Yeah, right now, Dave, I mean, still very little to no left-right movement in this tornado, which in this situation, if it's out over complete rural country, this is exactly what we want to see. Over rural country, hopefully it's not doing any damage exactly over what it's completely over right now, but the good news is to the best of our knowledge, it's not over anything too significant, which means it's not doing any significant damage, and that's very good news. So still seeing little to no left-right movement out of it, so still keeping an eye on it here just to the east of Silverton.
Fantastic. You know, this is just kind of a good case study of what your first alert storm team does. You know, it's two components. It's watching things on radar, and then it's getting out so that we can show you exactly what's going on. And that's a classic looking tornado right there. The clear area around it, it just indicates the rotation. I think it might have maxed on intensity for the time being, but it has a history. It's got a pretty sordid history of dropping tornadoes. Very good. It still doesn't look like it's moved too much, but let's get the latest on that. Hey, Sheldon, it looks like that clear slot has kind of rotated around that, and it looks pretty classic right there. What are you seeing on, you think, the size and intensity?
Yeah, Dave, I would agree with you. It does appear that maybe the strongest part of it is now over. It does appear that that rotation is getting a little bit messier. That's kind of what we call a kind of an elephant trunk type shaped tornado right there. So starting to change shape a little bit, perhaps weakening. So definitely seeing, I mean, possibly weakening rotation. May appear that the most intense part of it is over, but we're going to continue to monitor as this is the same storm that put down a tornado just up near Lake McKenzie. So this is probably the fourth or fifth tornado this is actually put down as it keeps dropping and putting tornadoes down. So this has been the most long-lasting tornado that we've seen yet. So we're going to continue for more development, of course, out of it here as we continue to keep eyes on things.
Okay, Sheldon, keep that shot. I got a little update on radar. And just to remind folks, here's Silverton. Storm is safely up to your northeast, not going to affect the city. I mentioned Turkey earlier. It's way on out here, so we've got a long time to watch that. But notice these two areas. Remember earlier, Sheldon had two funnels at the same time. It was very spectacular. But right now we have the main tornado right there and another couple right there. So it wouldn't surprise me for this thing to reorganize and continue dropping tornadoes as it moves on off to the east. So Sheldon, I just gave us a radar update. Two strong rotations with your storm. Do you see any evidence of another one trying to form, or what do you got down there?
Yeah, Dave, so right now not currently seeing any signs of a new developing rotation here as of yet, but as you can see, this tornado might be weakening somewhat. This would be what we would call roping out. So maybe weakening just a little bit, but like you said, there are certainly two rotation markers on radar right now. We just simply don't see that second one here currently. We can kind of pan around just a little bit. I hate to pan off the tornado. We'll come right back to it, I promise. You got this little bit of a lowering right here. This doesn't look necessarily tornadic, so not really too concerned with that. Panning around, possibly another lowering off this direction, but not seeing any tornadic development past, of course, this main tornado that we've been following here for the past, seems like a little while now, but maybe a period of weakening out just a little bit, possibly weakening some. We're going to wait and see what it does here, see if it fizzles out and ropes out or if it does re-strengthen or not.
Here's our tornado warning. It's off to the east of Silverton, gets up to about the Hall County line. A lot of hail in there also, but you know, so far it's been kind of a harmless tornadic event. It's been out pretty much there, open country, and Sheldon has not observed it moved across any ranches or anything. He does have a new rotation, however, so let's get back to Sheldon.
Yeah, so you can see the main tornado right there, but if we zoom in down and bottom to the left, I don't know exactly where the funnel that's attached to this is, but as you can see, there's a little bit of a spin up right there, just a little bit closer. Don't know if that's just a dust devil or if that's a new tornado trying to develop, but we are seeing a secondary ground circulation there just to the left of course, the main tornado, which is still kind of roping out here as of right now. I've seen a lot of fire trucks go past us here currently, but that is a second kind of ground rotation there next to kind of this main tornado.
Zoom out, yeah. Right there. There you go.
You can kind of see it a little bit there, that second rotation, but don't actually see that funnel attached to it here currently.
Yeah, that's interesting, Sheldon. We do have a couple of rotations in there. Looks like we're definitely in the rope stage of the most dominant, latest tornado. So I'm going to let you kind of walk us through the last few minutes of it.
Yeah, Dave, so it does appear to be roping out right now. Not completely gone. It's still barely hanging on just a little bit, but as you can see, as it's getting skinnier and just a little bit weaker like that, that is certainly some signs that it is weakening almost to the point to where it will completely go away, but we're going to sit here until it completely fizzles out. But still, as you're seeing ground circulation, that's still a confirmed tornado on the ground, albeit a weak one, but a tornado nonetheless.
Okay, and still looks like it's kind of well behaved out there, not really affecting any structures.
Yeah, Dave, doesn't look like it ever threatened any structures, at least from our perspective. That's not to say that it completely didn't, but at least from what we could see out here, it wasn't directly threatening any structures nearby, so that's some good news for sure.
Very good. Okay, we'll continue to monitor. We're going to come back to radar here real quick and show folks what we've been tracking. Still got this big old supercell. It's certainly the most intense in our whole area right now. And we'll do a quick tour in a few moments. This tornado warning set to go until 9:15. Sheldon kind of showing a little bit of dissipation there from the most recent tornado. Not that we're done, but the most recent tornado that was on the ground for quite a few minutes. We'll have to go back and see exactly how many, but it was down for a long time. Fortunately, pretty much open country northeast of Silverton in Briscoe County. Tanner, you want to give me a tour real quick? We've been on this tornado warned storm a long time. Let's see what's left. So we do have this severe thunderstorm warning, but you can tell just by looking that it's not a huge rotating supercell like we've had from Canadian down to Miami to just east of Pampa. We got solid storms in there with mainly heavy rain. There was some hail potential when they issued the warning. That warning also goes until 9:15. We'll see if that's reissued, but it looks like it's a little less organized. That's going to move from Canadian and Miami eastward. So Wheeler County now, Mobile, Briscoe, we'll need to keep an eye on that. Doesn't look all that intense as far as rotating storms. I-40, we got a little hodgepodge here and there of minor thunderstorms. One near Groom on I-40. Looks like a little bit of rain out by Wheeler and just north of Shamrock. Coming on down to the south a little bit. Yeah, that's about it. I guess north of Matador, we get into Motley County. There is a storm. Doesn't look like it's going to hold a candle to this guy, which might be picking up a little bit of speed. Kittiquay, I think it's going to stay safely to the north. Turkey would be the next town, like we've been mentioning, that bears watching. So let's see what the latest is. Tornado warning until 9:15. Sheldon has been watching a cycle or a family of tornadoes. Let's see what the latest is. Sheldon, I know you're standing by and you had the storm dissipate, but we still have a tornado warning, and we want to see if there's been any new development, especially for our friends down at Turkey. We're going to be watching that. So what's the latest there from Briscoe County?
Well, Dave, yeah, like you said, I mean, we watched that tornado rope out here live. Still seeing rotation on radar. We're still seeing a tornado warning, so that doesn't mean that the tornado threat has gone. We're just not seeing a tornado currently on the ground, and that's noteworthy for sure. But thing is, right now, like I said, it's still, the tornado threat is not gone. This is still a storm that could produce tornadoes, but currently not seeing any significant new development, so that's some good news. But right now, the tornado that did lift, it just sat here. It just parked for quite a while. Didn't really do too much. Yeah, it just sat stationary for a little while. Thankfully, I mean, hopefully, you know, we hope that it didn't do any damage, that's for sure, but it sat for a good while, but now we're going to kind of reposition a little bit. We're going to push further off towards the east to kind of just keep a close eye on things. And just in case it does try to redevelop out here. So we're going to keep eyes on this storm until that tornadic threat is gone.
Good deal. Thank you, Sheldon. Continue to monitor that. We'll come back to radar here and show you. We're still looking at a rotation, not as intense, which makes sense. You know, the tornado has dissipated. It has lifted for the time being, but we still have a rotation that we're going to continue to watch. Tornado warning continues until 9:15. Down the road, you know, it's Turkey that we're looking at, but this is the highway that Sheldon is on, so he's been able to really look right into that storm and see the tornado from start to finish safely without being in the path. He's very experienced about doing that. And really, if you think about a best case scenario for a long-lasting tornado, I mean, it just could not have been better, really, off to the northeast of Silverton, where we didn't see structures. We had a slow-moving tornado, almost stationary at times, down for a long time, and at times it looked like it was fairly intense. But it just doesn't look like it's going to go down in the books as a disaster. So we're thankful for that. Very thankful for that. If you're in Silverton, you should be thankful the storm stayed off to your north. Kittiquay and Turkey, so far so good. I don't think it's going to really affect Kittiquay, but it is moving east-southeast. You want to animate that, Tanner? So here's Turkey. And if we watch, yeah, that right there, you know, it's kind of going east-southeast, and that's, you know, uncomfortably near projecting out Turkey. So that's going to be what we watch next. Hopefully, we're going to see the rotation disrupt a little bit. If you watch the history of that, man, that is a textbook mesocyclone. You can see that it's gotten a little smaller and a little weaker also. So right now we can safely say, all right, no tornado. But what we've seen is the tendency for this storm here to cycle, be very strong for a little while. The rotation picks up, drops tornadoes, and then it gets a little less intense. Tornadoes wind down, and then sometimes get stronger again. So we may be in that part of the cycle where it's weakening, but maybe about to ramp back up. So we're not going to write this thing off. We will. It's looking better and better. I'm liking that. The rotation, the velocity couplet, we call it, the rotation area, appears to be much more disorganized as it approaches Turkey. Now, as far as velocity, or as far as reflectivity, we're still going to watch very heavy rain. There's still some hail in there as it moves east-southeast, but even that looks like it's appearing to wind down. So I'm feeling better about the situation. If you live in Bryce, okay, you're going to get some rain, you're going to get some lightning, looking good. But if you're in Turkey, we're going to have to watch that. Right now, the rain and hail appears to be probably projecting to your north, not quite ready to give you the green light yet. The hook echo part is nowhere near as organized. So we'll see. I imagine they're going to allow this tornado warning to expire, or expired early. What time is it now? I'm just kind of looking. 8:40. Okay. Well, that's projected to go on out quite a bit longer. But I'm liking the trend we see, as long as it doesn't start to spin up again. I think you know, Sheldon should be right about in here now. He would be the one that could tell us. Sheldon, are you seeing any new type of lowering or any kind of wall cloud activity, any kind of funnel that we need to know about?
Well, right now, Dave, what we're seeing is currently, I mean, you can see this appears to be just kind of this wall cloud, this kind of lowering we have right now, almost just appears to be dragging the ground right now. So we're still staying on 86 right now. We're heading kind of towards the southeast, towards Kittiquay right now, but still seeing a lowering there. We have not seen any significant signs of a redeveloping tornado, but we're going to stay on 86 because if we choose a different road, that will certainly take us out of the game in case the storm does shift to the southeast. So we're going to stay on this track on 86 towards Kittiquay, just in case the storm does shift southeast, to kind of keep a close eye on things, because like I said, this is an active storm that has a long history of producing several tornadoes. So we're going to stay with it here. Still, like I said, you can see it just almost appears to be dragging the ground, but from what we can tell right now, not a tornado on the ground.
Okay. Good deal. Thank you, Sheldon. Man, what a great job of just following that baby start to finish. Now it's a little less organized. Update, the tornado warning, you see the red polygon, still intact. It gets just short of the Hall County line. Still set to go to 9:15, but we have an update from the Weather Service in Lubbock. They say they're now calling it, you know, radar indicated. We're no longer confirming a tornado, and you know, Sheldon has done a great job of doing the confirmations of the tornadoes. Good news there. That being said, it's still the strongest storm we have. It's still a rotating supercell storm, and it still has the potential to spin up again and do some crazy things. Right now, we're just mainly looking at heavy rain. I think the hail core trending down. That's good. I think the rotation is trending down just a little bit. That's good news. But it's still coming down in the general direction of Turkey. Now, out here in the eastern part of the Panhandle, we are loaded with moisture. You probably felt that in the air today. It's even more off in the east. So there's still the ingredients necessary for some pretty intense activity. Just zooming out, the storm to the south there in Motley County just doesn't look like it's going to hold a candle to this one. The storms around I-40, they're really broken up. But I think we do need to go up here and visit the one east of Pampa. This is where we still have a severe thunderstorm warning. If you're in Canadian and Miami, looks like the rain pretty much off to your east now. That's good news. Pampa, storm off to your east, and that would be the severe part, kind of coming down maybe towards Lakeview. You want to zoom in a little bit there, Tanner, and let's look at some of the smaller towns here. Here's Mobeetie. So we may see that heavy rain coming towards Mobeetie, right down Highway 152. Briscoe, well, we'll just have to wait and see. I think you'll probably get off easy. And then Gem, up to the north there, probably going to get some rain, some lightning. Allison, probably some rain, some lightning. Here's Canadian, Glacier, and Higgins. Looks like the rain pretty much about to clear Highway 60. And once again, we're not looking at rotations up here. So these are not tornado producers, just kind of some stout storms. Looks like the storms, again, pretty much east of Miami. Allison, Briscoe, Wheeler, Kelton, Mobeetie, we'll watch the trend. Right now, it's a severe thunderstorm warning until 9:15. And let's just go ahead and draw back down to our tornadic storm. This is where Sheldon is watching very carefully. Still a big old storm there. Radar indicate just rotation on radar set to go until 9:15. But with Sheldon down there watching, let's go ahead and check back in with him to see first to know if we got any redevelopment. How's she behaving there, Sheldon? You seen anything new?
Generally behaving right now, Dave. Not really doing much, but of course we are still seeing rotation radars on signature. We're currently on Highway 86, just to the northwest of Kittiquay right now, but as you can see, a very aggressive lowering. We're just kind of set up right here watching this storm as it's tracking off towards the east right now. Not really seeing any signs of a lowering right now, but as you can see, those clouds are, pretty much just dragging the ground currently. So very low base storm, and with tornadic storms, that's typically what you see. So we're keeping a close eye on it here, just to the northwest of Kittiquay right now. Still seeing rotation, still seeing a hook echo on radar. So the tornadic potential of the storm is certainly not gone right now. Still have this tornado warning in effect for probably the next 30 minutes or so, but they have downgraded it now to about radar indicated. So of course we saw that tornado rope out, not a confirmed tornado on the ground. So the good news is that we're not seeing a imminent tornado threat, but the threat is still there. So we want you to still behave as we're seeing.
Gentlemen, we're still going to watch your stream there. It looks like that lowered area, real low to the ground. I just wonder about your environment, because meteorologically speaking, I know that we got really high dew points. Wow. It looks like the grass is blowing around there. What kind of inflow is feeding that?
Right now, Dave, we're not having extremely pronounced inflow right now. Nothing really too pronounced, but still seeing a little bit of wind kind of blowing towards it, and that's generally what we want to see. So just generally, though, right now, not quite as strong as we were seeing earlier. I don't have a business card on me, though, but I can give him.
Okay, well, make sure you say hello and greet our friends there in the red pickup. They're on our shot there.
Oh, yes. So, apparently, this fellow here in the red pickup got some amazing videos, so we're going to go see about getting the video from him.
Okay, good. We'd like to see that. Okay, let's come back to radar while Sheldon visits with our viewers there. Here's our supercell storm. Strongest one we have, really about the only tornadic potential we have right now. And by the way, Silverton is long gone now. That's good. Here's Turkey. It's kind of the direction that it's headed, east-southeast. But over the last 20 minutes, let's say, we've seen the intensity of the storm kind of wind down. I don't think we have as much hail in there, certainly not as large. The rotation has weakened a little bit. But notice we do have a tornado warning. That's the red box. Still set to go, I think, for another half hour. We'll see You know, that's not our job to issue or terminate the warnings. This will be the call of the National Weather Service in Lubbock. They do an awesome job also of tracking everything, getting the warnings out, continuing the warnings when necessary, and then dropping when they're not. Right now, we do have a current tornado warning. That's why we are staying on with you, because, well, we know that you depend on us to get this information out. Certainly, you know, let you know what is in the path. So right now, we've been kind of concentrated on Turkey. That'll be the next community that may or may not be close to the dangerous part of this storm as it moves on down to the east. Now, you saw Sheldon and his video, the wall cloud still kind of dragging the ground down here. So it has us concerned, but right now we're in pretty good shape. Sheldon, do you want to give us an update there? Did you?
Still doing business.
Still doing some business? Okay.
Weather Service is saying velocity is tightening up a bit.
Okay.
About 6 miles northwest of Caprock Canyon State Park.
Well, let's take a look at that. Let's go to velocity, and if you don't mind shifting the image up a little bit so I can see Kittiquay. Okay, so here's the latest. The National Weather Service and us also indicating that right there, we still have rotation picking up a little bit. So Caprock Canyons State Park would be about where I'm pointing. Just to the northwest of there, a few miles, we still have that rotation. And if we put that into motion, we'll be able to kind of project that out. Looks like, okay, still kind of east-southeast. Okay, looks like it's about to shift on over towards the vicinity of Turkey. Radar indicated rotation, that's what we're showing you there. That is the radar indication. Certainly not as ominous or impressive as it was when we had tornadoes on the ground east of Silverton. That being said, we still have a rotation, and the environment out here is still pretty conducive to more rotations and tornadoes. With a lot of moisture there, got an inflow wind. It is still a large, strong storm, large updraft, but for the time being, even though we have a rotation, it's not producing a tornado. Drawing it out there, okay, that's about right. Should it hold that track? If it comes that far to the southeast, we got Turkey in the vicinity there, about 9:27, so let's say about 30 minutes. Between now and then, we'll know whether or not that tornado warning is extended. So let's look at the reflectivity again there, Tanner, if you don't mind. Okay, I mean, that's still worthy of mentioning. We got that little bit of a hook. It's not the fish hook that we had earlier, but it's certainly what we call a pendant there on the back edge. You saw that little velocity couplet, and that still is the area that we would want to watch. And we're on you. Looks like you got a pretty good lowering again. Would you like to give us an update on what you see there?
Yeah, absolutely, Dave. So, I mean, another lowering that we're seeing out here right now. We're still on this tornado warning storm, still pronounced hook echo. Seeing what maybe appears to be maybe some small little funnels are kind of dipping out of the bottom of the cloud here. As you can see, this cloud is almost essentially just scraping the ground currently. Got just this cloud very, very low. We saw a few little attempted funnels just a second ago. Maybe not quite as pronounced as they once were, but still keeping a very close eye on it. This is still that tornado warning storm. Look at all that.
Right there.
We're going to stay on your video here, Sheldon. Looks kind of familiar. Yeah, that's kind of what it looked like before you got that last tornado, and I can still see some rotation, and I know you're a lot closer to it than me looking on your video. Good cloud-to-ground lightning there. It looks like it might be starting to pick back up. Is that your impression?
I mean, yeah, I mean, that's the thing is the hook echo on this is still very much pronounced, and so still some strong rotation on it currently. Not seeing a confirmed tornado right now, but I wouldn't be surprised to see any funnels start dipping out of this here.
So you're looking at what we would call a wall cloud, very low to the ground, and it's the bottom part of the updraft. And like you said, you've had a series of tornadoes. You had a very long-lasting one, but we're still pretty much looking at rural or open country, we'd call it. What about now, Sheldon? Is the storm affecting or approaching any structures or anything that you can see from there?
Currently not seeing it being imminent threat to anything. I do have a video I'll be trying to post on my social media here pretty soon. I met a viewer over here, Case and George. His cousin has a ranch over here just near Silverton. That one we were showing you on video that we were kind of worried about a little bit, it's his cousin's farm, and they actually have some video from off that direction. Thankfully, from what we can tell, didn't do any damage where they're at or where their ranch is, so that's some good news there. But that's Case and George sent us that video. I'm going to be working on getting that posted here as soon as I can. But good news is no damage, but it did make a close enough call, enough to make you a little bit worried. But thankfully right now it looks like it's mostly over open country.
Very good. And you mentioned some videos and images. Tanner will have some of those on the news at 10. We'll have some spectacular images. If you didn't get to watch us live, you know, really, I think this might be a record day. Sheldon, we've had seven live tornadoes in our area, and you know, we'll certainly have some of that to show folks. If you didn't get to see it live, we'll have a rundown for you at 10. But thank you for watching. You know, looking at radar, it still looks like it's a pretty impressive storm. And with your lowerings there and the tornado warning set to go till 9:15, we're going to hang with it for a little while. So tell us, you're obviously in motion now. What highway are you on? Where are you headed?
It's almost 9 o'clock.
Yeah, right now, Dave, we're currently on Highway 86. We're tracking southeast towards Kittiquay right now. Gonna basically just try to stay even with this storm. This road does take us southeast just a little bit, but we want to try to stay as even with this storm as possible without getting ourselves, of course, put in harm's way. But still seeing a significant lowering. Radar signature still signifies that this could be a tornadic storm. Obviously, that tornado warning is continuing for at least the next 21 minutes or so. So still, good news is, though, based on the tornado warning box right now, it is going to be passing just to the northeast of Kittiquay. But if it does maintain, that track does take it southeast towards kind of the Turkey areas. But one of the big things to note here, Dave, is as we go, and I mean, it's nearly 9 o'clock right now. We're heading in towards, technically it's sunset right now. Daytime heating is going away. That's when these storms could really lose a lot of their power, but that doesn't mean that the tornado risk entirely goes away, of course, until we know that that tornado risk has gone. So, of course, with this, we're going to stay on it as it approaches Turkey right now. But the thing is that we just really want to be aware of. Daytime heating could play a role in things, but we're not giving up on the storm just yet.
Okay, very good. Let's come back to radar here, Kyle, if you don't mind. And I'm going to point out something. Sheldon made a really good point. He said we're going to be able to monitor the storm and not be in the harm's way. Right now, they're right about there, just coming into Kittiquay, able to look right up in there. Right up into the rotation area. They see the wall cloud. That's what they've been doing all afternoon. We try to stay kind of on the south edge of a storm because generally a tornadic storm is going to travel some component to the east. Sometimes it's to the northeast, sometimes it's due east, or sometimes it's kind of down to the southeast. That's how nearly all tornadic storms behave that way. So when you're on the south side of the storm, you're able to look up into the rotating area, but you're not right in the path of the storm. So you got a good vantage point, but you don't have to be worried about getting caught in the hail, the heavy rain, certainly not the tornado itself. So, you know, Sheldon and Alex have done a really good job of doing that. They've been able to provide, you know, just ground truth visuals for us so we know exactly what's going on. That's how it's done. You know, it's when you come in from the north or you're in another part of the storm, that's when it gets really dangerous. So what they're doing is they're heading down, they'll come through Kittiquay, and then they'll come up around Turkey. And, you know, by that time, the storm will be getting a little closer. Tanner, if you want to animate that for me, we'll kind of watch that. Okay, so this is definitely coming east-southeast. And, you know, Tanner indicated earlier when he drew the box out there that somewhere around, what'd you say, 925, 928 or something, that's when that rotating part would be close to Turkey. Sheldon's going to be there. Now, he also mentioned that we're having sunset. We're going to start to lose light, and we don't want our intercept crew, you know, in the path of that, especially after dark. But I think being on the south side and able to move back out of the storm's way, they'll be able to look in there even after sunset and see what's going on. If you're in Turkey, you know, I don't think we need to dive in the cellar right now, but you do need to be aware. And by now, hopefully you've called all your friends and everybody in town knows that we have a strong storm coming your way. As it gets closer, we'll be able to recommend or advise whether or not you need to execute your tornado safety plan. I'm hoping not, but I sure can't guarantee that. So Turkey, you're the next in line, and you're the ones that need to be on standby. I just, you know, it's time, if you're in mobile homes and stuff, that you can get to a better shelter. You got time. We just got 25 minutes or so. Get people out of mobile homes, get them into a better shelter. Even with a strong straight blast, I would recommend doing that. So that's kind of the latest. Sheldon, I know you're listening and monitoring. I'm recommending folks in Turkey just be on standby and be ready to seek shelter. What we want from you is to let us know if you're seeing any signs of strengthening, any signs of rotation, certainly anything that we'd need to be aware of. What do you got now?
Well, Davis, we work our way towards Kitakwe. Really hard to make out much of anything as we're working to get our way out to a clearing right now, kind of moving down, kind of through some of the high country here. So waiting currently, but still seeing rotation as it's currently, looks like that better part of that rotation is getting ready to pass southeast over.
Okay. Okay, good. In fact, you want to try to bring that up to me graphically. We just got information. Here we go. How about this? A lot of people now can breathe easy. The tornado watch, remember, it was all across the Texas Panhandle out to about Canadian. That has been discontinued. So Amarillo and let's call it, really the entire Texas Panhandle cleared from the tornado watch. It will continue for our southern 2 rows of counties there. The South Plains counties from Tulia back over to Childress and south of there. That tornado watch is set to go until 11 p.m. We'll see about that. But right now we just need to know that the southeastern part of the area still under a tornado watch. But of most concern right now, the only warning we have right now is that tornado warning, and that's Briscoe County. Same one we've had here for about the last hour or so. Let's come to that on radar. And there it is. I think the hail potential back up. Now, if we project that out, it looks like it's building southeast. We'll need to watch that in Turkey. It's the back edge there that we still have somewhat of a hook, still have radar indications that may be coming, may be rotating fairly strongly. So for Turkey, yeah, we're looking at about 9:30, so about half an hour. As I mentioned, we got time to do something about that. If you live in Turkey or around there, just be watching our coverage or watching some coverage so you know what's going on. We will be able to let you know minute by minute as it gets closer what to expect. Right now, it's a pretty close call. I just lost an earpiece. I'm going to change my earbuds. I'm looking at Sheldon's video right now, and looks like we're still in pretty good shape there without any new tornadoes. Okay. There we go. Okay, now, got a new battery in my earpiece, so I'm able to hear Sheldon. He'll let us know if anything's going on. But once again, this is the storm that produced a few tornadoes as it came across Briscoe County. Started near Lake McKenzie, but just off to the east of there. Bypassed Silverton safely, moved out over some rural country. Sheldon just visited with some folks that have a ranch out that way, and we're pretty close to the tornado. They shot some pretty good video. I think we'll be able to see that a little bit later on. But anyway, the storm continues to the east-southeast. If you live at Kitakwe or you're at Caprock Canyons, good news. Summertime, I know the Caprock Canyons is a popular place for camping, outdoor recreation. The last thing we need is a tornadic storm to rip across a campground. Doesn't look like that's going to happen. Looks like that's going to stay north of Caprock Canyons, but it's going to advance towards Turkey. Now, I saw a severe thunderstorm warning drop off there. Still have our hook. Can we look at velocity there, Tanner? This is why we're still on covering this. We still have radar indication of a rotation. Looks like it might have tightened up just a little bit. The hook is definitely very, very prominent, very evident. And our problem is it's moving east-southeast and, in the general direction of Turkey. So that's where we're kind of concerned about right now. Let's come back to reflectivity there. We'll check with Sheldon also. We still got that hook, and it looks, a little more pronounced over the last 10 minutes or so. And that's going to move in the general vicinity of Turkey. So here's the Hall County line. Looks okay. We got it. Is that a new severe thunderstorm warning for Hall County? Okay, well, I see the box. Just know that if you're in Hall County, this guy's coming on in well to the north of Turkey as far as the rain and hail for now. If you're at Lakeview, I think you probably get brushed. Memphis, I think it's going to stay down to your southwest and then towards Esteline.
They haven't said anything about it in the chat, but it looks like tornado warning's expired.
Okay. We're waiting for confirmation on that tornado warning and expiration. You notice that we don't have the red box right here. So, you know, that's good, but that doesn't mean they can't reissue for the same storm. Still have a hook. We still have a rotation, and it's still kind of moving down to the east, southeast. Let's see. Sheldon up and running? Do we have his video?
Yeah.
Okay.
I need to keep those with me. I know I need to. I need to be better at that.
We just haven't seen, you know, from you last few minutes. What's the latest observation visually? What are you seeing down there?
It's coming to the birds.
Sheldon, you got a copy there?
Turkeys, bird heads up for turkey.
Yeah, I know. You know, if you've driven down in here, you hit those valleys and dips, and you lose reception pretty quickly. So I don't think Sheldon can hear me right now. We can see his video though, and you know, it doesn't look too bad. We don't really see a low-hanging wall cloud or a funnel or a tornado. But remember where we've been from. This guy here has dropped tornadoes. Some of those pretty impressive, pretty spectacular-looking tornadoes. It is moving a little closer to Turkey. Oh, okay, we do have a wall cloud, so. Okay, tornado warning has been officially canceled. So what we're gonna do, we're not going anywhere. If you're in Turkey, we're not gonna leave you hanging, okay? But just know that if you don't see us come back on, we don't have a tornado coming towards Turkey, all right? If we do get any kind of indication that we might have a tornado, we'll be back on, I promise. Just like we've been doing all evening. If we get a tornado, we're on it. We're going to show it to you. We're going to show it on radar. We're going to tell you who's in the path and who needs to seek shelter. If you're in Turkey, just be on standby, okay? We're going to watch it very carefully. Sheldon is not going anywhere. He's going to be watching. I'm going to be watching on radar. Anders is going to be helping. We're going to have you covered if that happens again. Right now, though, since our tornado warning has been canceled and we don't have any other tornado warnings, we're going to get it back to programming, take a little break, and be watching. So you can continue our coverage on Facebook, YouTube. If we need to get back on TV, we will do that. We'll send it back to programming. Thanks for joining us.
Look at that.
Yeah, what? I think it's a rain curtain. Yeah.
That's why I do it again.
There we go. Party mode. Oh, yeah, I see it. Right up there. That.
Is that what? Zoom out?
Yeah, you're up there, right here.
Right hand side.
I've got nothing on Unity. Unity is gone.
There. Nope, right here. Right here. It's not there anymore.
You're gonna be.
All right, hello to everybody out there. You just saw Dave give absolutely just impeccable coverage on that tornadic outbreak, as well as Sheldon Brashear. So shout out to the two of them for really taking over, giving us the best coverage possible. Like you heard Dave mention a little bit ago, they've officially canceled the tornado warning. They're replacing it with a severe thunderstorm warning, but you notice by the box here, they're leaving a tornado possible tag here. So that means we're still watching some potential rotation. In fact, I'm gonna go to velocity here and show you what they're talking about. So I mean, it's not as impressive solely looking at velocity, but like you heard Dave talk about a few times, this is that hook that we talk about a lot. See it right there. The hook isn't really as prominent right now, but still there. That's why they left a tornado possible tag on that severe thunderstorm warning. But one more time, tornado warning officially canceled. Severe warning, you see hail 2.5 inches in diameter. To convert that for everybody watching, that's tennis ball sized hail possible. Now that is radar indicated. It is mostly over open land right now, so we'd love if we got an official report for maybe any spotters out there. But radar indicated tennis ball size hail within that storm, and I'm going to put it into motion here. Pretty slow moving as well. But we've been talking about Turkey for a while here. You can see, I'll pause it one more time. It's kind of taking that southeasterly motion as of right now. So Turkey could potentially be in the path of that potential rotation. Now, I keep using that word potential. That means it's not really as tight as it was, but you know, we saw it drop. How many tornadoes did this thing drop? Like 4? 3 or 4?
About 4 there, yeah.
Yeah, 4 on this specific storm in the past 45 minutes to an hour. So it is possible that the rotation could cycle back up, but as of right now, it is pretty weak. They dropped the tornado warning over it. They left a tornado possible tag on the severe thunderstorm warning. So improving conditions as of right now. Actually, Dave, would you mind handing me my phone real quick? I'm gonna try and get caught up on some Facebook comments here. Sure. I know everybody is wanting to know what is going on. So let's see. Okay. Let's get caught up on the newest comments here. Okay, so not much as of right now. Okay, so not many questions. So yeah, still keeping a close eye on this storm. Sheldon is still on it. In fact, let's see what Sheldon's... That's a bit of an impressive look. So Sheldon, if you can hear me, I'm going to send things out to you right now. Can you tell us exactly where you are and what you're seeing as of right now?
Or sent me another video. Wow. This is Mount Sanford.
Where?
Sanford. Out by you, Lake Meredith. Tornado warning's going.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, they're on us right now. The tornado warning's gone. Still broad, weak rotation. Nothing.
I haven't had an update. 13 minutes.
Oh, yeah, so we're just out of signal, so it's probably even weaker now. So if y'all can't hear us on the stream, we're in a bit of a service black hole here. None of our radar, none of our work phones, stuff like that can get updates right now. But we do know the tornado warning has been allowed to expire. We're still going to monitor things here until we just completely lose light. But there's your look at the lowering on it. If it were to drop something, that'd be where it is. But with the tornado warning gone, the chances of that are significantly lower. But still, probably some sizable hail right now. The severe thunderstorm warning over it is rated for 2.5-inch hail, which is very sizable. That is very large. And if that is continuing to take a southeast track, that does have Turkey and communities around it in the crosshairs. So while your tornado risk is considerably lower, The thing is, right now, some very large hail is probably inside of this storm right now, currently passing over the Highway 256 and 70 junction right now. So some very large hail possibly headed towards the kind of the Turkey areas and areas up towards kind of the northeast.
Don't take it.
Hey friends, Doppler Dave, just letting you know that Tanner's about to do a TV cut-in. If you're in Turkey, we're gonna get to see what the storm is. We don't have a tornado or a tornado warning, so it's looking better for Turkey, but he'll be able to show you exactly what's going on there. It's the last big bad storm we have. Everything else dying down. Most of the area's been removed from the tornado watch, so things are looking better. But we got this last storm still producing hail as it moves into Hall County. And there is a tornado risk around Turkey. Here comes Tanner.
All right, well, to everybody that has tuned in over the past couple of hours, thank you for staying with us. Some extensive coverage here over the past couple of hours, but we have not seen any tornado warnings be issued here over the past 10 to 15 minutes. Huge shout out to Doppler Dave. Huge shout out to Sheldon Brashears for giving us absolutely impeccable coverage here over the past couple of hours. But like I said, no tornado warnings in the area right now. One severe warning, this expires at 9:15. I would not be surprised if they let this expire. Maybe just seeing a couple of brief showers, a little bit of lightning. That's really about it. This cluster of storms rapidly weakening in intensity, so not really watching anything with that. But this is the storm that was tornado warned for maybe about 45 minutes to an hour. No longer tornado warned. They expired that warning about 10 minutes ago, but we are still watching potentially some broad rotation. See that hook right along there? That's that rotation potentially setting up. So Turkey, even though you're not under a tornado warning, still watch this storm very closely. In fact, I'll zoom in on a storm relative velocity here, and this is kind of what I'm talking about. We're still watching this area of potential rotation. This storm produced 4 touchdown tornadoes. Let me say that again. 4 touchdown tornadoes over the past hour or so. But one more time, not tornado warned anymore. They have left a tornado possible tag on that severe thunderstorm warning issued for some baseball-sized hail possible in that particular storm. But tornado watch, you remember earlier, almost the entire Texas Panhandle was under a tornado watch. They have expired that for much of the area. Everybody in the southeast still possibly seeing tornadic activity. So we're going to continue to watch things very closely here.
3-inch hail northwest of Turkey confirmed.
Okay, getting a confirmation of 3-inch hail northwest of Turkey. So I'm actually going to go back here on radar before we log off here. Okay, so you see that brighter pink in that official report of 3-inch hail. Okay, that's bigger than baseball. So anybody, I'm just going to say, within this yellow polygon, Estolene, even though you're far out from it, still, anybody in Estolene, anybody in Turkey, anybody in this yellow polygon getting a confirmed report of bigger than baseball-sized hail, that can be injuring. You know, no question about it. So get inside. This is not the time to be outside. Even though it's not tornado warned anymore, still very damaging with some 3-inch hail confirmed within this report. Again, confirmed. That is the key word. We are currently seeing 3-inch hail fall out of this storm. So one more time, anybody in Turkey, anybody in Estolene, anybody maybe out in this open country, get inside now, okay? Not tornado warned, but still very damaging. We are going to continue to keep a close eye on this throughout the rest of the night and cut in if necessary. We'll also have updates coming up on the news at 10. But for everybody watching at home, we are streaming on Facebook, YouTube, and NewsChannel10.com. So keep tuned as we update you throughout the rest of the night. But for now, we'll go ahead and log off. You guys have a great rest of your evening.
All right, thanks, Tanner. Give my voice a little break there.
Okay.
Man, what a night.
Yeah, real quick,
yeah.
Can I just rant about something? This is the best meteorologist that you are ever going to witness, okay? 2 hours, nonstop tornado coverage. He is the absolute best. I cannot say that enough.
Hey, man, it's easy to lead a team like this. I mean, man, they make it easy for me. I just call the shots. They're doing all the work, really. Very cool, but the important thing is we haven't had anybody hurt tonight, and you know, that's what First Alert is all about, is getting information out so people can plan accordingly, you know, seek shelter when they need to, not travel when they don't need to, and we're able to kind of feed that information out. We feel responsible, you know, and we take it seriously. So we just appreciate you following us along, and just know that we take it seriously. If I was home, I'd want somebody that I could watch on TV and just get information. And our first alert team, that's just what we do. We all thrive on doing what we can to keep people safe. So we're blessed. We're blessed to have a team and our equipment and everything to do that. I'm looking back. You see that monitor on the other side of Tanner? That's Sheldon. He's still watching the storm down by Turkey, and so are we. So you can see it's getting closer to Turkey now. Remember, Tanner just reported a 3-inch hail north of Turkey. That was confirmed. So we're watching that. We don't want that to surge south into Turkey, but it looks like that hail core is going to stay off to the northeast of Turkey. Sure can't guarantee that. If that decides to turn south, we got a hailstorm in Turkey. We'll just have to wait and see. But I'm going to stop the motion here. Let's remember where we are there, Turkey, and we got Sheldon's wall clouds. Sheldon, stand by. I see your feed there, a lot of lightning and a wall cloud. Can you give us an update, please, Sheldon?
Last couple of days? Yeah, we've got
quite a bit.
Good. I mean, just up in Amarillo where I'm at, we got just over the weekend got about 6 10's. Yeah, so that's take anything we can get for sure. That's what keeps putting those little fingers out.
Yeah, that's what I was seeing.
But it's not committing to anything.
A couple weeks ago, we had the grapefruit-sized hail here in town.
Oh, really?
Put holes in our roof.
Okay.
I believe
Sheldon's having trouble hearing us, but we can see his video stream. That's what we have north of Turkey. So we still have a bit of a lowering or a wall cloud there.
Goodness gracious.
But certainly no big rotations or anything like that. So very good news. Tell you what I'm going to do is we're going to shift gear. Tanner, if you don't mind, are you in mid-bite? Okay. I was going to say I'm going to do the same thing if you want to do a quick tour around Radar Weather 1 or whatever. And I'm going to have a piece of pizza.
Go for it.
Thank you.
Paper towels right there as well.
Thank you.
All right, hello everybody. It is a busy day here in the Weather Center, to say the least. But we still got Sheldon still on that storm. We're going to see what the velocity is looking like right now. Come on. Okay, so still barely there. We'll see if they've left a tornado possible tag on this storm. No, they haven't. Okay, they took away the tornado possible tag, so that means the rotation is either very, very broad or just simply non-existent. In the Department of Possible Tornadic Activity, this storm is improving. Now, the hail threat you can see on the box on your screen here, 3-inch hail, okay? That's bigger than baseball hail, and we have officially gotten a confirmed report from a spotter that we have 3-inch hail within this storm. So this storm is not safe by any means. The hail threat really intensifying. Luckily, right now, it looks like the main hail threat is over open country. But you see kind of this area of brighter pink and darker purple right along here. In fact, I'll go into a little bit of the science as to what we do. So I'm going to zoom in. Okay, so this is something called DBZ reflectivity. Okay, and generally speaking, when you see DBZ reflectivities over 60, that means there's hail within the storm. Okay, once you get upwards of 70 to 75, that's when you're talking about destructive and, like we're seeing right now, baseball-sized hail. So high reflectivity values from within the storm, that is something that we monitor very closely. But like I said, the tornadic threat, not really all that present anymore. In fact, the National Weather Service has completely taken away the possible tornado tag on that storm. Keeping an eye on this little guy moving its way right up Interstate 40. In fact, I'll put it in the motion here. Last couple scans actually shows it re-intensifying, so that will be something to keep an eye on, also mostly over open country. But Allen, Reed, McLean, you may pick up on some gusty winds from that storm, maybe up to 40 to 45 miles per hour, and maybe some light showers, but it does look like the main hail core is going to go just to the south of you guys. Whoops. But the motion of it, assuming it, you know, either keeps intensifying or just simply holds together, Samner would, you would be in the line of that main hail threat, potential hail threat at that. But that is not severe warned right now. And then you remember that storm that was over at Borger and Stinnett a couple hours ago? It's, you know, basically completely dissipated now. Let me make sure I'm on Amarillo radar. Yeah, I am. Just some brief showers for places like Allison, Briscoe, down toward Wheeler, and Mobeetie. Up toward Canadian Glacier. The severe threat for you guys is basically non-existent now. And I'll be popping on here in about 4 minutes, going into more detail for a TV cut-in. But one more time, no tornado warnings in the area. In fact, just one severe thunderstorm warning, but this one is a doozy. Some 3-inch diameter hail, bigger than baseball. One more time, it has been confirmed that the hail is that large. I know it says radar indicated, but we just got a report from the National Weather Service about 10 minutes ago that the hail is indeed that large, also with some 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And you see, I want to circle this real quick. Oh, it won't let me. Okay. But you see in this box here, thunderstorm, damage, threat, destructive. It's not often that you see that. The only good news is that, first off, it's not tornadic. Second of all, it looks like the main hail core is mostly over open country right now, but one more time, I'm going to put this into motion. Turkey, it is possible you guys could pick up on that hail core if it maybe takes more of a southerly turn. You guys might get lucky in Turkey that it might just go to the north of you guys. We are keeping our fingers crossed that that is the case, that hail core misses you guys. But right now, mostly over open country. Estillene, I know you guys are under the severe thunderstorm warning, and anybody in Estillene, you definitely want to keep a close eye on this thing. But it looks like the main hail core is going to go to the southeast and south of you guys as well. But one more time, we are keeping a close eye on this storm. Not tornadic warned, that is good news. In fact, I'll go to velocity one more time to show you what we mean here. So you can see right along here, the rotation, it's very, very broad, but nothing that would warrant a tornado warning as of right now. Now, again, we're closely watching it. Yeah, National Weather Service basically saying what I said. Looks like the hail core in the storm is going to go just to the north of Turkey.
2 minutes, TV break.
Okay, gotcha.
I'll switch with you.
Okay, sounds good. Going to get some updates from the Lubbock office, from the Amarillo office. Basically saying what I said, watching that storm right along Interstate 40. So I'm going to let Dave take over here. You'll see me pop up on the wall here momentarily. Dave.
There. Oh, I better get my glasses. All right. Once again, we appreciate everybody following along with us as we track these storms, really down to just a couple of heavy spots that we're tracking. Here's radar, and of most concern still is Turkey, where it's primarily a big hailstorm, and I'm talking big. This is likely still baseball-size hail and bigger. So really the important thing is where is that going? I'll animate it. We've been kind of concerned about Turkey, and it's looking better. Last frame or two, I think the hail's probably going to stay a couple miles to the north of Turkey. And by the way, Tanner's standing by to go on TV and give us another thorough update. So we'll catch him coming in. But I just wanted to be on. We told people in Turkey we wouldn't leave you hanging, and we're still not doing that. But it does look better. No tornado threat that we can tell, and I think that hail will probably miss. Here comes Tanner.
All right, well, thank you for sticking with us throughout all of this severe coverage throughout the entire evening. Still, the good news is still no tornado warnings here in the region. In fact, we only have one severe thunderstorm warning, but I'm hesitant to talk about that in a positive light because we are talking about some 3-inch diameter hail. You see that indicated by the brighter purples just to the north of Turkey. Now, we're watching this very, very closely. We're watching the speed of it. We're watching the exact direction of it because as of right now, it looks like it's just going to go to the northeast of Turkey. So that is the good news. It looks like everybody in Turkey will just miss miss out on the main hail core of the storm, but it could potentially, keyword potentially, maybe take a southward turn, but that is looking a little bit unlikely right now. It looks like it's going a little bit to the southeast. That main hail core, that's up to baseball-sized hail. It looks like it's just going to miss Turkey, kind of stick around over open land. But the severe thunderstorm warning does include Estolene, but it looks like Estolene is going to miss out by a long shot on that main hail core, so that is the good news. This is also the same warned storm that was tornado warned for about an hour and dropped 4 confirmed tornadoes about an hour to an hour and a half ago, but we've been watching the potential rotation in it, and it's really not that present as of right now. That is the good news. Now, we're watching this storm as well. It pulsed up a little bit, but the last couple of frames, it looks like it's weakening yet again. It looks like it's moving into a little bit more of a stable environment. Now, Sumner would, assuming this storm holds together, you guys would be next in line to see this, but anybody in Allen Reed or McLean, you guys are going to miss out on it. Same goes for Shamrock, same goes up toward Twitty and Texola as well. But this is the same storm that I was talking about, and really, as you can see, not much rotation to keep track of. So that is the good news. We're not worried about any tornadic rotation within this specific storm, but still some very large hail in that storm down in Briscoe County. Tornado watch still in effect until 11 o'clock later tonight, but you notice a lot less coverage than what we saw earlier in the day. That yellow was all across the Texas Panhandle, but seeing that the storms have mostly dissipated, they have canceled the tornado watch for most of the News Channel 10 viewing area, but still potential tornadic development toward our southeastern cities. So one more time, I'm going to go back to the severe warned storm before we log off. In case you're just now tuning in, the brighter pinks and purples here indicating up to some baseball-sized hail. It does look like it's just going to miss Turkey, but anybody in Turkey still would not be a bad idea to just get inside, just to be on the safe side. You want to be better safe than sorry. We are going to continue to watch this for any possible tornadic development, any potential rotation, and for the main hail core moving toward the north of the city as well. So keep it tuned into News Channel 10. We are also streaming on our Facebook, our YouTube, and our News Channel 10 website as well. So everybody stay safe and stay tuned. Have a great rest of your Sunday night.
Good deal. Okay, Tanner doing the TV thing. I wanted to take us on up. He had a real thorough update on Turkey. Baseball hail just north of Turkey. I don't think it's coming into the city. Close call. Certainly Highway 86, just a few miles east of Turkey, heading out towards Estolene. That's going to be ground zero. We can see what that storm looks like from Sheldon. So we're still watching that. Again, you know, the sun going down and everything is starting to get dark, but illuminated by lightning very well. So looking good there. Sheldon all over that. If we happen to get some kind of new development, he would be able to let us know right off the bat. But there's not a tornado warning on that, but it is electrical for sure. In fact, I think we see that's Alex getting some lightning video and pictures. Perfect opportunity for that. You know, they're right there where they can see if there's going to be any kind of renewed tornadic activity, but it's also a good place to take photos since they're not right in the path of the dangerous storm. Again, main thing would be the hail north of Turkey that we're concerned about. Just a really intense hail core, it looks like, in there. Let's kind of tour around here and see what else we got. I'm going to go to Max. Where it is. Oh, there it is. My bad. Okay, here we go. This is the Turkey storm. So again, it's kind of aimed between Turkey and Estolene, and you know, in time, may have to watch down towards Childress. We're just gonna have to wait and see how that baby tracks. So even though it's not a tornado candidate at the moment, man, it could be a destructive hailstorm. Fortunately, we're seeing that mainly rural. But any ranch houses or farmland or any buildings or structures east of Turkey on Highway 86 just going to get pummeled. Just going to get pummeled by storms. Can I see the clicker? Just going to kind of use your show here. Zooming out, and you can see really that's all we got left. Got that one other storm up there just east of Clarendon. I'm not worried about that too much. Okay, that's quick forecast for tomorrow. No, I'm just touring around here. Don't worry about it. Whatever pops up, I get. So, okay, still packing hail. I think the intensity might be trying to come down a little bit there. And good news at Turkey, I still think it's going to miss as far as the hail is concerned. I am going to pull out just a little bit because our friends in Childress need to know about this. Okay, good. I think we don't have to worry about Northfield or, we don't have to worry about Esteline. Childress, we will have to watch. It's just going to come down to where if it stays east or southeast. Let me come back here and I'll show you. You see where Childress is. It's kind of aimed this way. So we'll just have to wait and see what happens there. Most areas can pretty well turn in for the night if you want to. I'll zoom out and, we're down to just a couple little spots there. The storm south of Allen Reed is not particularly strong, maybe some pea-size hail. Heading towards Sam Norwood, probably just to the north of Quail and Wellington. We'll continue to monitor that, but overall, looking pretty good. Going to answer a text here to Flamingo 1. Flamingo 1, stand by. Okay. Message off to Flamingo 1. That's all good. Okay. Once again, thank you. I imagine if you're down around Turkey, you've probably been with us for quite some time. Here's kind of the latest. Severe thunderstorm warning continues. That's going to be for the southern part of Hall County. It does not include Memphis. It does not really include Lakeview, but it does include Esteline and the southeast part of Hall County. If you're in Childress County, you're on standby right now because if the storm holds its intensity, it's going to be a hail producer. Let's take a look at what Sheldon is. Back to our storm here. There's the severe thunderstorm warning for the southern part of Hall County. But we're less and less concerned about the city of Turkey. Yeah. Okay, we're not really seeing rotation north of Turkey anymore. Very good news is that the tornado watch lifted for most of the area, and really I think we can lift some other counties. I think if you're in Swisher or Briscoe counties, yeah, that's it. You're good. I think if you're in Hale or Floyd counties, yeah, don't worry about it. It's all over. It's just going to be, I think now, Hall, Childress, Motley, and Cottle counties in our area. So 4 counties in the southeast. As I zoom out a little bit, take a look at radar. It's, and I'll zoom out a little bit. There we go. Yes. These 4 counties, I guess 5, we need to include, I think, Hardeman County, just because they may be in line down the road. But we're down to 1 severe storm. Everything else is just kind of chump change as we take a look back. Looks like a little bit going on in Gray County. That storm moving off to the east of LaFours, just to the north of McLean, south of McLean, once we get down into Donnelly County, about to come into Collingsworth County. It's a moderate little storm. Like that's going to pass right about in here. So Sam Norwood, quail, quick heavy downpour, maybe some pea-sized hail, and a lot of lightning in there. That's about it. What we plan on doing here is just kind of continuing our coverage for those last counties in the southeast, especially the storms or the locations out ahead of this storm. Esteline and Childress. We have to watch this carefully. Turkey, I'm going to go ahead and I think give you the green light to, you know, take it easy now. Sure don't want to get in the car and drive to Esteline. That can be pretty rough. We had a storm, or at least some reports of 3-inch hail out that way. And it still looks like maybe golf balls off to the east of Turkey. So, but as far as the city of Turkey, I think we're in really good shape. Tanner's going to do a cut in about 3 minutes. We'll continue our coverage up until about, the 10 o'clock news. If we still have warnings, probably end this continuous stream. Just know that we still have a lot of storm season to go. We're about to take a break, I think. Next couple of days look pretty quiet. Maybe some rain chances towards the end of the week. But June is still looking like a pretty active month for storms. And anytime we get into a situation where we have widespread severe weather activity, we'll do just this. We'll get our whole first alert storm team and we'll cover every storm out there. And you can always get on our stream on Facebook and on YouTube, and we cover it start to finish. If we need to go on TV, well, you can see that also. If you want to, just have your phone going when you're at the restaurant, you can do that. But it's just, we'll cover things continuously until the threat dies down or we think the dangers are about to pass. So, thoughts, Tanner?
No.
Okay, he's Tanner's just miking up, getting ready to go on TV. Before he does that, I wanted to look and see what our storm down at Turkey looks like. On radar. One big old severe storm there. Moving east-southeast. I'm hoping it's going to lose some intensity before it gets over to Esteline and Childress. We just don't know. So stand by. That's the last storm that we're tracking. I can tell you, you sure don't want to be in the middle of it. Golf ball to baseball hail, and a lot of it. Lightning is prolific. The rain is intense. It's just a classic severe storm, and hoping it will start to weaken. The other storms have, but this guy just doesn't want to give up the ghost.
I think the NWS reduced it to something. I forgot what the number was.
Yeah, let me see what we got here.
In the Lubbock chat.
Yeah. Reducing hail size to 2.5 inches.
Ooh, only 2.5. So
knocking it down to only
we're
2.5, so that's tennis ball size or bigger. All right, here comes Tanner.
All right, we'll bring you one more update before we log on for the 10 o'clock news show. Still one severe warning storm down toward Briscoe County, so we'll zoom in and see what we're seeing as of right now. Here's the good news. It is trending downward in the hail size. It was warned for some 3-inch hail. It's trending downward. Here's the thing. It's still warned for some tennis ball size hail. That is 2.5 inches in diameter. So hopefully we can slowly see that number start to go down here over the next hour or so, but still putting down some very good size hail. Tennis ball size hail is definitely damaging. Here's the other good news though. Turkey is looking more and more likely that it's going to miss you guys, okay? So for anybody in Turkey, keep a close eye on this storm, but I think here in a little bit we can say you will be good to go after the storm goes completely to your east. And it looks like it's going to miss Esteline. Looks like it might miss Northfield as well. So that's always the best case scenario that we like to see in the weather world, the most damaging part of a storm mostly over open land. And that's what we saw when it dropped 4 tornadoes earlier. They were all mostly over open land, really Not any injuries or deaths reported, but it was tornado warned for about an hour. It has since expired since about 40 to 45 minutes ago, and now we're not even tracking any type of rotation in the storm, so that is a good news. No tornado warning for that storm, just a severe thunderstorm warning, and that is the only severe thunderstorm warning in the entire News Channel 10 viewing area. Keeping an eye on these guys. May be some brief periods of some maybe moderate to heavy showers, maybe for about 10 to 15 minutes for people in Samuel Wood, keeping a track of a couple shells, trying to make their way along Interstate 40, so Twitty, Shamrock, Wheeler, you may pick up on some brief periods of showers. May hear a little bit of lightning, may hear a little bit of thunder, may see a little bit of lightning, but that's really about the best case scenario for you guys. Tornado watch still in effect for our southeastern counties that will expire at 11 o'clock tonight unless the National Weather Service does decide to expire that before then. But you notice the rest of the area now clear of that tornado watch. I think here in about an hour or so, we'll be able to give you the all clear on any severe activity. So keep it tuned into News Channel 10. We'll be on during the news at 10 to give you updates on current radar, what we're seeing in the area, and provide some pictures and videos to what we've seen over the past about 2 or 3 hours. Have 7 confirmed tornadoes from our storms today. So stay tuned. We'll be on during the news at 10. But for now, we'll go ahead and log off. You guys have a great rest of your Sunday night.
All right, that's probably the last TV update we'll do before the 10 o'clock news. I wanted to just kind of tour around here a little bit. One thing we haven't done in a while is take a look at tower cameras. And from Amarillo, it's just a lightning festival down to the southeast. I mean, very distant. We don't have any storms coming our way, but you can see what's moving away from us. A lot of lightning. That storm down by Turkey, and you know, let me get back and show you live what that looks like.
It's just kind of a mess.
Okay, this is the same storm that we were looking at from Amarillo. It's just underneath it. Sheldon and Alex just decided, hey, we're just gonna park and get some lightning video and pictures. We no longer have a tornado risk there, so that's good news. Back up on tower cameras. Let's see. Wonder what like Meredith looked like. Oh, look at this. Looks a lot different than it did a couple hours ago when we had 2 tornado touchdowns there. Just north of the lake, just north of the dam. We had 2 live tornadoes. And just to recap, we have had 7 live tornadoes on during our first alert coverage here tonight. And that's the most I can remember in one broadcast stretch to have 7 tornadoes live. Fortunately, that appears to be over with, but we're not quite through with our first alert. There's some good lightning from Amarillo. I think we'll continue to see that for a bit longer. Okay, back to, oh, I know, no, I wasn't. Tell you what, Tanner, to get a chance, if you can get the Childress cam up in your show, maybe we can show that. Yeah. We're going to try to get some more images for you. One last severe storm, if you're following along. It's the guy down there that's going to miss Turkey. We were kind of concerned about that earlier. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for 2.5-inch size hail, so, I mean, it's still a beast. Moving a little more east now. I think it's going to stay north of Turkey, and hopefully the hail stays south of Esteline. We will be watching as we get towards Childress. If it holds its intensity, it'll be severe coming towards Childress. So you're the next one in line. And we're down to only 4 counties in our tornado watch. Hall, Childress, Cottle, and Motley counties, these counties that I'm drawing in. Everyone else can, man, have a glass of milk and go to bed. It's all good. It's no more storms here tonight. But until these guys move out, we do have a severe threat for those 4 counties. Not so much Motley, but there is a little development on the north side there of Motley County. We'll continue to monitor that. Yeah, I'd say the communities that we're really looking at most are going to be Esteline, Childress, probably down to CV, maybe Paducah, maybe Quanah. That's just going to come down to how well these storms do or don't hold together. Sure doesn't look like this one's giving up the ghost just yet. Man, what a storm. What a beast of a storm. And I'm going to refresh everybody's memory. Maybe you didn't get to see our coverage, but we started tracking tornadoes with this storm right back here north of Silverton. We had about 4 tornadoes on the ground, one of them for a long time, northeast of Silverton, north of Kittiquay, right about in here. So it's continuing along that path, but what has changed is once it got here north of Kittiquay and the tornado lifted, our rotation weakened right about in there. Since then, you know, it's still dropping a swath of damaging hail. We had reports of 3-inch hail north of Turkey, but we got it to turn a little bit there and it missed Turkey. There's some slight weakening, so the trend is good, but this is still a whopper of a storm, and we'll continue to watch this as it approaches Estillene and Childress, just in case we get anything that's significant. Right now it's over pretty rural terrain, you know, farmland, ranch land out that way. Looking at some of the latest, that's the only warning we have.
Coming down with 2-inch hail for that one.
Dropping it a little bit, the trend is still good, down to 2-inch hail, which if you think about it, that's still larger than golf balls, so it's not like, oh wow, this is no longer a severe storm. It's still a severe storm, just not as you know, outrageous as far as the hail size is concerned, but it's a trend we want. Hopefully it's going to be the last severe storm, and if we can get trended down a little bit as it approaches the Childress County line, then we're going to feel a lot better, and that might be it for the severe intensity. I'm going to come back real quick because I like to look at lightning too, and let's take a look from Amarillo. I'm going to leave it on here for just a second.
Tanner, yeah, you can take that video. They'll have it upstairs. Sydney's attaching it to Central, so you can call for it.
Okay, I'll probably open with that.
Okay.
Okay, so from Amarillo looking down to the southeast, you'll see occasional lightning. But just know that it's the storm way on down by Turkey. I'm going to take a look at that now. This is what Sheldon is feeding back. And, well, a lot of the flashing is going to be the lights on our vehicle, but no doubt you can see the bottom of the storm there, now off to the east of Turkey. And they're going to, I mean, right now they like to get imagery and take lightning photos. But the good news is they're still right there to monitor in case something ramps back up. And we don't really expect that as far as tornadoes are concerned.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to call Matt every time I try to.
Okay, I'm going to come over to a different radar. Yeah, you're used to seeing this one on the air. Tanner uses this. And you still see the motion east-southeast. These storms have been pretty well behaved on what they have and have not hit. You know, we haven't had tornadoes rip through towns. We had a couple tornadoes north of Sanford, brief touchdowns there. We've had tornadoes north of Silverton, northeast of Silverton, north of Kittiquay, north of Turkey. We've had a lot of hail, but you know, we haven't had the storm just ripping through our communities, so we're thankful about that. Still getting a slow downward trend on the intensity of that storm. If you're in Childress, this is good news. If you're in Estillene, that's what we want to see. Little intensification down, oh, looks like it's going to be on the Motley and Hall County line. You know, I don't know what that's going to do. We're going to keep an eye on it. That's near Northfield. Northfield. It looks like it's going to move in and join up with that storm. But I'm really liking the trend I see in the Hall County storm. The last 4 or 5 radar sweeps indicate that intensities continue to drop on every sweep. And that's a good trend right there. And just zoom out a little bit. Okay, what's going on here? Nope. You know, the only thing left, really, other than our severe storm, is going to be right here, Looks like just leaving McLean. Getting close to Shamrock on I-40 and Sam Norwood and probably Wheeler. These right now are non-severe, lightning and some rain, and they're kind of moving in a general eastward trend, but we're not too concerned about that. Just good old rain. You know, brief little flare up there south of Allen Reed. That has weakened quickly. I don't think these are going to reach severe intensity, but, you know, severe or not, any lightning flash is potentially dangerous. Zoom out again, bring it back down. Still a large and heavy storm. We still have a severe thunderstorm warning for Hall County. Keeping an eye out towards Estleen and Childress. And by the way, coming up here in a few minutes, we'll have our newscast. I don't have any bad weather on the Childress cam. I do have a traffic stop, it looks like. So kind of keeping an eye on that. If you're in Childress near the courthouse, we have flashing lights and a traffic stop there. So, but we may see storm activity make it to Childress during the next hour. Just know that we're going to probably end our continuous stream coming up at 10 o'clock. Tanner will do the 10 o'clock news, but we'll continue to monitor if anything we know. I tell you what, Tanner, can we notify Shelby that we'll pull the plug here at 10 o'clock? If you've been following along with us on our storm feed here, thank you. First alert nights, that's what we're going to do. And I made comments earlier. I'm really thankful and blessed to have the team that I do here at News Channel 10 to just help track storms and keep people safe. I mean, it's a blessing to be able to do this. We'll do it again next time the weather gets rough. But you've got 4 good, solid meteorologists that any one of them that sat in this chair tonight would be able to keep you informed. But being out in the field, we had video of 7 tornadoes tonight. We were able to see them start to finish, where they were, who needed to seek shelter, who didn't need to seek shelter. It's just been very, very fulfilling tonight to be able to do that. Here's radar. We're looking out to the east. Again, if you're in Wheeler County, got a little rain coming your way. It's not going to be anything that's tornadic or probably even produce any hail. Pea-size hail, maybe. That's about it. Sub-severe is a term that we use. Down to the south, it looks like our last really intense shot of the night. Really kind of moving off to the east now. Starting to rain in Estleen. There's plenty of lightning there. Childress, you can see lightning back to your west. You'll get a piece of the storm, but the last few trends have been a weakening trend. Pick this up on another system. And you can see what I say. It's just almost every scan, it gets a little weaker. So I think the hail size, any update on that, Tanner? It keeps dropping.
Still 2 inches.
Okay, still, 2. I'm going to say that we're probably less than that now. One thing we may have to watch is when storms kind of start to collapse and drop their load, they can put out some pretty strong winds. So if you're at Estleen and Childress, you may be picking up some of that wind. I forgot, I need to change radars here. Forgot. Let's take a look at Lubbock. Not that much different. Oh. Okay, yeah. Estleen, the rain's starting to come in.
Dave, I know you just asked about it. They're doing quarter-size hail
Okay,
now.
Great. Okay, there's
Major
good
downward
news.
Trend.
Good news. Tanner just informs us that the latest warning information from the National Weather Service Lubbock is that they're now only expecting hail of quarter size, which is good. So we're getting down right to the cusp, the cutoff for a storm being severe. And I really think that trend is going to continue to drop off. That being said, we're watching carefully at Estleen down 287 to Childress, because you're going to get some storm activity probably breezy, some lightning, pretty heavy rain. But I think the hail size coming down quickly, and it hasn't really been rotating for about the last, hour really. I think the last tornado warning went down at 9:15, but it wasn't even rotating around 8:50 or so. So that's always good. So once we get this last guy to get down below severe intensity, we can safely tell everybody to, I think I said, have that last glass of milk, kiss everybody goodnight, and that's it. We can
Love to hear it, Dave.
wait till next time. Is that the video? Okay. I'm looking at video of one of the tornadoes. It's just spectacular. Be watching at 10 o'clock because Tanner's not only going to give you the latest of what's going on radar, but he's got some images and some videos of some pretty cool tornadic activity that we tracked earlier live. Not everybody got to see that. I'm sure you're busy doing other things, but we'll be able to show you what happened earlier tonight. So it's all good. Hey, real quick, winding down on our time here. Let's go back and see what's going on.
What's up?
The storm chase is officially over.
Oh my gosh, it's the coveted all subs run.
We're at all subs. Okay.
We
So
love to see it.
the storm chase is officially over with. We're grabbing burritos at Allsup's, so that's always good. If you see us grabbing a burrito at Allsup's, it means we're no longer really concerned, and we're really getting ready for the ride home. So let's wish Sheldon and Alex well. Safe travels coming back. They're an hour and a half away, so they'll be coming back kind of late. And thank them for their service. Great job of showing like 5 tornadoes for us down in Briscoe County. So just an excellent job by Sheldon and Alex. Kevin and Caleb also got in there and got us some funnel activity and tornadoes there around the lake. They're coming back traveling safely. We're about to wind down, and I'll leave it with Tanner to kind of finish this baby up. 10 o'clock. Are we on time at 10 o'clock?
Yes, sir.
10 o'clock. We are on time. Okay. So while we do that, I'll zoom out the radar one more time. And yeah, we're in really good shape. Everything else really trending down. I'll come back. Let me change my radar. Yeah. Some spotty little non-severe activity coming into Wheeler County now, and Sam Norwood. I mean, that's just going to sprinkle a little bit. Moderate shower for Shamrock. Mobeetie and Wheeler, the rain might be a little heavier. It's going to be brief. It's going to be non-severe. Further south, if you're in Memphis, trying to work a little bit of rain towards you, but it's not going to be severe. The storm approaching Esteline is trending downward quickly. I really think we're probably now down less than quarter size on hail. So probably non-damaging hail. Childress jury's still out because we have some storms developing around Northfield. These will be coming east, trending down in intensity, but hopefully we just get some good old rain. I've got a camera up at Childress that I'm looking at. The lightning is really getting close. The traffic stop continues in progress. But overall, things are looking better. Hey, you know what? Thank you, guys. We're going to end our continuous stream. You can still pick Tanner up on TV. Have a great night. Have a great, safe night, and we'll see you next time.